Good afternoon. I am Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker, Chair of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Today is April 30th, 2026. We are meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 3:29 p.m. and I'm calling to order this roundtable on youth alternatives to teen takeovers, recreation opportunity, and accountability. Just a quick note, I want to apologize about the delay in today's start. We were having some technical difficulties that I am told have been addressed. I want to thank my colleagues who have joined me today. I want to acknowledge Councilmember Robert White, at-large member of the council, as well as Councilmember Trayon White, Ward 8 council member. If there are any witnesses whose names are called but have yet to arrive, we will call your names again to provide you another opportunity to testify. Today, we are going to go with the flow, and I just want to give some housekeeping notes. Today's hearing is meant to prioritize the voices of our young people. And so with that said, we are going to do everything possible to amplify and prioritize their voices. There may need to be at times some moving around of the witness list, given that some of our young people are en route to the Wilson Building. Some young people may need to leave. And so I appreciate your flexibility and grace in advance. Each witness will have 3 minutes to share your testimony. Today, I am pleased to hear testimony from members of the community voicing their perspectives on youth public safety. Washingtonians from across the city will share their perspectives about what we must do to foster youth well-being and prevent destructive behavior and unproductive outlets. In particular, today's roundtable is a vital opportunity to hear from our young people about their perspectives and approach to the teen takeover phenomenon. We look forward to hearing from youth, parents, families, and advocates about effective solutions to preventing these takeovers and providing services for our youth. Teen takeovers are not new and they are not unique to the district. Similar events are taking place all across the country, from Los Angeles to New York to Chicago to Atlanta. These events demonstrate a broad need to address a lack of adequate safe spaces, supervision, and structure for teenagers across the nation. As local governments grapple with the consequences of the unfulfilled gap, it is vital to remember that any durable solution requires the voices of young people. Our youth need and deserve to be heard about the issues that directly affect them, especially in the midst of a public safety crisis created by these takeovers. During today's roundtable, I'm looking to hear from youth across the city about what they would like the district to do and what they would like to see. These ideas include ideas for the types of third spaces that teens can access and enjoy with their friends, especially in light of the dramatic loss of movie theaters, malls, and public plazas that have closed in the past 2 decades. New approaches to out-of-school activities and recreation youth believe high schoolers want to engage in, mental health resources to support teen wellness, and opinions on the current state of teen employment and summer opportunities. Most of all, today is a chance to ask our young people what they need to thrive and be safe. For the past year, the majority of the council's conversations on takeovers have focused on the opinions of adults and centered on the merits of designated curfews. While I have been engaged in those conversations, I wanted to provide a different forum, one centered on a broad range of solutions and focus on the voices of our youth. So today is primarily an opportunity to give them the floor and listen to what they think. As chair of the council's Committee on Youth Affairs, I know that we have the duty to both protect and uplift our young people. Today's roundtable is an opportunity to center their perspective on how we can effectively do that. Before we jump into today's hearing, I want to give an opportunity for my colleagues to provide opening statements or remarks if they have them. I'll first recognize Councilmember Robert White, and then I'll turn to Councilmember Trayon White if he is on line virtually. So with that, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker. Look, residents deserve to feel safe in every neighborhood, and pretty much everyone agrees with that. And young people deserve safe spaces to gather and enjoy our city. We cannot enforce our way out of the issue that we're seeing now. The only plan is dispersal The behavior will shift to a different block or start earlier in the day. The goal is not just fewer gatherings, but is fewer injuries, fewer fights, fewer weapons, fewer robberies, and fewer young people cycling into the justice system. What I'm looking for today is clarity. Clarity about what is actually driving these gatherings and what will change behavior. This roundtable is framed around recreation, opportunity, and accountability, and that is exactly the right frame. But if we mean that seriously, the budget has to reflect it. Right now, the proposed budget for the city moves in the wrong direction. It adds roughly $90 million to the Metropolitan Police Department and adds about $6.5 million to the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, or DYRS, including for more secure detention of youth. But it cuts $6.8 million from the Department of Parks and Recreation, including $5.6 million in site-based programming. That is not a prevention-first budget. The Department of Parks and Recs has shown that when the district creates structured late-night options, young people show up and things can stay safe. When DPR is hosting an event, they are running a legitimate safety operation. They're coordinating with MPD in advance, conducting walkthroughs, communicating during the event, maintaining outside scrutiny, installing metal detectors, and setting clear rules at the door. We should also be honest about the resource reality. DPR's recent large events cost roughly $148,000 per event in DPR costs alone. That doesn't include the cost and contributions of MPD, the Department of Public Works, the Department of General Services, the District Department of Transportation, or violence interruption partners. This only works at scale if we fund this idea at scale. But if we're serious about prevention for the summer, Friday is not enough. We should be talking about Saturday coverage, rotating across neighborhoods and making sure young people in every ward have safe spaces to go. But we can't ask DPR to scale late night programming while cutting the site-based programming from the agency's budget. We can't say recreation is part of the answer and then take away the resources that make that recreation possible. We also have to be honest about what we are choosing when we put more money into detention and policing while cutting youth programming. I understand the need for immediate public safety response, but if our answer to young people gathering in public is more MPD and more secure detention and less DPR program, then we aren't solving the problem. We're waiting for young people to get in trouble and then paying more to control, arrest, detain, and process them afterwards. We also have to name something that too often goes ignored. Some youth are out late because home is not stable, it's not safe, or not available. If a young person doesn't feel safe going home, enforcement is not a solution. I want to hear the district's plan for youth who cannot safely return home at night, where they go, and who's responsible for the warm handoff. Any youth-centered safety plan that ignores housing instability and family conflict is incomplete. We owe residents and young people more than slogans. We need a prevention strategy that can scale, a safety strategy that does not depend on sweeping youth contact, and clear a way to measure whether we are actually reducing harm. Young people are not a problem to be managed. They are residents to be supported. If we want fewer takeovers, we need more safe spaces, more opportunity, more stability, and a budget that invests in prevention before crisis. So I look forward to hearing from our young people today. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councilmember Robert White. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Treon White.
First of all, I want to thank you, Councilman Parker, for hosting this very important hearing today. I think that the youth is the foundation for our tomorrow. As a former chair of the Committee on Recreation, Library, Youth Affairs, I hosted some of these in the community, even on the weekends, to ensure the youth had a voice. Even today, I dressed down, try to look a little younger today, to try to appeal to some of our younger people in the community. But now I'm considered an old head on my block, so it is what it is. This roundtable recognize the need to hear from those affected by our teen takeover. I know there are a lot of adults, over 80 people testifying, but more importantly, it's good to see the young people in the audience and online, because we can have a conversation about what they need without listening to them. They hosted a lot of roundtables, discussions, youth town halls throughout the years, and their voice has been heard, but not to the magnitude that we think needs to be heard to fill their needs. It is important to be intentional about building bridges for the next generation. When we think about the future, we have to hear the voices of today. And if not, we are building a future that doesn't include them. These are our Washingtonians. These are our young brothers and sisters. These are our children. And these will be the future leaders and future fathers and mothers of the next generation. And as a Black father, we must do everything we can to make sure that they are successful. However, as I look at this budget, as it currently is before us, it concerns me because we don't put our money where our mouth is. In fact, when I grew up in Washington, D.C., had a summer job starting at 14, and some 25 years later, I think the summer job pay was like $5.25 an hour, and now we're talking about 25 years later, it's only like $7 or something an hour. And the year-round job opportunities are not really available to the magnitude we need in our city to keep our youth engaged and dealing with unemployment and also the poverty issues in our community. It is my privilege to present to the future today, but it's also my honor and duty to make sure we are doing everything we can to ensure a brighter future for tomorrow. I've seen, as I grew up in DC, grew up in Ward 8, over 10 recreation centers closed in my community. We asked the youth why they're outside, why they're not doing nothing productive, because we don't build something constructive for them to do, we lead them to do stuff destructive. So it's on us, not on them. This is not a youth problem, but it's a parent problem. I also want to welcome all who are here today and those who could not make it, because I know there are a number of youth who are still in school, engaged in other activities, but I want to applaud those who came down today because you are part of our solution. There's no solution without you. And while I'm gonna hop online and continue this hearing, because I do have to get my daughter today from school. Unfortunately, I'll be still listening in to figure out what we can do to really make this budget reflect our priorities, because this is a moral document to show where money, where we put our money, where we put our money. I do want to say this in closing. We did more with less. As I look back on the budget I had when I was a young person, we had about a $9 billion budget, and we had programs everywhere. I was involved in so many programs. Now we have $22 billion, and we're doing less with more. And so we have to fix that. And we don't have all the solutions. That's why we need to hear from you today, figure out what we can do to make this budget more equitable, not just for youth, but our young adults, and also for our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Trayon White, and I appreciate the commitment to today's hearing and even looking the part. I am told Councilmember Pinto is joining us virtually, but she is not on yet. And so when she joins, I will give her space to provide remarks as well. With that, we're going to get started with today's hearing and invite our panelists to join. I will say again, and I will emphasize, today's emphasis is on our young people. And so with that, we're going to rearrange a little bit the order, and we're going to start with Darian Carter from the Trigger Project and Honesty Hill. I hope I pronounced your name right. Honesty. Then we'll have Magdalena Chongus from the Council of Court Excellence, Chris Gamble from the Children's Law Center, and we'll stop there for now. And with that, Darian, you may begin.
My name is Darian Carter. I'm a member of the Trigger Project and our YDM board, aka Young Different Minds, also our Youth Advisory Board. And I'm speaking on behalf of all my peers around the city. The curfew and the solution is unacceptable. Cutting funding, stripping neighborhoods of their youth resources, like building new schools and communities and community buildings. But the solution to these problems has been here for a while. Funding programs like the Trigger Project, Black Swans, and others. These programs give youth a safe space and ability to speak up, think, express their beliefs, and we, the youth in the city, feel neglected and unheard by our current mayor and council. We asking for a safe space for youth to be youth. An example, last weekend, I had the opportunity to go outside to an 18 and up club where a lot of the youth gathered. The line to enter the building went around the whole block. The place was at capacity and no one could enter. This goes to show there's not enough safe spaces in the city for you to have fun. We also need economic opportunity, extending summer jobs for the entire year. This isn't just the only thing youth has been asking for, but something parents has been asking for too. And to get the best outcome, use summer job as an opportunity to get youth started on careers much earlier and increase the current wage for youth with summer jobs. Also, create a youth council that is led by youth, that gives youth a voice and an opportunity to speak up on new rules, regulations in the city. And also extend operation time around the city past 8 o'clock. Also holding law enforcement accountable for racial profiling youth who are actually doing the right thing. An example is being shown on Instagram and TikTok across videos, the youth curfew zones where youth are trying to go home, and MPD, National Guard, and transit police are stopping kids from getting onto trains to get home and using excessive force to people who are trying to get home, shooting paintball guns that are infused with pepper spray, and this is unacceptable.
Thank you for your testimony. There will be a round of questions after your panel. Next, we'll have Honesty Hill.
Hey y'all, I'm Honesty, and I'm also a part of YDM through the Trigger Project, and I'm from Southeast DC, so this isn't just policy to me, this is personal. I do not believe the teen curfew zones are necessary, and I don't believe that they address the real issue. A lot of young people are outside after school because they're trying to get away from something, not because they're trying to cause harm. Not every home is safe, not every environment is stable, and for some kids, being outside feels better than being inside. A curfew does not fix that, it ignores it. Yes, there are some teens that go out with the intention to act out, and I'm not denying that, but it's not fair to punish every young person for the actions of a few people. There are plenty of teens who are just spending time with their friends, minding their business, and trying to exist, and that's why we need extended rec hours, year-round employment programs, and funding for community-based organizations like the Trigger Project that actually give young people somewhere positive to go. I've personally witnessed the transit officer get on a train and aggressively yell and harass kids with paintball guns, and regardless of how you feel about the situation, the response was excessive. It feels less like protection and more like intimidation. That kind of approach only makes things worse. If we're being honest, policies like curfew zones can actually push young people to rebel more. When you treat teens like they're the problem instead of trying to understand them, of course they're going to resist, especially when the same systems claiming to help them are the ones making them feel targeted and disrespected. If a curfew is truly being considered as necessary, then there needs to be more accountability across the board. Where's the parent engagement, community input? And I think a parent council could be a starting point to better understand what's happening at home and what support families actually need. Because again, curfew is not going to make someone unlearn trauma or suddenly feel safe in their own home. Young people in DC do not deserve to be criminalized simply for being outside, especially when the city is not consistently providing enough resources, programming, or safe environments for them. If we really care about youth safety, then we need to invest in them, and that means more youth spaces, more mentorship, more mental health support, and most importantly, more youth voices involved in the decisions that affect them. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Magdalena Shongus.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee for the opportunity to present testimony on strategies that promote the safety and well-being for district youth. I will highlight worthwhile potential investments to support young people, as well as discuss both positive investments in areas that need increased funding as compared to the mayor's proposed budget. However, I want to begin with what national research says about curfews and the impact of further criminalization of our kids' behavior in light of council's consideration of a permanent juvenile curfew in the district. In multiple public hearings over the past year, youth and advocates have testified to the experience of kids in the district since the temporary juvenile curfew has been in place, and their lived experiences should serve to educate us on the reality of what the policy has meant in practice. Data and research are consistent in this area that increased exposure and contact with police, whether in the context of a curfew or otherwise, are associated with adverse health outcomes for Black youth. And analyses of juvenile curfews specifically raise questions not just on their effectiveness, but their potential concerns about constitutionality. But the good news is there are smart, community-rooted, evidence-based alternatives that can improve positive youth engagement. I want to highlight just a few of the areas that young people and orgs that CCE has worked with have raised up as priorities that have positive evidence associated with their approaches. Our partner Black Swan Academy's Black Youth Agenda, developed by middle and high school youth, for example, specifically asked for increased access to housing, investment in community safety, and low barrier access to youth resources, including 24-hour access to spaces in the community, such as rec centers and youth shelters. They also highlighted that 86% of youth want more opportunities to make money through employment. And summer youth employment programs, which disproportionately serve low-income youth of color, have been shown to improve outcomes for youth participants and consistently reduced involvement in the criminal justice system for participating youth for the duration of the program and at least a year beyond. While considering ways to support positive youth development in the district, we asked the committee to critically analyze Mayor Bowser's proposed budget for opportunities to invest more meaningfully, both directly in youth programming and in social safety nets for youth and families. Positively, in the mayor's proposed budget, out of school time programs remain mostly stable with $27 million in funding. And while there's a modest increase in the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, there's a larger cut to year-round workforce programs for youth, however. Conversely, there are also, once again, proposed cuts to social safety nets, including TANF, and not restoring funding to the CHAMPS program, which is an emergency response service for children and teens in mental health or behavioral crisis. And regrettably, proposed budget also includes $29 million in the capital budget to expand the number of beds for incarcerated children in New Beginnings and at the Youth Services Center. Investment in increased bed space in lieu of improving community-based alternatives to incarceration shows a prioritization of incarceration over diversion. We ask that you take a meaningful look at this budget and prioritize investment in mental health and housing for young people, as well as recreational opportunities over incarceration and policing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Chris Gamble with the Children's Law Center.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. My name is Chris Gamble, and I'm a behavioral health policy analyst at Children's Law Center. Thank you for providing the opportunity to speak today about what the district can do to support youth. The health sector's budget this year is particularly alarming, with DBH reducing funding across all areas of youth services. Our submitted DBH testimonies provide more details on these, but today I will highlight 3 key programs that, if not supported with sufficient funding, will jeopardize youth well-being. First, the district's only youth mobile crisis team, CHAMPS, is being eliminated, and DBH has an inadequate plan to bring that work in-house. When youth experience suicidal ideation, self-harm, or emotional dysregulation, they need behavioral health experts to respond and provide developmentally appropriate interventions that keep them out of contact with police and hospitalizations. CHAMPS has been doing this work for nearly 2 decades, while the CRT, which DBH plans to take over full responsibility for youth crisis response, has only done so for 3 years on overnight and weekend shifts. The CRT does not have the expertise or the relationships with schools and other youth-focused community resources necessary to keep youth and families safe and healthy. We urge this committee to work with the Committee on Health to restore and increase funding for CHAMPS to $1.3 million, which will support increased staffing and reduced response times. The school-based behavioral health program is being cut by $6.1 million as DBH begins to implement its comprehensive plan despite a clear consensus across schools, parents, teachers, community advocates, and experts that the plan will maximize disruption and minimize care for students in the district. The comprehensive plan will walk back on years of progress. DBH has not been collaborative in this process, failing to communicate with schools, parents, and community members about how proposed changes will impact the services available to youth. The council has heard directly from students calling for more behavioral health services in schools. They should not be ignored. We asked this committee to work with the Committee on Health to restore SBBH funding to $25.4 million. Lastly, thousands of youth and families are navigating the traumatic effects of abuse. They deserve to seek justice and healing in a supportive environment. Children's advocacy centers fulfill this purpose by coordinating entities involved in abuse investigations, conducting expert forensic interviews, and providing mental health services. Last year's $1.35 million CFSA budget enhancement to fund Safe Shores, DC CAC, is not included this year. The pattern of not including funding for Safe Shores and then having to advocate and restore it again has gone on for too long. Instead, we need a long-term solution that solidifies the place of a CAC as supporting the essential government function of investigating child abuse. We urge this committee to restore the enhancement to fund Safe Shores and seek a long-term, reliable funding solution. Choosing to invest in the health and well-being of DC's young people provides them with stability and lets them know that help is available. Thank you for the opportunity, and I welcome any questions you have.
Thank you. Just given the number of witnesses we have today, I'm going to say 5-minute round for questions. And if there's a need for more, we can do that. Darian, I wanted to come to you. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned a party that was super well attended. The line was wrapped around the corner. Who sponsored that event?
I'm not sure, but it wasn't like a party. It was just an actual club itself. It's a 18 and up club. It's called, can't remember the name, but it's near Ultra Bar.
Okay. And I'm assuming based on how you describe that, you're highlighting the interest and the appeal of those type of events.
Yes.
Where young people are looking for places to go.
Yes.
So would you say we as a city should be sponsoring more events like that?
Yes.
What about for young people below the age of 18?
So example was when DPR had the little functions and stuff that worked really well for the young people. Understood.
And then you also recommended the creation of a youth council. What type of activities would a youth council engage in? And where would you envision such a body existing in DC government?
So I would say under you guys, and well, not under you guys, but like equal to like what you guys do. And I would say like us to have our own like come together, litigate, go over like whatever like laws that are against us and we don't feel comfortable with, we can like fix and have a better solution to like outcome.
I see. Oh, you're trying to put us out of work. I like it. I like it. And so literally a youth council that would be empowered to weigh in on policy and other decisions.
Yeah.
And how should we go about selecting young people for such a council?
Everybody deserves equal opportunity, so it should be an open vote for you to come up with their hand.
Like the public would
yes.
vote for the young people to
yes.
I got it. Okay. Honesty, thank you for your dynamic testimony. You even got a round of applause for it. You mentioned the phrase accountability across the board, and then you talked about engaging with parents. Can you elaborate what you meant by that?
So just to like touch back on what I said when I said I know that like some people go out with the intention to act out. What I'm saying is a lot of that stuff starts at home. Like they go outside and act a fool because they're seeking the attention that they're lacking at home. So they want to go out and get attention from the law or just anyone for that matter. So I think that we should connect with parents so that we can see like how do you think that we can help your child? Because maybe they don't have the resources to do what they need to do.
Do you think parents are being held accountable currently?
No.
Do you think parents should be held accountable?
Yes.
And so you said meeting with them or talking about how they can support their young people. Like, what might that look like?
Like I said, like a parent council, and I would say like y'all could select the people like how. I don't know how y'all do it for jury duty, but like, you know, that type of vibe, you just send the stuff out in the mail. If people want to participate, they can. I wouldn't say that it has to be like 100% mandatory, but I feel like more parents need to be in the discussion too, because a lot of this stuff starts at home.
Do you think parents know when their child is at these teen takeovers?
I don't like calling them teen takeovers because I feel like it kind of gives it like a negative connotation because I don't think that they're
Okay.
trying to
What should we call it?
maybe, yeah. Stop, don't flatter me out. Um, yeah, like a meetup, like they just hanging out, a teen hangout. That's literally what they're doing. Just because it's so many of them doesn't mean that they're intending to take over. That's just how it falls into place.
So these team meetups, have either of you, Darian or Honesty, been to them? And what is the
Really?
appeal, you would say?
Well, I'm 20, so I go to work and I participate in my program and I stay out the way. But there have been times where I've been outside and I have seen the teens being outside and they hang out in groups, but who want to hang outside by themselves? So like I don't really,
And
yeah.
Darian, what would you add?
Leaving from work, I seen the group, and
Oh,
going to work, I seen a group of teens, and they weren't really doing nothing disruptive. They was just standing there having fun, talking to each other, riding bikes, riding scooters, like normal people. So I feel like to call it a takeover is just really insane.
Understood. Well, thank you all for that. And I would just say, Magdalena and Chris, thank you for your testimonies, especially the focus on DBH. I share your concern with the elimination of CHAMPS and the proposal of bringing so many services in-house when we have no verification that the agency is even equipped to do that. So know that that is on our radar. But thank you all for your testimony. Wait, before you leave, Councilmember Robert White, do you have any questions?
A few. Thank you all very much for your testimonies. And you all highlighted some things. You know, there's something I hear a lot, which is like we can't. Parents have to do their jobs, right? The government can't parent, and that is true. And I'm hearing even from young people the need for parental accountability. I also recognize, though, when I grew up here, we had the Ritz, which was 18 over. We had other clubs that you could go to if you were under 21, and we went. We had significantly more movie theaters, skate rinks, more rec programs. And so it doesn't seem like young people are different now than they were, when I was young, but the options are different. And like most people, right, like we've developed this way over time, we come together. And so I want us to kind of see it through that lens. There are missing things, and we've got to pick up on that. Why do young people, from your perspective, gather in neighborhoods other than their own neighborhoods? Why do we see so many young people going to the same place that's not their neighborhood?
Because their neighborhood might not be safe and areas like Gallery Place, Navy Yard, and all the other curfew zones are places that are heavily policed, even when like the curfew zone isn't active. So maybe that's where they feel like it's kind of like a what am I trying to say? A safe zone.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
like that.
That's interesting. They go there because it's safe. That's interesting. That's powerful. So, you just made me lose my whole train of thought. That is powerful. So, one of the things I've heard it from both of you, from Honesty and Darian. But I want to drill down a little bit. I've had young people tell me some young people don't feel safe at home or don't feel supported at home. But usually we don't go beyond that, right? And not everybody grew up in a situation where it was unstable or unhealthy. And so that may not make sense to a lot of people. They may think, folks are just kind of making that up. Is there any information, any stories or examples that you all have seen or heard that might make that point more real to people?
So we have so Trigger created this thing called the anonymous story box, where you're able to like put up stories that you deal with at home or like gun violence in general. So we have this one story in particular. It's really gruesome because their friend had got killed in front of them, and they wind up going outside to numb the pain and everything, and then she wind up having a child, all at the same time of dealing with grief and everything. So I feel like you can't just stay home and deal with all this by yourself. So you definitely need people to talk to or places where you can let loose.
Yeah. How old were you two during the pandemic?
I was 14. I was in 8th grade.
Okay. And 8th grade. Okay. So, the pandemic, the crux of it, like, was a couple few years before we even started getting normal again. I think about, I was wild in 8th grade, but like the difference between 8th grade to 11th grade, like, that's a big, important part of life where your lives were very different than anybody before you, right? And so experiences are different. Do you believe that the pandemic had lasting impact, emotional, mental impact on you or other young adults?
Yeah, I feel like the pandemic just made a lot of people lazy, and it just gave people an excuse to prolong things that they genuinely need to be doing like ASAP. So they kind of use it as a crutch to, not really do not even, well, it is what they need to do, what they don't feel like doing at the moment. And I feel like during the pandemic, of course, yeah, we had to stay in the house just to keep ourselves safe. But we are 6 years past COVID, and the kids need something to do because they're getting restless. And yeah, we need safe spaces.
I appreciate that.
I have a response. So during COVID, I graduated from Anacostia High School, and during COVID, before COVID, we had one of the highest attended classes that went to that school as a freshman. And then graduating, because of COVID, we had the smallest class that graduated from that school. And I feel like COVID had a negative effect on people's ability, like, to emotionally, like, emotionalize everything that was going on and to, like, deal with everything. And I feel like a lot of negative things happened during COVID. Like, a lot of people lost family and everything. So it was a lot of trauma going on.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge we've been joined by my other at-large colleague, Christina Henderson. And so, Councilmember Henderson, feel free to give an opening statement or remarks if you have them, and then 5-minute round. Oh, I totally missed that. So we'll go to Councilmember Trayon White first for 5-minute rounds, and then I'll turn to Councilmember Henderson. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. I just wanted to ask Darion, you've been involved in the community on so many different levels since being a younger teen and now, pretty much grown. Do you think that the city has been listening and making adjustments and changes based on your peers' requests over the years? And also, Ms. Honesty, you can answer that too.
Yeah, I feel like they try to do their best with the spring break DPR events. Like, that was really good to see, and that was good to do. And yeah, that's really it. No shade.
I'm sorry, you were cutting in and out, so I really didn't hear your question as well as she did.
Okay, sorry. I was just saying that you've been involved in youth advocacy for many years, and I appreciate that. I was asking, have you seen the city listening to any of the youth in your area requests and carried out over the years?
So right now, I feel like it's everything the same. They want safe spaces like we had back then, more recs, like more things to do inside the recs. Like my recreation center, we lost our boxing program. We lost a lot of things. We don't have a basketball team no more. We never had a football team, but we also was trying to get one, and then Kip Legacy came in and took everything away from us.
And what rec was that?
Fairby Hope Recreation Center.
Okay, I'm familiar. We do have money in the budget to build a new boxing ring back up there, but the other things that you're saying are just as important. I did want to ask you, what are your thoughts about CTE programs as a young person that's offered in the schools? That means career technical education to help people get ready for careers outside of high school, those who do and don't go to college.
So I feel like in school, there's not a lot of programs that can get you ready for like careers. Like so my school, we didn't have a lot of programs, but we had like things where people will come in and speak and they were like, say, hey, this is my number. If you want to join this trade, I can help you get in. Like we didn't have like designated programs inside the school.
I don't mean any harm, but I work with the Trigger Project and we are currently looking for a space. So if you guys know about any spaces that we can use, then we can expand our program to more youth and we can create a bigger, safer space. And work
Gotcha.
all year long, because we can always prevent violence.
So also I hear about youth wanting to get access to jobs after school. Do you all see that as something that's offered readily to young adults and teens?
No.
Aside from the SYIP program, no, because once you're,
SYED.
SYIP, Summer Youth Internship Program, Darion.
Yeah.
Aside from that, there's really like no opportunities for youth to get jobs unless they're doing it on their own. But sometimes people genuinely need help through the city.
So
Got
I
you.
say,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I say no, and because other than what she said just now, jobs aren't hiring, and if they do hiring, they say that, oh, we don't feel like training you, or they just make themselves look like they hiring when they not.
And last question for you on I can't see the time. Okay, I see it. For Miss Honesty, you said something about enacting a parent leadership organization. I think that was a great idea. It's the first I think I've heard of something like that from a young person. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, like I think that it should just be like a space for parents from around the city to come and speak to maybe what's going on at home or challenges that they feel like their children are going through, and maybe some ways that they can feel better supported. And sometimes, I don't mean no harm, but some parents do not know how to be parents because their parents were never parents to them. So they also need the help that their kids need because this their first time living too.
Got you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember White. We'll turn to Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, and thanks to this panel. I'm going to focus my question on the young people because, well, Chris, I've seen you at 2 hearings already, so I've asked some questions in terms of, I recognize some of the challenges that we have with DBH, and we're certainly going to work through that. Honesty, and Darian, one of the things you guys talked about was sort of the hangouts. I'm not going to call them takeovers, although sometimes that's what's on the flyer, but nonetheless, I think that there are some distinctions between perhaps some of the activity that happens in Navy Yard and even some of the things that we have seen happen on, say, U Street, for instance. Sometimes the U Street activity isn't just hanging out. It's people on top of cars, those kinds of things, et cetera. How should we approach those types of incidents which do occur, which I think in some of these areas were kind of the impetus that led towards the extended curfew in those particular places? So I can kind of speak to personal experience when it comes to stuff like this. But I feel like they do say that one bad apple spoils the bunch, but I feel like when it comes to people trying to be outside and just have somewhere to be and have something fun to do, y'all should send those bad apples where they y'all should send the bad apples somewhere, but y'all shouldn't ruin it for everyone, because there's been countless times where I've been to an event and just because 2 people were fighting, now the whole event is shut down and everyone is just roaming the streets, lurking, doing nothing because y'all shut down the hangout. So like, I feel like we gotta hold people accountable. So deal with the apples, don't spoil it for the bunch. Okay. Another thing that we know has come up as well is that, as you mentioned in your testimony, right, it's not all DC kids. And I know that a lot of the young people are actually from Maryland and Virginia who are coming here. And while I could program all day long at our DPR centers, rec centers, et cetera, how do we communicate, or should we be communicating to the surrounding counties, et cetera, of like, these are the places that young people should go as opposed to some of the other activity? Like, I'm trying to figure out how do we sort of deal with this issue that like National Harbor
has a curfew. Pentagon City has a curfew. So folks are coming to DC. How do we deal with that?
Everyone should be welcome because clearly they need somewhere to go. I don't know what you think, Darion.
So I feel like previously when the curfew first started, and this was a couple years ago when they first implemented the curfew, the kids were going, instead of being in DC, they were going to those places that you just named.
Yeah.
So, and then they wind up implementing their curfew. And so now I feel like they come in here and trying to feel like children again, like be safe, have fun, without being imposed to like policing and stuff.
Yeah, it's just like they got ran out of one spot to go somewhere else, and now they're getting ran out of that spot too. So, like I said, it's feel like they being targeted, and that's not a good feeling. And when you trying to go somewhere and you trying to feel safe and have fun, and they keep telling you, "Oh no, you can't do this. Oh no, you can't do that," that makes you want to do it even more because it's like, dang, at least I'm not out here doing what other people are doing, and I'm trying to do something safer. I might be, with my friends, we might be a little loud and stuff, but that's just not like, it's not that serious.
Okay, so you guys are on sort of the older end of the age groups that we're kind of talking about, right? So one of the criticisms have been, the DPR programming, even the spring jam, et cetera, ends too early.
Yeah.
I'm put that in air quotes because 10 o'clock, 9:30. For certain age groups, for y'all, you 20, do you over 18. But like, what's the appropriate time for the 15, 14, 13-year-old crowd?
I think that's pretty reasonable, and I'm not trying to like speak to anyone's parenting, but when I was around that age, that was like my curfew time, like 10, 9:30, 10 o'clock, depending on the day, depending on the weather. But I feel like that's a pretty decent time. The earliest they should end is 10 o'clock. Like that's like pretty reasonable. But I feel like sometimes y'all should have transportation for some people to get back into, to like at least get them in a familiar area, because when they're heading back to the train station and they're walking past people that they might not be on good terms with, that's when things start to escalate. Because not most of the times when fights are occurring and stuff, it's after the event or outside of the event when people are seeing people they have issues with. So I feel like a more safer option would be transportation for them to and from these places, or even like to a train station or something, so they could be in a familiar area.
Can I speak
that
on
okay?
her?
Yeah.
I'm trying to speak on. So her last part, what she said, was really good, because my school, they provided transportation to certain stations. Like they had one that went to Anacostia, Southern Avenue, and in Congress Heights, for the kids to get home safely. And the bus would stop when they needed to stop. So it will stop conflict right then and there.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you all for your testimony. Really, really insightful. Thank you. Next, we'll have Penelope Spain with Open City Advocates, Leslie Redmond, Robert Vincent Branham, Carla Portilla. Yeah, she's coming. Okay. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. Cheryl Tracy. I see Mr. Branham. So if you can make your way, and then Cheryl Tracy, if you can make your way. You can have a seat up here. Yep. And Penelope Spain, you may begin.
Sure. Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and other council members as well, and staff. I actually don't have prepared comments for today, in large part because this hearing is not another opportunity to hear from me. But I did want to, first of all, commend you for establishing this roundtable, really elevating the voices of our young people, because that is who we really need to be hearing from at this critical moment. I am staunchly against curfews, but I wanted to zero in today a little bit in kind of maybe the wonkier space of federal law and what we need to be mindful of if we were to ever implement curfew, which sadly we are in this current moment. But so I wanted to really call attention to the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act. I've been working in the deep end of the juvenile justice system for over 20 years, and I served on the DC Juvenile Justice Advisory Group for over a decade. Most of the work that we did on the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group was to ensure that the district stayed in compliance with the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act, the federal law. One provision of that law is called the DSO, the Deinstitutionalization of Status Offenders. And that's really calling attention to the fact that young people who are being picked up in any form or fashion and not being charged with a delinquent offense, but instead a status offense, an offense that is due simply because of their age. Underage drinking or curfew would be good examples of that. Is that we are forbidden by federal law to allow for those status offenders to come into contact with those in the delinquency system. I think this is a really important point because it's really grounded in research and best practices that show that when we expose our young people to the criminal justice system, it actually exacerbates harm and sends them deeper into the system. So this is something that our federal government has said for decades now, that we should not be treating status offenders in the same way that we would delinquent young people. Sadly, I think that the way that the curfew has been implemented exposes children to those exact same harms, right? We're handcuffing young people, bringing them to the Youth Services Center, processing them through the very same Sally ports as delinquent youth, and in fact, exposing them to the delinquent, we're having both populations in the same exact spaces. That is a violation of federal law. It exposes the district as well as a result. So that's really what I want to say. And lastly, I suppose, is just the importance of the theory behind that is that young people are trying on new identities. This is the time that they're learning how to be in the world. And if we are treating them as delinquent or criminal youth, we're offering them that opportunity that we don't want to give them, right? We want them to see themselves as powerful forces in our community with a voice that we want to listen to. And that's why I'm really pleased that this hearing is happening today, where we really can elevate their voice and see them from that light instead of one to be controlled.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Robert Vincent Brennan.
Greetings and salutations. My testimony has been changed because of recent events. It is my purpose to speak boldly and bluntly in support of DC youth who are citizens of the District of Columbia. They may be too young to vote, but they still deserve to be respected and supported. The government's focus should be on offering youth hope, guidance, and opportunities to grow and survive. The issue is not if young people should not be held accountable. The issue is the wrongful and double standard in the implementation of justice. On Monday, the Washington Times published a commentary attacking me because I dared to question U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro about her public safety hypocrisy and dishonesty. The Times commentary disparaged me for questioning Ms. Pirro's call to lock up Black young children. This coordinated racism metastasized itself as the Times refused to publish a rebuttal from me, yet it did today publish a shorter version as a letter to the editor. Before this committee, the people of the District of Columbia, and directly to the Times, I declare I am not afraid to speak the truth. Ms. Pirro and the Times do not support due process for the people, particularly Black DC residents and youth. Ms. Pirro works for a 34 counts convicted felon, a man found liable for sexual assault, and who issued pardons to insurrectionists who assaulted police officers, yet they support public safety. Ms. Pirro has stated her office will not prosecute persons who walk the public with long guns. Let's think about what happened at the correspondence dinner. ICE agents shoot innocent Black DC residents, yet there are not any commentaries about the lives of DC residents being in jeopardy by the criminal conduct of ICE agents, by the Times or Ms. Pirro. Ms. Pirro is intellectually dishonest and disingenuous. The Times and Ms. Pirro are boldly misrepresenting the image of DC young Black people. They are intellectually hypocritical as they are silent to the criminal behavior of President Trump. Ms. Pirro and the Times have exposed themselves as non-believers in justice, dignity, and are willing not to believe in the best of DC Black children. The goal of Ms. Pirro and the Times is to keep all Black youth in the dark, out of sight, and grow up in prisons. The Times is aligned with the right wing. Young people often make bad and inappropriate decisions. So too have President Trump and Ms. Pirro, who are adults. It is indefensible to forgive and forget their transgressions while demanding young Black children be treated harshly in a biased system of justice. Ms. Pirro asked me to respect her service, but she will not respect mine. And it's my hope and prayer that she and the Times would respect all the people of the District of Columbia and offer them the same good measure of respect they adamantly and adoringly give to President Donald Trump. The Times and Ms. Pirro speak in support of racism and bigotry. Both should be held accountable for this. I thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. I don't think I was clear. No, I'm joking. Mr. Raymond, or Miss Redmond. I'm good. Leslie Redmond. Sorry about that.
No worries at all.
Grace and peace. My name is Leslie E. Redmond. I'm a third-generation Washingtonian, a proud product of DC public schools, and I was once a part of this DC youth population that we are talking about today. I went from a DC youth to a first-generation college graduate. I went on to pursue my JD, my MBA, and I passed the bar on my first attempt. And if there's any lawyers in the room, if you know, you know. I became the youngest president in the history of the Minneapolis NAACP, also serving when Brother George Floyd was murdered, and I helped corporations and philanthropic organizations usher in hundreds of thousands of dollars in the inner city communities. And I don't say this to boast on myself. I say this to boast on DC. I'm the product of a DC that invested deeply in its young people and believed in its young people. When our forever Mayor Marion Barry started that pipeline program, recognizing that young people needed opportunity and access to jobs and to put them in a position to succeed. That is me. And I also want to say something because Councilmember White also spoke to this. People are blaming the parents, but I also want to say that if it was only up to my parents for my well-being and my success, I would not be the woman that I am today. What you see today is a product of a system of investment, of an intentionality, and a village that stood up for young people. And that's why I'm here today. Right, Nene? Amen? And so I would go forward to say, when I came back to DC, I was a professor in Minnesota, actually teaching law for business leaders. And I really wanted to come home and activate. And so I started working at Bard High School Early College in Southeast. And what I saw was very disturbing, not only the violence outside, but inside of the schools. And again, it was really noting to a larger systemic issue. And what I also saw was concerned parents that recognize that our communities have been flooded with drugs, with guns, with disinvestment for so long, and now we're starting to see the product of that. I'm also a youth minister at my church, Pilgrim Baptist, which we just celebrated 115 years being in existence. And while I was there hosting a youth activation event, my nephews who were 13 and 14 years old were standing outside of the church, and some older teens attempted to rob them. And the only thing that stopped it was my presence, right? But it showed a powerful thing. One, how quickly our youth can become targets, and two, how the presence of concerned adults can actually make a difference, right? When I think about what's going on in our communities, I think about the fact that playgrounds have now been replaced with soccer fields, how youth spaces have continued to evaporate in plain sight, and we just haven't properly invested in our young people. I think we need to invest more money in grassroots organizations, churches, organizations. I think we need to expand our theory of these credible messengers beyond just people who have been impacted by the criminal justice system, people like myself who have succeeded and have come back to be a part of the community. Young people are not only our future, but they are our now. And from working very closely with them, I recognize that they have so much to offer to DC. And I pray that we will reinvest in them the way that DC invested in me.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Cheryl Tracy.
Good afternoon, all council members, youth lobbyists, and public speakers. And thank you, Councilmember Parker, for this roundtable. First, I'd like to start by stating that I am a Trump supporter. Yes, I am a Trump supporter. And now that everyone has their attention, our mayor for life also, and I only support Trump's gumption to address matters that are controversial and others that are afraid to address these issues. And that's the only reason I support him, because of his gumption. That's it. He steps out there. Our mayor for life also had gumption to address matters that may have been controversial, but he went full speed ahead to implement programs. Some worked, some didn't, but or some needed tweaking, but he did something. He did something. You never know what works until you try. The CARE Act, introduced by Zachary Parker in 2025, if I'm correct, and it's not a single bill, but it's a comprehensive bill, 16 bill legislative package focused on youth in Washington, D.C., especially those in the juvenile justice and child welfare system. What does CARE stand for? Coordinating assistance, rehabilitation, and empowerment. The overall goal is to improve outcomes for young people, shifting the system away from punishment and towards support, prevention, and rehabilitation. Some of this bill is in big debate for our council members. This plan sits right in the middle of a larger question whereby council members are divided, just like Congress. The efforts to implement these changes would require members to be vulnerable and attack these issues. I commend the advocates for presenting the issues. However, I'm disappointed that they bring rhetoric and no solutions. Key supporters of the CARE approach, Chair of Council Committee on Youth Affairs, driving a prevention first public health approach to youth crime. While not every vote is identical, Parker's approach tends to align with members who, sorry about that. While Parker's ideals are supported by Charles Allen, Janice Lewis George, and Robert White. And I want to say kudos to all of you all for understanding and seeing the problem. Oh my goodness.
If you could wrap up.
The other thing is, I don't want to age myself, but we used to have house parties. And at these house parties, this is where we would come together and just hang out. And I would suggest that we could find a place where the teens could just hang out. And it would have to be the late hours, like 9 to 12. Let's just hang out. Let them be free and just be free. And
Thank you for your testimony.
But I'll tell you.
No, thank you. And Penelope, if we could invite Carla Patia up, if you wouldn't mind just swapping chairs with her. I called too many people for the. And you may give your testimony whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carla Portillo, and I am one of the lead organizers of United Leaders for Freedom. We also form a part of the Youth Power and Safety Collective, aimed to protect and guarantee the safety of young people in DC, alongside with many other organizations. As a DC resident and someone who has attended DCPS schools throughout my academic years, I can assert to you that the youth curfews are not helpful and are not beneficial to youth. Instead, a curfew and curfew zones in DC allows for the over-policing of youth and also the utilization of excessive force. How are youth supposed to feel safe in our city if they are being harassed by police and other agencies? If MPD officers say to youth, and I quote, "We're going to get you," and are yanking children from bicycles and putting them at risk. Criminalizing and violating the rights of youth is not the answer. It's an attempt to silence their voice and allow the continuous abuse of power from MPD. The response that should be focused on is investing into the programs offered to youth, pouring into them with resources and beneficial career readiness that will prepare them for their future and impact them in a positive way. Creating more safe spaces around all areas of the city that allow youth to feel welcomed and catered to after a long day of school. I have participated firsthand in these safe spaces as a staff person, and it has a great purpose to serve as a welcoming environment to youth where they can interact with each other, eat some food, and be carefree. These programs and spaces don't take much to create. Please invest where it is needed. Please don't give up on our youth and the opportunities that they deserve to have access to. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Again, we'll do a quick round of questions if there are questions. I don't have follow-ups for everyone, but I did want to come to you, Ms. Redmond. I really appreciated your insight. You talked about it being a system of investment into the young people, and that's what helped you succeed. What can you parse that out a little bit more? What specific investments should we as a city be making so that our young people can thrive like you?
Thank you. Workforce development is a huge one. The summer job program, I remember when I was growing up, everyone can get a summer job. When I was working at BARD, a lot of the students would come to me and say, "Ms. Leslie, can you help us get a job?" And I was already doing 10 jobs outside of the job I was supposed to be doing, so I couldn't help them as much. But I think there needs to be more resources because there is a desire and willingness. And the only other thing I would say about that is when we can get them into a job, we can actually I was working for the Department of the Interior from 16 to 22, and that was because of the summer youth program, right? And so I think we need to invest in more programs like that. And then also entrepreneurial as well. When I was in high school, there was a group of young people from Wilson. They were called Team Major, and they would host the local go-go's that went on in the community. And so there are young people who already have the answers. We just have to invest in them and bring it to life.
I really appreciated that. And then Carla, you two spoke about work development. How should we be thinking about that, both for the Marionberry Youth Leadership Program, but also external to that? You had the mic on and you turned it off. No, the light.
I'm sorry. I feel like just having programs that are able to kind of guide them in the correct path for them to be ready for college, or other she also said like entrepreneurship as well. That is something that I feel like I didn't have in high school, and that would have helped me a lot.
So can I push a little bit? And I'm just going to be real. So let's say we create that program. How do we ensure that the same self-motivated young people that are going to apply to everything and excel anyway are not seizing all of these opportunities? How do we get those opportunities to the students most at risk to help turn their lives around?
I believe that maybe being able to just address their situation in the most holistic way possible, hearing from their individual experiences, not only as DC students, but also being in DCPS, and how does that contribute to their own experience that they've had. I feel like also being able to cater to all different areas of DC and all the different wards, so that it's assured that everyone is able to participate, not just certain areas, is also important. But yeah.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there for the sake of time, but I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much. Thank you to this panel. I'm going to keep it brief as well. I want to make sure we reach our young people, but a couple things I want to lift up. One, Cheryl Tracy, were you offering your home for a house party? Because that's how I heard it.
Absolutely. Actually, the home that I live in, it was my husband's home, and it was a very popular house party house.
Love it.
And people would just come and just hang out. So I'm thinking that maybe we could have a place, which I had chatted with Allison about where a private venue and do that call or however they figure out how to get there, and just let them hang out with people that just hang out with each other, but maybe have people that could help offer programs, some cards and things. And the other major thing I want to say is I think that this follows Councilmember Janice last night when she discussed small businesses. What's wrong with having whatever programs that come, like the young lady mentioned, she needed a space. Let her have a space, fund it. And what we could do to ensure that the finances are going the right way, maybe in your office, Councilmember, we'll manage the money for them. Let them bring the ideas and.
So I want to pick up on that, and then I want to let my colleagues go. I do think we can't go around in circles talking about it forever. And, Councilmember Parker just raised a good question. How do we make sure all youth get an opportunity? I have a philosophy, because I've done it wrong a lot of years, but the process must be ready, fire, aim, which is to say, start and perfect as you go. We'll spend years trying to say, how do we catch everybody? How do we do everything right? We've got to start somewhere. And to your point, we are identifying $90 million in an increased budget for the police department. Could we not develop a fraction of the budget and say, we are going to be led by youth on what we do with this money and see if it prevents violence? The other thing I want to lift up, because I'm going to be fighting for it in this budget, because it came from young people. Some young people I think are going to testify today, but they kept asking for mentorship. So I said, what's the easiest way to get a citywide mentorship program is give leave to DC government employees, 1 hour a week, paid leave to mentor or tutor a young person. We've passed the bill, but my hope is that we will fund it. Because we've got to listen to young people and then we've got to act on it. But if we just identify, in addition to that, a piece of budget and say, look, this belongs to young people. Our goal is to listen to them, to implement what they say, and see if it works. So thank you all very much.
And we need people outside of DC here too. So yes.
Thank you for your testimony. We will turn to Councilmember Henderson.
I'll be brief, Councilmember. A thread that kind of came up, Ms. Redmond, in your testimony, and even Ms. Tracy in yours, was around private spaces or private businesses being. I'm curious, Ms. Redmond, you talked about the group at Wilson who used to sponsor the Teen Go-Go's. And what I've noticed, at least from, we're gonna call them the teen gatherings, we've got some budding, I wanna be a party promoter.
Hello.
I see it, right? You wanna gather, you wanna have a theme and all the whatever, but you don't necessarily have a space. I guess the question I have is, how do we make those connections to some of the private spaces? Does that make sense?
120%. And I also want to know what you're saying is like these transferable skills. And I think a part of it is being able to identify it for the young people, because they have the skill set, they have the network, but they might not have the language and they might not have the connections, right? And so that's why I really wanted to push on. Yes, I think DC employees are good, but I think there are so many people in the community who have a lot of these skill sets as well, who could be very helpful. And then, those people from Team Major, I still know Jordan and TJ and all of them are still around, right? Like a lot of these things, we don't have to recreate the wheel if it's something that young people are interested in. There really could be pipelines and mentorship to invest in these young people. And one more point that I wanted to say about like the leaders, just like we need you all to lead and represent, young people need young people to lead and represent. When I was a DC student, we came and we protest right here at the Wilson building back in my day. And it was the student leaders who did that. And just naturally, there are going to be some people that rise to the top, but we want to get the people that's going to grab the other people who are maybe not engaged. So trying to figure out inclusive leadership.
Can I ask a question? And I would just say, like, we have a meeting I'm trying to organize with some of the bid leaders, because like I don't think this is all a government issue, but for some of the business improvement, clearly the young people want to be in your corridors. So how can some of the programming that you have address some of the, right? I don't need you to start something new, but waterfront, for instance, Capitol Riverfront bid, every summer they do like a summer concert series. Okay, maybe one night, I don't know, it's a DJ instead of a band or something to that effect. The other thing though that I wanted to ask, it left me. It sure did. So I'm gonna leave it there. Yep, I'm gonna leave it there. It was there, but it's not there anymore.
It's all good. It's okay. I want to say thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before you go, there's something I'd say. I'm sitting here. I said my testimony was changed. Let me say this. I am not a Trump supporter, okay? I am not a Trump supporter. And not only that, but I think I implore this council to take up a challenge to Ms. Pirro. She wants to take away your authorities to promote and to prosecute. She wants to be able to have the authority and the right to prosecute young people and send them to jail. And you really get her here, invite her here, invite her here. She's so bold and brave. She goes on Fox News all the time. The president goes on Fox News. Invite them here.
Understood.
Invite them here.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I remember.
Yes, okay, I'm gonna come to you. I did have one follow-up question, Mr. Brenham. Do you support the designated curfews? I wasn't clear in your testimony.
I support programs. Curfew already exists. Let's begin.
That's right.
The curfew already exists.
So I
we
didn't know which column.
We cannot say that children are not permitted to go in certain parts of the city where they live and where their parents pay taxes. You know, you can't say you can't go here, you know, but you can go there at 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock at night, but you can't go there at 7 o'clock in the evening.
I didn't mean to get you worked up. I'm sorry. I want to turn back to.
Sorry. I remembered. Ms. Rubman, I think you mentioned in your testimony that you used to work for DCPS.
I did.
Okay, if you are still a DCPS employee, then feel free not to answer this question. Okay. So then, I guess I mentioned this during the ledge meeting, but I think one of the sad points of the past school year was when DCPS said students are no longer allowed to go to a football game without a parent. It was like a low point for us, and I felt like that should have been a catalyst to having a conversation, because a football game is a third space.
Yeah.
You should be able to go to a football game on a Friday night and hang out with your friends. And I recognized that there was behaviors that were happening, but it feels like there was never a conversation around what we should do. To Honesty's point earlier, we just said, okay, fine, nobody can come, as opposed to what should the protocols be.
Yep.
I just know from your perspective as an educator on that.
Yeah, 100%. And one of my students is here. She's gonna be speaking later, but 100% that what you're saying, and I know the one young lady said we shouldn't call it teen takeover, teen gathering. The same things that are happening in the community are the same things that's happening in the schools. And I don't think that the schools are actually equipped and have the networks with the community and people who could actually make a difference. Because you'll have a lot of people that's not from DC. I was one of the few DC natives that was in that building. And so you have people coming in that's not from DC, don't understand DC dynamics, don't understand what these young people are having to navigate every day, trying to really constrict and conform them into the social status. And so I agree with you, there need to be a lot more conversation, but there also needs to be a lot more connection, activating the ecosystem, like you said, the businesses, the churches, the grassroots organizations, the schools, government. We need to all really be working together, because we're not gonna be able to fix this in isolation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to keep moving for the sake of time. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Nick Deldon, DC Safe Streets Coalition, Janice Patterson, Zakayla Nicholson with We Got Voices Too. And if you're in the room and making your way up, if you could just raise your hand or make a noise so I know you're at least coming. Otherwise, we're going to keep ticking through. Denise Garty with Advancement Project. Derek Floyd. Jill Perry. All right, we're gonna keep going. Nene Taylor, where Harriet's Dreams. Frankie Sebron, Harriet's Dreams. And we'll stop there for now. First, we'll hear from Denise. You make, yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Gardy, and I'm an attorney with the Advancement Project in DC. I'm here today because for the last few months, my colleagues and I have been interviewing and listening to young people of DC. And to bring it down, okay. And to date, we've interviewed over 30 DC youth for a report that we're releasing soon. The goal of which is to center the voices of DC's Black young people to show that alternatives to increased policing and extended curfews not only exist, but they're being named by young people impacted by these policies across DC right now. What young people have told us really demands your attention, especially before the council takes another action at this on this youth curfew legislation. I'd like to start, however, with some history to ground us, and because this moment did not arrive out of nowhere. DC has been down this road before. In 1971, when DC Council proposed its first youth curfew, Council Vice Chairman Sterling Tucker warned plainly that it would target, quote, a poor Black kid in the wrong neighborhood at the wrong time. A community coalition of adults and youth called the Neighborhood Planning Council strongly opposed the proposed curfew and called it, quote, an invasion of individual privacy and an attack on their personal dignity and freedom as citizens. And that was in 1971. The community showed up, fought against the implementation of this youth curfew, and as a result of their protests, that 1971 curfew failed. In 1987, the city passed a curfew on go-go clubs, one of the few affordable, joyful spaces Black youth and teenagers could gather and have a good time. In 1989, a federal judge struck down another youth curfew, calling it an attack on constitutional values that subjected the district's youth to virtual house arrest. Which brings us to today. In July 2025, the council passed an emergency curfew legislation and curfew zones were placed in Navy Yard and U Street, et cetera. The exact spaces where Black and brown youth had claimed as their own. In our interviews, a 14-year-old told us last summer U Street was one of my favorite places to be. It was real fun. This year, I really don't think I'll be down U Street as much as last year. A 12-year-old said, I still want to go outside. Sometimes I want to go outside just to play. I'm still under the age, but I just don't want to go through all that trouble. One young person shared, it's just a general message in the media that Black and brown young people as a whole are just absolutely wild and out of control. There's this idea that if you look a certain way or fall into a certain stereotype, then that means that you are doing bad things, which is just not true. These are young people who should be cared for, and the city's answers has been soldiers, pepper spray, and curfews. This is not public safety. This is a reactive stance that punishes young people for being present in public spaces. One young person stated they're criminalizing kids. They basically took the spots where kids are mostly at to have fun and just snatched it from them. It was like, hey, go somewhere else. Then it comes to the point where it is, what if they go somewhere else and you're going to snatch that from them as well? Young people we interviewed had already told you what it looks like to show up for them. Extended recreation center hours, investment in youth programming, mental health resources, youth employment programs, and an end to the criminalization of simply being Black and young. And if I can end on one young person's statement, I'll say that, by quote, this person said, why do young people need to be controlled? At the end of the day, we are the next generation. Our decisions are what makes the foundation of the next generation. By trying to control us, you are conforming us back to what you are used to, what your times had, what you're accustomed to. The whole point is, as humans already at the base form, our natural motive is evolution, to grow, to become something different. If we keep trying to control the next generation, nothing's going to change. We shouldn't be controlled. We will have our falling outs. We will have our moments where we make mistakes, but we will never learn from those mistakes if we don't make them. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you submitted your testimony? If you can please make sure you do. And if possible, to share the quotes from the young people that you surveyed.
Sure.
Awesome. Jill Perry.
Thank you. My name is Jill Perry, and I'm a Ward 5 resident and a community member passionate about helping the youth. Just want to state what everyone else is saying, that the youth curfew sole focus is punitive measures, which perpetuates the cycle of violence, and it's not the answer. But it's also very important to address the issues of the curfew zones that I feel like we don't say enough is that the Navy and the waterfront are home to the baseball teams and the Washington Spirit. Tickets cost $40 to $140. Chinatown hosts the Washington Capitals with tickets of upwards of $250. That doesn't even account for the concert venues, the restaurant, and the bars that gives the teens a message you can see but you can't touch. And then U Street, historically known as Black Broadway, was the heart of African-American culture, business, and jazz. Up into the early 20th century, it was a hub during segregation, with the iconic Lincoln and Howard Theater all destroyed during the assassination of Martin Luther King. And we might note that the Commander Stadium will create the same situation as we've got going on at these other curfew zones. That being said, the DPR construction projects to date, budgeted back to 2022 and then budgeted, has spent $385,923,804, forgive my math if I make small changes, on new construction and adjustments. But yet, with all the money that remains, it's a gross amount of money spent, the centers remain grossly and dangerously understaffed and underutilized, resulting in empty rooms, no program, and without transparency or accountability, there is little profit motive or interest or incentive in retaining costs and improving the quality of the services and resources. Maintaining the status quo creates huge inequalities, disinvestment, and a complete neglect of the community, exacerbating the already extreme wealth gaps between the white and the Black communities. By creating a web of partnerships, the Boys and Girls Club, other local nonprofits, local organizations, creating an outstanding youth and community employment programs, filling the recreation centers with needed resources, milk and food and diapers and formula, toothpaste and shampoo, all of the things that people need that they can walk in and help themselves to in their own community, would create more unity and a more resilient community working together to create intergenerational support systems. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Nene Taylor.
How you doing? My name is Nene Taylor. I'm a DC native, and I'm also a Trump supporter. So no, and being a Trump supporter, I did not prepare a testimony. So I'm going to speak from the heart. No, honestly, I'm someone that's outside, inside, in the courtrooms, at the Wilson Building, and outside with the youth. I have a program where I literally have my staff go out there to the youth zones. I've been out there along with my program manager, program director, during these youth times to make sure that we tell the youth to go home, or support, as we did with the DC, the Department of Recreation's meetup for the kids. But my problem is we can't police our way out of this. And I want to first, and Frankie will tell you, I actually was upset with myself that I got triggered by the police on how they were handling our youth. And I was more so embarrassed that I actually asked the cops to de-escalate another cop that was holding a big pepper spray gun, saying, and he grabbed the youth who was just trying to go down to the subway station. I say, hey, y'all need to de-escalate him before he harms someone. And he yelled, de-escalate yourself. And so and he was like, move, move, move. So I wanted to give him the same energy he was giving our youth. And I ended up like cussing in front of the youth and calling him out his name. But that's not what I want my youth to see. But also I need to protect my youth, because I was that youth. And just like Leslie and Ayanna Ford is here, we were here. I've been successful, born and raised in Southeast in the projects, because I had a job ever since I was 14 years old, because of Mayor Burry. And that made me a productive person. And because you all gave programs, I was that bad kid became a busy kid. And I was busy learning how to do the things that were at my recreation center. It's nothing I don't know how to do. I know how to play tennis. I know how to play basketball. I know how to play softball. I know how to play football. I know how to sew. I know how to cook. I know how to go build a go-kart. There's nothing I don't know how to do because I didn't have to be in the streets. So I want y'all to invest in resources, and don't worry, I'm okay. If y'all gonna do like an amendment, don't say you're gonna do the amendment and don't have the funding to supplement the time. I'm here for the amendment, but how are we gonna do an amendment and say these Deep Park of Recreation is gonna do this thing and y'all pulling money from DPR? So that's what I'm saying. Don't criminalize our youth. I got a child right now that 25 cops came up for fighting in school. 25 cops for fighting. That's not okay. And I'm gonna give y'all the time, but I'm just saying I'm lived experience. Don't police your way out this situation. We need resources and not cops.
Thank you. Thank you, Nene. Next, we'll hear from Frankie.
Frankie C. Braun, third generation Washingtonian. I have two children. My oldest will be 17 years old this year and goes to high school in Ward 7. 4.6 GPA, if I might add. But Samaya testified in front of the council in December. And their words were, and I quote, "We don't need more uniforms or curfews. We don't need more prying eyes of teachers. Administrators and law enforcement, we need and deserve safe spaces." So what I can say that the council did do is DPR did provide a safe space. When you are inside of those DPR walls, the kids are having fun. They're playing basketball. They're doing various things. When you leave the DPR area, I mean lines of cops as if it is a military style parade. You have MPD, there's National Guard, there's a cop everywhere you go. There are police shining lights in the eyes of kids. There are police pulling children off of bikes that are not in curfew zones. And what we really, really need to remember is that DC is still occupied. What children need when they're leaving those DPR spaces is a different adult. Because going from somewhere of safety directly into a carceral setting, if somebody's shining light in your eyes and has a gun on their hip, how are you going to respond? Are you going to be calm if they're threatening you with pepper spray, with something that looks like an assault rifle? I'm not gonna stay calm. I'm probably gonna cuss somebody out, right? And so $89 million additional has been allocated to MPD when there's already a bloated budget. $92 million they spent on overtime last year, y'all. Like, so let's be very serious. DPR's funding is cut, but MPD keeps getting more money. Whether MPD does a good job or a bad job, y'all keep giving them more money. And I feel dismayed because where's Brooke Pinto? Where is she? Why isn't she here right now? If she wants the full scope of what's happening, she needs to hear from every single youth that's in this room, because these are the children who have to interface the violence. That's who's dealing with cops in these curfew zones. I'm a mother of teens. 2 young boys were shot in Northeast DC and my heart broke because my 17-year-old's best friend lives around the corner from the Circle K. So when I tell you my heart broke. I have the access to be able to take my kids out of the city, do different things with them for spring break. Allow y'all, invest. You have to invest. We have to be creative. And Harris Wildest Dreams and these other programs cannot be the only people who are making sure that the cops don't mess with our kids. We need more of y'all down there. I invite you, Zachary Parker, to come out. I invite you, Robert White, to come out with us, see what these zones look like. Come be a part, actually physically a part of the solution.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Nick Deldon, who is virtual.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, thank you. All right, that's a surprise. My name is Nick Deladon, and I represent the DC Safe Streets Coalition. And I really applaud what you're doing here today to get views from the youth. On Easter weekend, a 10-year-old was riding his bike in a bike lane. He was riding an e-bike, and he was hit by an ATV, and he suffered brain damage. And the mother was quoted as saying afterwards that I thought my son would be safe in a bike lane. And this, I'd like to call attention to the fact that the city is actually encouraging more and more e-bikes on the street without limitation, without qualification, without precaution, without safeguards. And people do not know what is safe and what is unsafe. The mother trusted, but her trust was misplaced in the city. We need something. So our coalition is sponsoring a campaign this year for e-bike regulation, and that would include registration of the e-bike like a motorcycle, tags, insurance, certification that they could be on the street and they knew what they were doing. And it would involve a minimal intervention from the police. Everybody says, well, how are you going to enforce it? If somebody spent money to register their vehicle and took the time to take a test that they were certified to ride in the street, they would have a more mature attitude when they got on their bike because they knew they might be recognized and caught and held accountable. And so it might be self-policing. Something has to be done. It's a wild, wild west in the streets. And but I applaud the intention to listen to the youth and see what they need and meet their needs. What we need, though, is some safety in the streets for all of us. And it does affect the pedestrians and seniors, particularly. The e-bikes are scary. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have no questions, but I'll turn to Councilmember Robert White to see if you have questions.
Thank you. I want to thank our witnesses. I do want to make sure we can get to as many youth and they don't have to leave, so I'm going to skip questions. Thank you.
And then, wait, before you leave, Councilmember Trayon White, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. I want to thank everyone who came out. I think it's important that we hear the ambulance.
Awesome. Thank you. Next, we will, again, we're flexing with the agenda based on young people's schedule. Lionel Allen, Aaliyah Moody, Zahana Green, if they're here.
See Nicholas Deladon with a hand up on the line. I'm not sure.
All right, I'll call them again. Lionel Allen, Aaliyah Moody, Zahana Green. They're coming. Okay. And then we'll also have Kamon Freeman on this panel as well. Welcome, welcome. You can have a seat up here at the panel. What's your name? What's your name? Zayana. Okay. I may start with you because I don't see the two others that I called. I'm told that Lionel and Aaliyah are on their way. But for the sake of time, Zayana, why don't we have you start with your testimony?
Okay, good evening. My name is Ayana, and I'm a resident of Washington, D.C. Ward 8. I'm here today to speak about the issue of the proposed teen curfew. I understand that the intention behind the curfew is to improve public safety and protect young people. As someone who cares deeply about our community, I share that goal. However, I believe We need to take a thoughtful approach that balances safety with fairness and opportunity for our youth. Teenagers are not monolith. Many are working late shifts, participating in school activities, helping their families, or simply spending time in a safe, supervised environment. A strict curfew risks unintentionally penalizing responsible young people who are doing the right thing. If the concern is safety, we should also consider addressing root causes such as access to safe spaces, youth programs, and community support rather than relying on the enforcement. Curfews can sometimes strain relationships between young people and law enforcement, especially when they are applied unevenly. I encourage the council to consider alternatives and modifications such as responsible exemptions, clear guidelines, and investments in youth engagement programs. Policies are most effective when they are fair, practical, and supported by the community. Our goal should be to keep young people safe while also respecting their growth, independence, and contributions to our city. Thank you for taking your time to listen to me.
You did a great job. Wait, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. We have some questions for you when you're done, but you did a great job. I'm not seeing the other two coming, so I'm gonna also invite Nathaniel Kundret to join us, as well as Rosalind Lake. And come on, you can begin with your testimony.
I attended a Bernie Sanders event last night at the U.S. Capitol Auditorium on the existential threat of AI and the need for international cooperation, because there has been no serious effort to regulate AI like was done to regulate nuclear weapons, despite the fact industry experts report that it has a 20% chance, at least a 20% chance, to destroy all of humanity. And it just amazes me just how many people think our kids are a bigger threat, even when the Voting Rights Act being gutted. But what really breaks my heart is to see so many Black people supporting the further criminalization of our kids in a corrupt system designed for them to fail. I am grateful for Councilmember Parker, my Ward 5 councilman, on his youth alternatives to Teen Takeovers. I would like to expand the platform by inviting all these young people to join me at 14th and U for a Stevie Wonder birthday block party celebrating his protest song for MLK holiday, May 13th, 6 to 9 p.m. I think a deep dive into Stevie Wonder's catalog is a great way for an intergenerational dialogue. Another opportunity to discuss the need to address the root causes of crime and violence, rather than a circular firing squad of the same reactionary policies. DC has more police per capita than any city in America, and America has the largest prison system in the entire world. Clearly, the existing policies are failing to rise to meet the moment, but rather simply continue to profit from it. In this city, the average white family has 81 times the wealth of the average Black family. Over 30% of our kids live in poverty. That's twice the national average. So if you have twice the national average, you should expect twice the problems. Did you know that an undeveloped mind, and I submit that's anyone under 21, is deprived of 4 key nutrients? They are 51% more prone to violent behavior. Who lives in food deserts? When people hear this, they say, oh, you're making excuses for bad behavior. If you give a kid too much sugar and tell them to sit down and be quiet, what is that kid going to do? Now, is something wrong with the kid or what's being given to the kid? And what have we given our kids? Poverty, violence, trauma, dysfunctional systems designed for a desired outcome, where government-sponsored crack epidemics broke homes and families. So no, before you criminalize the least of us, what is the most you have done for us? Why isn't chess part of the DC public school system when it has been proven to be an effective training method for conflict resolution and critical thinking? For decades, Vaughn Bennett and the DC State Chess and Mazi Mustafa of Words, Peace, and Life on WPFW 89.3 FM have been contributing to undeveloped minds in an effort to do just that. Hopefully the new mayor will support this and the Washington Teachers Union. I keep hearing about spaces. WEAC Radio and the Go-Go Museum has a performance space behind our buildings called Bundy's Secret Garden, named for our business partner who lost his life to violence. The city could sponsor more concerts and events to be held there. Spike Lee is screening his iconic film School Days at the Lincoln Theater tomorrow at 8 p.m. Who is willing to co-sponsor young people to see it? Finally, the Marion Summer Youth Employment Program needs to be paying these young people a living wage. I support a paid mentorship program. We need to engage more young people at the budget table. As you well know, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. We should not be engaging in collective punishment that is defined as a war crime under international humanitarian law by stealing all young people's summer. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Nathaniel.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathaniel Kundrat. I teach sixth grade Earth and Space Sciences, and I run the DC Scores program of 48 poet athletes at Brookland Middle School. So to contribute to the prioritization of youth voices around the topic of third spaces, I polled my students about places they'd prefer to gather after school. Over half of them voted for turf fields, believe it or not. To understand the response, I believe some context would be helpful. Councilmember White, you previously asked why the youth would travel outside of their community to hang out with their peers, and you received a powerful response from honesty, that their community isn't always safe. I would like to build on that response by adding that spaces which have been made safe are often rented out. The loss of the DPR historical permit has had a huge impact on the availability of field space for DC Scores. We've lost half of our outdoor practices since March, and as of this week, we will not have the chance to practice outside again for 3 weeks. This has impacted players and their willingness to participate in the program. Just yesterday, I had a student skip practice to hang out with his friend because he wanted to be outside, and he got into an altercation. He said it was just playing, but we know how quickly that can turn serious. The reason why our students overwhelmingly cited their desire for turf fields at Turkey Thicket Recreation Center is because the field has been in terrible conditions for years. Plagued by chuck holes, field depressions, and dirt patches. And yet our players finish every practice by cleaning up the trash on the field and not just what's been left by our team. This is a habit that stuck after one of our service learning projects focused on reducing gun violence in our community. Every day that we go out to practice and find that the field has been rented out to those from outside our community, our poet athletes respond the same way. That's our field. And often they charge me with the responsibility to remove them. They think I have way more power than I do. But they've inspired me to use what power I do have, my testimony. Councilmember Parker, you asked how we make sure that the support we give goes to the youth who need it most. And that's who DC Scores services. Many of my poet athletes at Brookland Middle School go home to dual income households and parents who work multiple jobs. Some scholars are even tasked with taking care of their younger siblings. This conversation does not happen outside the context of the economic reality for DC families. So it's important that the ultimate priority of the third spaces we develop is fostering community rather than generating revenue. And while this is a multifaceted issue, I want to emphasize the importance of equipping our youth with the skills they need to thrive. DC Scores helps build emotional resilience and communication skills both on the pitch and in the classroom. But without reliable field space, we're left to operate with one of our hands tied behind our back. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we'll have Rosalind Lake.
Hello. Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to do this right. Good evening. My name is Rosalind Lake. I'm here with Empower at DC today, but I'm also a proud teacher at Paul International High School. I'm on my 8th year teaching here in the district. I didn't want to do no testimony anymore because a lot of times I testify and people like to come at me crazy. First of all, I have young siblings and I think I'm gonna have one living with me soon. So this whole situation with the curfew is really near and dear to my heart. I'm only here in Washington, DC because I truly believe that our students can set the standards for education across the nation and even the world. We're not the only city that's dealing with teen takeovers. Like that needs to be clear. We're not the only city that's dealing with that. And something that I really, really dislike about DC politics is that politics get confused with how our young people are living. I've lived in Ward 7, Ward 8, and now I live in Ward 5 due to my own safety. I'm gonna continue with my thing. The structure starts at home. Our young people should be at home at a reasonable hour. I agree. However, they need to feel safe and they need to have whoever's policing them. I don't like the word policing. Whoever's trying to keep them out of harm's way, they need to learn how to communicate with children. I am not I'm not a principal, I'm a teacher. I like teaching. I could lead, I don't want to. In my school, I really, really respect Paul because even as I'm testifying today, we're hosting a youth dance for free for the kids because it traumatizes me as an educator that our young people are in a city with so many resources and so much powerful knowledge that people are not mentoring them. I don't understand how you have companies in the district that don't go into this public charter school and into these schools to mentor our kids. I will continue. We have to build community because we are operating in isolation. We must invest in youth center alternatives, like everybody here is saying, especially during our school breaks. The last time I came into this building, I had to testify because a student of mine got shot, and that was traumatizing for me and for all her peers in our school community. But you have it, and it happens every summer. Every summer, you go to a school and somebody doesn't come back. We got to have a real conversation. I'm not for people policing children, but I am for solutions. Are we going to start investing in having the families that are doing the right thing? Are we going to bring them to the table? Do you guys need to say to the school what kids are coming on time, what kids are not missing school? And the school needs to give you guys data so those parents can help teach the parents of the children out in the streets. At the end of the day, they're kids, but they are not, it's not safe for them to be out there. If my young brother is in a DC young party at night and a grown woman hits on him, like flirts with him, I'm gonna feel uncomfortable. The same way a grown man would like try to flirt with a young lady. That's the issue that I have with the whole curfew.
Thank
I'm
you.
done.
Thank you for your testimony. We will move to questions, but I do want to acknowledge that we've been joined by my Ward 7 colleague, Wendell Felder. And, I wanted to start here with Zahana. What would you say are the motivations for young people gathering in these team meetups? If you can push the microphone.
I would say the motivations that have us doing that. I think
There's no wrong answer.
like what make us do it, right?
Yeah.
When it feel good outside.
Say that one more time.
I think the weather,
So when the weather is nice,
yeah,
you want to meet up with other young people from across the city.
yeah. And then it just become a bigger group.
And how do you know other young people hear about these meetups?
Social media,
Which
TikTok,
platforms in particular?
TikTok and Instagram.
And so you see the flyer, and then I assume you talk to other friends, say, we're going to go to this.
Yeah.
Okay, so now walk me through it. You go to the event, and then what happens? You see people you know?
Yeah. When you go to events, you often see many people you know or people you went to school with or something, and then it just connects from there. But also, everybody, just because some people behavior is one way, don't make the next person behavior one way. Or it could be people, it could be good people in a group and bad people. That don't make them alike.
Well, we're going to reframe that. I don't think they're bad people.
Bad people, but people make decisions that aren't right.
That's right. I've seen some of these flyers, and it says, bring your own drink, bring your own weed. We're going to have music, whatever. Like what? Where are young people accessing liquor and other things to bring to these meetups?
They use their relatives that's old enough to purchase it.
And so you would say the relatives know they're giving it to them and they want them to take it to the meetup.
Yeah.
And so,
well, hold on.
Again, there's no wrong answer. And I would just ask to minimize reactions. And I thank you for just being brave enough to be up here. But let me ask this. When there are incidents that happen, like let's say a fight breaks out, what then happens amongst the young people?
Everybody start to scatter and gather or whatever. But the police, they don't make it better either. They try to they go straight to violence or their batons or mace or something instead of having a conversation or just taking those two groups or whatever it is To de-escalate the situation.
Can you say more about that?
Okay, I don't, okay, I don't know. Okay, so they be telling us like they want us to go home and stuff, right? But they also keep us outside of the station, like Navy Yard, for example. They send groups down at a time, which makes sense, but then again, it doesn't because you still have people on that property, and then more people come, and it just makes it worse if you still going to use the mace or whatever.
So they're saying go home, but at the same time, they're preventing you from entering the station to exit. And when you see the officers with batons or pepper spray or their weapons, what reaction does that,
Bring to me.
yes, cause for you?
Stay out the way. I don't get in the way of it, but I watch from a distance.
Okay. And I heard earlier, another young person said, well, we should just deal with the young people that are fighting, remove them and let everybody else continue to hang out. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yes, but no, because sometimes it's things that trigger other people, and everybody come from different homes and stuff. So you don't know what's going to trigger the next person. So it's probably a reasonable reason as to why somebody is fighting or a prior incident to the event or whatever.
Understood. Last question. I'm clear from your testimony, you don't support these designated curfews. Is that right?
I don't.
So what should we be doing as a city so that we don't have hundreds of young people gathering, running around, and that ultimately lead to acts of violence?
Longer recreation hours.
So you think if we were to say, you can go, what's a rec center near you? Where you?
Be hope.
So if we were to say Fairby Hope is going to stay open later, on the weekends later, you think young people would go there versus going to a meetup?
I feel like that's everybody was going to recreations first before even Navy Yard or anything for real. But the recreations closed at like 8 or something, and parents let their kids be out later than that, like my mom. But it's just how you go about certain situations outside and how you curate it.
Understood. Well, I want to say thank you for coming. I'm sure my colleagues have questions for you, but I think you did a really great job and provided great insight for us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much to this panel. Ms. Lake, good to see you again. And I apologize, I tried to write down your last name, Kundra. What DPR permit change did you say happened? Okay.
The DPR historical permit, to my knowledge, the program was removed and there is no longer a DPR historical permit, and DC Scores was a program that was benefiting from it. DC Scores being a nonprofit, the typical permitting window, we don't fall until after public schools through DCIAA and DCSAA get first access to field space, and oftentimes that after school window is tightly contested.
Okay, I appreciate. I'm gonna have to look into that to learn more about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman, thank you for your testimony. It's always thoughtful and on point. Zahana, are you in school?
Yeah.
What grade?
12.
Oh, okay, excellent, excellent. Well, you did an incredible job testifying. One of the things I noticed, you seem more confident than when I started as a council member, so kudos. If you go back to my old hearings, I sound nervous. But so, this is such an important hearing that Councilmember Parker has put together, but it's because of the youth voices, right? We are learning something because of you all. If you could design the hangout space that you and your friends want to go to, what would be there?
Me and my friends, or me and like the people around my age?
Let's start with you and your friends.
I don't know.
Would there be music?
Oh yeah, it would be music, but I'm thinking talking about like what kind of activities would be the most.
Anything. Would it be inside or outside or both?
It would be both.
Both, okay. What would you do when you were there, you think?
We'll have like contests, food to eat.
So it'd be fun.
Yeah, it'd be like a cookout or something.
Okay. So, when you were answering Councilmember Parker's questions, one of the things I thought about was when I grew up, we went to go-go's, right? Fights happened at go-go's, but not most people. And most of us didn't want to be involved in a fight. But the people who were sitting in these seats at the time would blame the go-go's for the violence in the city, as if you went for the fights, not you went to enjoy it, and they were fights that you tried to avoid, right? And so this is such an important time for us to listen. But what's going to matter most is what happens after this hearing, is whether anything changes because of what you all said. And if nothing changes, then I'm willing to bet you will lose confidence in elected officials and whether or not it matters if you show up here. So I have to leave soon because I have a candidate debate on law, safety, and justice on this issue. I'm gonna be talking about some of my lessons learned here. But I want to say before I go how proud I am of you all for showing up, for bringing things to light that were not clear before, and for the adults that help facilitate for a lot of you all. It takes a lot to show up, but it is really important for this council and for the mayor to do something different after this hearing and then this budget. Otherwise, it's all performative. I just want to thank you, recognize that your presence and your contributions. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Karen.
Next, Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, for convening this meeting. And so, Hannah, I echo my colleague's sentiments. I appreciate your transparency. I'm just going to dive in the interest of time. How has the curfew affected your daily life?
My daily life. It didn't affect me, not gonna lie. But I'm just speaking for if it was to affect me and my peers.
Understood.
Yeah.
And do you feel like the curfew is fair or unfair?
I feel like it have its pros and cons.
Okay. Did you want to talk about what you think some of the pros are?
The age. Well, no, I think that's a con actually.
Okay. There's no right or wrong answer.
The pros, I think of it is the area probably, but also it's public space. That's like going to Anacostia Park and they're telling you to leave, but it's a public area.
I completely understand. And have you participated in any of DPR's late night hikes?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you like most about them?
I liked the music. They had battles or whatever. It was strict rules and everybody followed them that I understood. But after that, it wasn't in their hands no more.
Okay.
Yeah, it was cool.
And if the city created more late night hikes, would you attend them?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of spaces feel unwelcoming versus welcoming to you?
I don't know.
Okay. Would you be interested in help to plan or lead activating other young people?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like adults listen to you, or rather, do you feel like adults listen to young people who make decisions?
I feel like it's a lot of adultism, and depending on the adult you're talking to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, couple of more questions. Tell me what your weekend consists of.
My
Like, what do you typically do on the weekend with you and your friends or family members? How do y'all gather?
I be asleep.
Can you list 3 places across the city that you normally visit?
Like the outlet, the mall,
Okay.
and DPR events. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I heard you answer Councilmember Parker's answer as it relates to why young folks would go to Teen Takeovers. Could you speak to, so I'm not going to ask that question, but could you speak to who are the adults that you trust the most within your community and why?
I didn't hear the ending of what you said.
Like I said, could you speak to who are the adults that you trust the most in your community and why?
The adults I trust most in my community is the ones that advocate for us because they understand our point of view.
I love it. I love it. I love it. What could adults do differently to earn more trust from young people?
Take accountability.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, well, like what does that mean?
I feel like just because adults feel like, oh, they experience more than kids or something, they know right from wrong, or we don't have the rights to feel how we feel, but everybody has feelings no matter how old you are. And that's where the adultism comes in because they feel like they bigger and older that we don't have no say so.
You're definitely a future leader. You'll be up here soon. Could you speak to what's one thing you wish decision makers understood about your generation?
That is not like the old days.
Now, if you could design, I'm not that older than you, by the way. But if you could design a solution to reduce violence and keep your peers safe, what would that look like?
I feel like that's up to us.
Okay.
Like, we have to be together to figure out how that's gonna look. Like the youth, we have to all be on the same page or whatever. So
I love that honest, mature answer. I was gonna say accountability works both ways. And I was gonna ask you finally, what role do you see young people playing in keeping themselves safe?
um following the rules. I mean the only way,
You said following rules?
yeah.
Yeah, you can say that. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. I've gained a lot, and I appreciate your courage again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And thank you all for your testimony.
Thank
Really
you.
insightful. And I would say for others, don't interpret the lack of questions as a lack of interest, but we're prioritizing youth voice. But thank you. Thank you. All right. We have a significant number of folk who are online, so I'm going to call a group of individuals next. And so it will be a number of 8 people. So we have Caroline Pryor, Devon Montgomery, Lamar Wright, Emmanuel Codillo, Ayo Minde Miller with Youth for Justice and United Leaders for Freedom, Marlea Meeks, Life Reign, Deja Barnes, Life Reign, Dominique Moore, Life Reign. And I'm going to also invite Aaliyah Moody to join us as well on this panel.
Hello.
Okay, I'm not seeing any of them come online, but if they...
I'm here.
Hello.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, one second. For the sake of time, Aaliyah, please move forward with your testimony.
Councilmember Parker, Aaliyah is extremely nervous. This is her first time, and if it's okay, I'll read for her. And she's open to questions, but
I would really love if Aaliyah could give the testimony. Are you not up to giving your testimony at all?
You can do it. You can.
I think you could do it.
You got it.
And if not, we can have someone else read your testimony, but I will love to ask questions. Okay.
That's great. Okay, thank you, council member. So my name is Aaliyah. I live in Ward 8, and I think that there should be more socializing programs at recreation centers. Programs where people can talk about their feelings, play games, and feel connected and safe in their communities. Safety looks like everybody not fighting all the time, doing safety checks that don't violate people but keep everybody safe, because most times there's nothing to do. I think you should invest in more programs like Bold Yoga and Black Swan.
Awesome. Thank you. If you give us 1 second, we are trying to figure out the individuals online. All right, Caroline Pryor.
Good evening, Chairman Parker and staff. My name is Caroline Pryor. I'm the Director of Policy and Power Building at EmpowerEd and a member of the Youth Power and Safety Collective. As you've stated in your committee and heard today, curfew perpetuates deep harm on our young people, and it's an ineffective tool to curb community violence. This is worsened by unclear levels of coordination and collaboration that persists between MPD and federal law enforcement, meaning any invitation to MPD to interact more with our young people is, despite assurances otherwise, an invitation for federal law enforcement to come along for the ride. Yesterday's MPD testimony confirmed that just this year, 6 young people have been arrested in curfew zones. I'd also like to point you to MPD pre-hearing responses from February's hearing, where they say in their day-to-day work, it shows that they disproportionately target Black youth. 94% of young people that are stopped and searched are Black. And in the same time frame, since calendar year 2025, 127 young people were transported to YSC. We also are disturbed by the mayor's 4-year plan to expand carceral spaces for young people. So what do we do instead? We're excited by your open letter to colleagues released yesterday, although we hope you adjust according to feedback from youth and educators today. In recent years, our city's made strides to push for restorative justice inside schools, though that work appears to fall apart as soon as students leave the school building. Our educators stand behind the youth-written solutions and a strengthened social safety net as solutions to support young people. We also know that this work requires building strong relationships of mutual respect between trusted adults and young people, and the need to build places for youth to connect and socialize with each other. In addition to investing in our schools, particularly by replacing and expanding funding for community schools, which provide wraparound supports for students, we're also supporting robust mentorship for young people. You heard Councilmember White on Tuesday discuss his youth mentorship and community law, which was co-written with young people, and the council has yet to fund. We ask you to support funding this legislation at $2.1 million. Next, we know that protecting and expanding funding for out-of-school time programs, flat funded in the mayor's budget, which is an effective cut, is fundamental for creating community. Youth programming that engages and builds agency is one of the most pivotal ways for us to put our money where our mouth is. Safe spaces, late night hypes, and youth-facing DPR programming, as we've already seen, are hugely successful, especially when we partner with young people in planning. This work requires staffing and sustainable planning, which must be built into the budget, and we must work to reopen DPR rec centers on weekends and evening hours. Seems reasonable to borrow from MPD's bloated overtime budget, upwards of $80 million budgeted for this year, and $90 million spent last year, to not only replace the $5.5 million cut to DPR, but to expand its budgeting and staffing levels beyond that. Finally, we must bolster our social safety net, mental health landscape, and care continuum. You heard already today about the gutted SBBH program, and also zeroing out CHAMPS, which we desperately need you to replace that funding for. This work is not easy, and we know from yesterday's letter you understand it requires a coordinated systems level approach. As I testified yesterday at MPD's hearing, what we're asking for is good faith investment instead of, not in addition to, punitive approaches. When we employ a both-and approach, we actually undermine the efficacy of holistic solutions.
Thank you.
Accountability, a
Thank you.
word you've used often, thrives on relational, not carceral systems.
Thank you. We will now jump to Ayuminde Miller, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Correct me if not. I'm not seeing Ayuminde. I'm told that the Life Rain participants are sharing a computer. So if you are Dominique Moore, Deja Barnes, or Marlea Meeks. I see Dominique Moore. You may begin your testimony.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. We can't see you though.
Oh, it won't give me the option to turn on the computer. I mean, to turn on the camera. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we can hear you, which is most important. So you can proceed with your testimony.
Okay, did you call Dominique Moore or Marlea Meeks? I'm sorry.
Both.
Okay, I'll let Marlea go first. She's the youth.
Okay, thank you. And Marlea, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Okay. We're gonna try one more time. I see you coming off mute, going back on mute. Now you're off of
Okay,
mute.
let's try this. Go ahead, finish. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Marlea, and I am a young female in DC. I do not think curfews make girls safer or any teen safer. Girls face a lot of different challenges, including harassment, peer pressure, bullying, relationship stress, and family responsibilities, no matter where we come from. Sometimes we are biased in school, helping at home, friendships, and our own mental health. And it doesn't make it any better or easier that kids and events that are the problems are most Black people and students. We need more safe spaces where girls and students could go after school and hang out and just relax. Life Rain has given me that event. It has given me that place and activities to have fun, not just on school days, but also weekends. On Thursdays, I attend Safe Space, where it's a space where all kids can meet up after school and enjoy snacks, playing games, and watching movies and coloring. We have kids from all ages, from 4 all the way up. College students coming here to just work and do mentorships with other kids and help out with work. I am a 11th grade that comes up here and mentors kids and also watches movies and just has fun and plays football outside with the young youth. We need drop-in spaces with programs that include wellness activities, homework help, mentorships, and art creativity activities, and mental health support. Times are different now, and we deal with a lot more issues than most adults do. Like DPR events, safe space, volunteer places, and community service are a lot of things that a lot of youth need to help just relieve stress and get away from home and away from police who are also just hurting and abusing the power that they have. Safe space helps give girls confidence and helps them build more confidence. It helps to show what healthy relationships and community should look like. And instead of a curfew, we should just have places where youth can hang out, like more DPR events, more safe spaces, and more mentors that are willing to help us. So please invest in more youth spaces and emotional support services instead of curfews. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I know there's a lot of young people moving. I'm going to ask for the adults in the room to help us so we can move as efficiently as possible. As you see the names coming up, if you can please have the young people ready on either the computer or in the chamber, that will help us save time. I'm told Lionel is here now. And Lionel, if you could join us, we will have you go next, if you're okay with that. We're excited to hear from you. If you can push the button, there you go. Now the mic is on. When you see the red light, now it's on.
Yeah, my name Lonnie Island. For one, I think the curfew should be lifted because it's youngers in the community that come from practice, such as myself. I play football, so the curfew does not help with me getting home because I constantly get stopped every time for being a black male walking on Columbia Road or any road, of matter of fact. You get stopped, and they always asking me what I got in my bag, so it's never that hard for me to get arrested for something minor or just being at the wrong place. And another thing is it's kids outside, such as I got a little cousin. He outside 24/7. It's nothing for him to do in the house. He like to go outside. So when I go outside with him, I see police trying to talk to him, ask him about stuff. That just made it weird for me. So for that curfew to be out and police to be running around trying to grab any black male or any black female, because there's some females that's getting detained by officers for no reason. You can see that on the internet. So that's just it for me.
Thank you for that. If you could, where about in the city do you live?
I live on Columbia Road Northwest, but
Okay, that's good. You don't have to tell me exactly. I just wanted to situate it. If you can hang out, we're gonna have some other people share, but I'm gonna come back with questions. And you can push the button so the mic goes off. There you go. All right, next we will go to, is Deja Barnes here?
No, she's still in transit.
Okay, Dominique Moore then.
That would be me. Good afternoon, Councilman Parker and members of the committee. I'm really sad that you can't see us today. My name is Dominique Moore. I'm the founder and executive director of Life Rain. I'm also the community organizer for Empower Ed, which is where you probably would remember my name or voice. But we are also members of the Youth Power and Safety Collective. Just to give some perspective, former DCPS teacher who currently substitutes, clearly a community organizer and a founder of a youth organization. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate the time and effort being put into this issue. It is encouraging to see a willingness to discuss youth safety in a serious and thoughtful way. Councilman Parker, I did have a chance to look at your letter and recommendations that you put out. So in my written testimony, I will have some recommendations and feedback. However, we must be honest about what we're calling teen takeovers or youth disturbances and note that they are not isolated incidents. They are symptoms of a larger issue. I often testify about the ecosystem of services, supports, and safe spaces needed for children and families to thrive in the district. Growing up in Northeast DC, I had access to a neighborhood recreation center attached directly to my school. I could walk there. It was accessible, familiar, and safe. That mattered. Young people today, as I spend a lot of time with them, are still looking for what many of us once had, places to gather, belong, explore, and simply just be young. Safe spaces are real, but they must be real, accessible, and geographically distributed. One event or one location can simply not carry the weight of an entire city's unmet need for youth engagement. I'm at Life Rain every week. We see what youth are actually asking for. Community building, yoga and wellness activities, arts and crafts, cultural education, including programming that have community-based experiences. Know your rights training is all as well as homework help and academic support. As you heard, every Thursday, there is an organization here that hosts a safe space from 3 to 9 p.m. We specialize in holistic care. We also serve dinner every Thursday. So you caught me just serving dinner. I'm a little out of breath. But I always feed the kids a starch, a protein, and a vegetable. If you know, growing up, that was something grandma or mommy always said you had to have. Every Thursday, we service about 30 kids at this particular location. The Youth Power and Safety Collective services over 100 kids weekly. This is what prevention looks like. In this particular safe space, there are youth from at least 5 different schools that are represented in our space. And that matters because community building across schools reduces conflict, increases familiarity, and strengthens peer relationships. We cannot continue to invest in punishment while under investing in prevention. There are a lot of other things that I have here, but what I wanted to put in retrospect is I run this space for about $500 every week. If we do 8 wards with 2 centers in each ward for 52 weeks, that is less than $500,000. It works out exactly to be $416,000 because youth safety is not created through surveillance and force. It is
Thank
created
you
through
for your
investment,
testimony.
trust, and belonging. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
We are gonna just keep pushing because of time. Devon Montgomery.
Bonds is here when you get a second to double back. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker. My name is Devon Montgomery, and I'm the Dean of Students in Harmony DC Public Charter School, an Empower Ed Fellow, and a member of the Fair Budget Coalition. Nothing happens in a vacuum. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, meaning that continuing the juvenile curfew will only continue to alienate and criminalize district youth. If we want youth to thrive, it is our responsibility to pour into them. Today, you have heard and will continue to hear about the ways that youth are calling on the adults to lead with empathy. I'm here today to ask the council to oppose any legislation imposing a youth curfew in the district. Our youth should not be criminalized for their existence or be forced to interact with law enforcement under the guise of communal safety. I'm delighted to see all of the recent citywide youth-driven forums on crime prevention, but I urge city leaders to act on their demands. Strengthening our social safety nets for our youth depends on this council using the coming budget to solidify the direction of our moral compass. The proposed budget increases MPD funding by about $90 million. And that increase, out of that increase, $88 million is in local funds and nearly $4 million in federal funds. I would ask that MPD reach out for federal funding to secure that desired $86 million for their increase in overtime. Chairperson Parker, I'm aware that those funds lie outside the purview of this committee, but I urge you and your colleagues to repurpose those funds to strengthen our social safety net. I've heard youth throughout the district advocate for safe third spaces, employment opportunities, adult mentorship, mental health support, housing security, food security, free and safe transportation, and engaging after-school activities, amongst other demands. Our youth are not the problem. The lack of investment in our youth is the problem. DPR, DBH, DME, OSSI, DPS, DHS, DCHA, and OAG, amongst all these other organizations, all have a responsibility to youth across our city, but they need help from the council. The proposed budget has cut off agencies at the knees and has made this work increasingly more difficult. In order to support the demands of our youth, I urge the council to strengthen DC's social safety net by providing the following: fund Robert White's mentorship legislation, fully fund DBH and SBBH through CHAMPS, invest in a restructuring of Safe Passage, fully fund and expand funding for community schools, fully fund and increase funding for DPR recreation services and programming, fully fund the TANF program, fund ERAP, and fund DHS and DHC and DCHA and all their housing vouchers. It takes a village to raise a child and only a dash of fascism to burn it to the ground. Voting no on a juvenile curfew is the first step of many in rallying around our youth. Uplift the next generation by moving the needle in the right direction. I agree with the Rex in your open letter to your colleagues. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony. Please review my written testimony for further elaborations.
Thank you. Lamar Wright.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, Chairman Parker. Thank you for holding this round table and allowing me to speak for myself and Thrive Under 25 Coalition. My name is Lamar Wright, and I'm a part of Emerging Adult Cohort. We advocate for anyone who entered the adult judicial system before the age of 25. I'm also a Free Minds member.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It is really hard to hear you. Is it possible to get closer to the microphone?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
All right. I'm basically I'm coming for Thrive Under 25 Coalition. My name is Lamar Wright. I'm a part of the Emerging Adult Cohort. We advocate for anyone who entered the adult judicial system before the age of 25. I'm also a Free Minds member. We do poetry, writing, and we offer peer connection for DC residents who are currently incarcerated or who were incarcerated. We are part of the DC Arts Education Alliance, who has already sent you a list of arts programs that teens would be interested in participating in, such as myself. And things such as spoken word, making music, theater, painting, and much more. I wanted to share some ideas of what we at Thrive Under 25 think the city should invest in. When we don't have anything to do, that is when we start to do crazy things. Youth start to do crazy things as well. We also know that kids need money and jobs. A lot of people are in situations where they are too young to even get a job or feel like they can't get a job because their environment is not safe or the neighborhood ain't safe and things have happened to their peers. If we start offering younger people opportunities to have fun and earn different money in different ways as well, they will start to do it. Me personally, I know that because I've done it myself and I've been in that situation myself. Whenever a dollar is involved, a young person will be gladly involved. That I know. So we recommend activities where young people can be like out with their friends, make money and learn skills, exposed to jobs, more activities, like just more programs to get kids out of their neighborhoods and not worried about the wrong things. Incentives, like incentives for the activities to make them want to even participate in these activities. Ask local businesses to provide products and gift cards. Ask youth to promote it on their social medias to like influencers. There are plenty of influencers in this community alone that can basically promote this. Everyone like Amazon gift cards as well. Like who don't like shopping on Amazon? Make the activity something that's awesome and fun that teens will want to go to, like a zoo trip or like y'all I heard earlier in one testimony, like a hike. Um, I know kids are not little kids, so people may not want to do like laser tagging and stuff, but y'all get the point. Like just more activities. Washington D.C. is the capital of the country and has so many resources and opportunities, but they never get to D.C. locals. We could do a takeover of Smithsonian's museums for a night, not for a nighttime kickback closed to everyone but DC youth. In the Air and Space Museum, National Museum of African American Art and Culture, the Art Museum, and others, we could have a nighttime tour of the capital DC just for DC teens, like y'all once said earlier.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
your
for letting me
testimony.
share.
Thank you for your testimony. And then I believe Deja Barnes has joined us.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you may give your testimony.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Deja Bond, and I'm a student in DC and a youth member of Life Rain. Curfews do not address the real issues youth are facing. A lot of young people are under pressure, like dealing with school stress, family responsibilities such as taking care of older or younger family members, financial stress at home, and anxiety about future. Some students need somewhere safe to go, somewhere to go after school to focus, decompress, and get support. With issues at home, such as kids be needing place just to go and get away from like home problems. Some students need somewhere safe to go after school to focus, decompress, and get support. More youth drop-in spaces and programs will help with students by providing tutoring, food, safe places to study, trusted adults, and community support. Families also need support because youth safety starts with strong support systems at home and in the community. Please invest into youth programs, family support, and mental health resources. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna only ask a couple of questions for the sake of time, but for Aaliyah, Lanelle, or Deja, what are some of the motivations for young people wanting to attend these teen takeovers or teen meetups in your experience?
I think like I just feel like we do just need more like fun activities for like the older youth because that's where a lot of the curfews are like for like older youth, not really younger children. And I feel like they kind of like try to water everything down because they want to make it available or for all ages. But a lot of teens don't really have nowhere that they think is like really just for teenagers a lot of the time, such as just like going on certain trips, like um just certain trips I don't think be like make the students want to do it because sometimes they can still bring their little siblings and stuff like that. I just feel like it just need to be more focused on the teenagers more so.
Understood. Do either of you want to weigh in? No? I've heard a lot today about DPR programming. If there were more programs at DPR rec centers, perhaps young people wouldn't be going to meet up. If we were to extend hours, do you think that would help address some of the reasons why young people are gathering in such large numbers?
Yes, I think that having it extended a little longer would help because a lot of the kids do be trying to come late so that like we not there when it's nobody there. So then that just give us a little bit of time just to really interact with each other. So it just make us want to have a side quest and do something else after the fact.
Understood. Lanel or Aaliyah?
I say yeah, because I know, well, for me, such as myself, for DPR, I grew up in that community area, so I know that'd be good for it.
Okay. Aaliyah?
May you repeat the question?
If we were to do more DPR programming, do you think that would help address or help prevent so many young people gathering in large numbers around the city?
I would say yes and no.
Okay. Can you say more about what you mean by yes and no?
I would say
And
no
if you could just talk a little bit more into the microphone. You can pull it down.
no because some people don't like going to recs because most of the time it's nothing to do but sports, and not everybody wants to do a sport.
So that's an interesting perspective. So you think the recs are more focused on sports?
Most of the time, yes.
And so what other activities would you or other people not interested in sports want to see?
To be honest, I don't know. But a lot of people most of the time just want to talk or just hang out.
Understood. Can I ask a question? And this doesn't have to be personal to you all, but when incidents break out or a fight happens, what are the motivations or the reasons behind that in your experience?
A lot of people have problems with each other.
And where is that stemming from?
Rumors or people just having weird attitudes at times.
Is there anything you think government could do to help prevent that?
Not really.
So when I went to school, we didn't have social media. So I would imagine, so when I went to school, like the issues ended at the end of the school day and they resumed when we went back to school. For you all, I would imagine social media means it's happening 24 hours a day. Does that feel right?
No.
No? Okay. Well, you tell me. So conflicts are natural. They're going to happen between young people. And I would imagine when young people who are in conflict see each other, then that's when these incidents are happening.
Some conflicts also happen because it be people in between the conflict going back and forth, playing both sides.
Instigating.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's not always on social media. It's always either at school or just people that's just in the middle.
Understood. Let me ask you all one more question, and it's about accountability. There's been a lot of talk about holding parents accountable, holding young people accountable. What should we be thinking about in terms of accountability? Lanel, Deja, Aaliyah? There's no wrong answer.
This is Marlea, Deja's sister. Can you repeat the question?
What ideas do you have regarding accountability? There's been a lot of talk about holding parents accountable, young people accountable. What should government be doing to hold people accountable when these violent incidents erupt?
I would say make it so that way that the kids that are involved in that can't come to the next DPR event or the next event. But I wouldn't say really hold it over the head because at the end of the day, kids are going to be kids and we got to learn life. We all go through certain things that it's sometimes you just need to relieve stress and sometimes it happens at the wrong moment. Somebody might say something to you at the wrong time.
I hear you. No more? You don't want to share? No, go for it. It seemed like you were about to come off mute. Okay, fair enough.
I say the accountability goes into both parties. Cause for one, some youth don't always be looking for attention. It comes to them either from a place you may claim or people you might hang out with. It's never a wrong corner you can turn in because something can happen. So that's
Okay.
what I say.
I know I said that was my last question. I do have one more. There's a lot of talk about mental health. Do you all know where to find mental health support or someone to talk to if you're having a angry moment or a bad day? And if so, what are those outlets you find helpful?
I know some youth may use music
Music?
or the sport or any activity to cope with that. Mental health, probably. Me, myself, I use my music and stuff to get out of it.
And that's, are you suggesting you are kind of self-regulating?
Self-regulating because people don't always want to get right there and talk to somebody.
Understood.
It take time for that.
If we had like crisis response teams or behavioral health professionals at these events or out in the community, do you think young people would talk to them?
No.
No? Okay, that's fair. Aaliyah, what do you think?
I don't think they would either. I really feel more as they would talk when they're by themselves privately with the person, or unless they have a friend they can talk to that can calm them down.
Okay. So how then do we support young people's mental health?
I don't have an answer.
Okay, I see Dominique Moore, but I'm assuming you're Deja? Oh, you're not Deja. Or share your name one more time, I'm sorry? We can't hear you. No, I see you talking, but we can't hear you. I'm sorry, Aaliyah, can you repeat that? I missed what you shared. I'm sorry. It was about like where can young people find mental health support then? Because I think you're right. Young people probably would more readily talk to somebody when they're by themselves.
They can find help at school
At school.
with counselors that they feel comfortable talking to.
Do you all feel like you have counselors or professionals in your schools you could talk to?
I've had before.
Do you have one now?
No.
No? What about you?
Yeah.
Okay. Last chance. We still can't hear you. I'm sorry. Maybe if you try and call in, but we're going, for the sake of time, we're going to keep it moving. But thank you all for your testimony. Really insightful, and we are taking note of all of your recommendations. Thank you. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to, again, jump around so we can get more youth voices in front of us. Isaiah Eichler, who I don't believe is here, but I'm still calling in case you're online now. Mackenzie Whitfield, who I believe should be online. In the room, we should have Nevaeh Williams. Artreo Lee. Rain Torian. Terrain. Rain Train. And I believe we have one additional seat. And we will go. Sanai Miles. Okay, we're going to start with Mackenzie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. But if
My
you
name-
could try to speak as close to the microphone as possible.
Okay, my name is Mackenzie Whitfield. I'm a junior at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School, and I thank you for this opportunity to testify. I want to take this moment to bring awareness to the negative diction used in the media to bring down teens of color in DC. The Washington term actually started the term teen takeover, which created the narrative and idea that majority Black teens were going around and seizing Navy Yard, which I feel is essentially propaganda, I apologize, and justifies not only police brutality, which includes profiling, but also this curfew. I feel like instead of the media highlighting everything negative, they should be highlighting the fact that programs like Global Kids are using teens to better the world. We go on field trips to embassies, colleges, and more, and do action projects that is just a bunch of community service, like when we went to DC Central Kitchen, and we advocate a lot for our for problems we see. Instead of solutions like the curfew, we need to put more effort into getting teens into programs like Global Kids and DPR Supreme Teens that not only educate them but about the world, but keep them safe off the streets and give them new opportunities to travel, serve their community, and make the world a safer place. I'll open to any questions as well.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, next we're gonna have Nevaeh Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is Nevaeh Williams. I go to Anacostia High School. I am a Black Swan youth leader. I am also a young person from DC, and I'm here to say this clearly. Your youth curfews are not about safety, they are about control. In this city, instead of investing in us, you criminalize us. You see groups of young people and assume the worst. You treat us like the problem to be managed instead of people to be supported. I know teen takeovers are wrong and nothing excuses them, but curfew doesn't stop violence. It gives police another reason to stop and question us. This policy will fall hardest on Black youth in DC. It always does. We are the ones who will be stopped walking home, coming from school, leaving work events, or just being outside with our friends. That's not protection, that's fear. You say you want safer communities, but where's the investments? Where are the jobs, the mental health supports, and the transportation? You cannot punish your way into safety. You cannot police your way into trust. What message are you sending us? That our presence is dangerous, that we should be indoors or under supervision just to be seen as good? We are not the problem. The lack of resources is the problem. The lack of opportunities is the problem. The lack of listening to young people is the problem. If you actually care about youth in DC, then prove it. Invest in us. Protect us without criminalizing us. Hear us before you harm us. Because right now, the curfew doesn't feel like safety. It feels like us being pushed out of our own city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Atreyu Lee?
Yeah, it's Atreyu.
Atreyu.
Yes, Atreyu Lee. You could call me Trey. I'm a Ward 8 lifelong resident. I'm here today representing Pathways to Power, Black Swan Academy, and Thurgood Marshall Academy as the senior class president. And before I start my testimony, I do want to say that I am very disappointed with the lack of preparation that I feel this hearing had when it came to prioritizing youth voices. But the council failed when they chose a punishing curfew over restoration and prevention. We asked for infrastructure created alongside us, but what we got was a curfew that called us juveniles before we could be seen as neighbors. The places dedicated to teenagers in DC need to be advanced further and advertised better. It feels like we just have a trip to Pentagon Mall, which isn't even in the city, or a meetup at Gallery Place. That experience could look like scraping up money to eat, walking around aimlessly, then taking the metro to walk around somewhere else just to have anything to do. Takeovers exist because we're forced to make something from what feels like nothing. Helping this could look like developing existing spaces further or creating new spaces alongside us. But if that's what would happen, I wouldn't be here today. The existing teen spaces need more support and a different design. One teen space that gets this right is the Teen Lounge at Martha's Table on Elvins Road. We get fed, we can relax, we can play the game, and we receive Uber vouchers to get there and back home safely. A friend of mine named David told me that the Teen Lounge has empowered him to do something in life through their programming like Mindful Wednesday and Healthy Happy Hour that they provide. At my school, Thurgood Marshall Academy, we have programming with Peace for DC and cognitive behavioral therapy training, where students learn to combat negative thinking cycles. These programs are here, and teens love and engage with them, and they also have a positive impact on the community. Enlightenment is a result of spaces and programming made for us. But like many recs in the city, the Teen Lounge closes too early. And despite that, it still had an impact on David, me, and every other teen who goes there every single day until it closes. Therefore, DC must ensure that all DPR centers and new ones to be built can follow in Martha Table's footsteps, but bigger. I'm calling for funding to provide food because everybody's fridge doesn't look the same. I'm calling for funding of ride vouchers to get us home safely. I'm calling for doors that open up late because we deserve to have fun any night. I'm calling for programming like Mindful Wednesday and cognitive behavioral therapy training that will uplift us and not tear us down. And when these changes are made, come tour our schools, meet us where we at, and tell us about it so we can know it's available. And yes, everything has a price tag, but the cost of prevention is cheaper than the cost of policing. Staffing a curfew enforcement and processing juvenile calls more than providing a ride home and a safe place to exist. Invest in our joy today. Like in Baltimore, where Mayor Brandon Scott has opened multiple rec centers until 11 p.m., while simultaneously hosting midnight basketball, pool party, and block parties. We've seen the progress Baltimore has made with prevention because as of yesterday, Baltimore reported its lowest homicide rate in 50 years, thanks to those critical investments in young people and neighbors. DC can achieve this too, and the blueprint is here. I'm right here telling you this. All this youth here is telling you this. But before I stop, I do want to say that we could have came to this conclusion sooner if we had a youth advisory council instilled into the DC council. You guys are asking, like, how can we get to the youth? How can we communicate with them? Black Swan Academy has been drafting legislation to make sure that we can be here with the council with you and speaking with you. We can be able to vote on the floor as well. It's just a basic want for democracy, and I'm asking you if you would co-sponsor this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Rain?
Dear council members, my name is Rain Terrain. I am a high school youth leader with BSA, Black Swan Academy. I'm a freshman attending HD Woodson, and I live in Ward 8. Thank you for your time. Today, I'm here to speak against the passing of the permanent youth curfew. This is due to the problematic nature surrounding it. Youth curfews have not and will not prevent crime within DC. It will only continue to be an oppressor to young people. Additionally, this bill would allow adults in positions of power to criminalize normal teen behavior, creating even more resentment between youth and authority figures. On top of this, the youth curfew does a great job at ignoring the deeper level issues as to why some youth are behaving in the manner that they are. I'm asking you all to not pass this bill due to the reason that the youth curfew has very clearly shown its ineffectiveness within communities. If this bill were to be permanently passed, the issues that you all claim to be fixing would still continue to impact youth and our communities. My name is Rain, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Destiny Howard.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker. My name is Destiny Howard, and I'm an 11th grade scholar at Friendship Technology Preparatory Academy. I am a student athlete, actor, and entrepreneur. I also serve as the 11th grade class president, and I was recently elected as the National Honor Society Secretary for the 2026 to 2027 term. Today, I'm here to address the issue of the curfew and its enforcement. Enforcing the curfew in DC is not only challenging teens, but it's also provoking them to stay out longer and test authority, which is a natural and developmentally appropriate response as teenagers grow into adulthood. Still, not all young people who are outside past curfew are out for the wrong reasons. For me, in addition to being a scholar, I also take the responsibilities of taking care of my siblings. I may be young, but I carry a lot of responsibilities. I'm not alone in that. As adults, you have to recognize that every situation does not call for a reaction, but rather a deeper look at the root of the problem. You cannot mandate a rule for one specific grade age group and not the whole border community to the same standard. If you look deeper, many teens are simply mirroring what they see from adults. If adults are partying, we see it. If adults are drinking and smoking, we see it. If adults are fighting, we see it. And when violence shows up, we see that too. Instead of relying only on curfews, those resources could be used to expand mentorship
programs like Big Brother, Big Sisters, and give youth real responsibilities that provide positive outlets. For example, the Department of Parks and Recreation hosts events for the youth community where young people can express themselves, engage in activities, and simply be free. These events have given youth the opportunity to feel free and just be kids. When we as a youth see that people genuinely care, we move differently and make better choices. Not only does our behavior change, but our mindset begins to shift for the better. But even with that, events alone are not enough. The reality is that the youth who are most in need are often the least connected to these spaces. What can we do to reach those who are least connected? And for the youth who do enter these spaces and still choose to cause chaos, they should still be accountable, but accountability should not just be punishment. It should come with guidance. There should be structure, clear expectations, and consequences. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. But also follow up mentorships and support to help correct the behavior, not just remove them from the space. Because at the end of the day, beyond moments, we need the relationships. We need mentorships, people who are consistent, present, and invested in who we are becoming, not just where we are. People who will look past our flaws and our struggles and still choose to invest in us and pour into our potential. If we truly want to see change, we cannot rely on restrictions alone. We have to invest in connections, consistency, accountability, and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Corey McSwain.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey McSwain, also known as the KID President. I'm a student at Friendship Technology Preparatory Academy, a proud Ward A Youth Leader, the Chief of Staff for Student Government Association, and the founder and CEO of the KID President Coalition for Progress, which is a youth advocacy organization committed to empowering young people and creating real lasting change in our communities. And today, I'm here to speak, not to make anyone comfortable, but to be clear. I stand here representing the youth across the city, the ones who feel unheard, overlooked, and only acknowledged when something goes wrong. But let me be direct. Youth are not the problem, but we are being filled by the systems that are supposed to guide us, protect us, and invest in us. What we are seeing right now, the so-called youth takeover, is not random. It is a response. It is what happens after years of neglect, inconsistency, and missed opportunities. And when young people lack structure, access, and support, they will find something else. And that is just the reality of it. Now let's talk about accountability. To parents, parenting is a responsibility, not just the title, presence, and structure matters, but many parents are working multiple jobs and were never given the support they needed. So yes, accountability belongs to parents, but also to a system that must support families instead of leaving them on their own. To city leadership, stop making decisions about us without us in the room, and stop funding programs that don't reach the youth who actually need them. Because right now we are more comfortable reacting to problems than preventing them. And let's be honest, there is always money after something always goes wrong, but when youth ask for opportunities ahead of time, we hear there's no budget or we can't. That is unacceptable. Why is it easier to fund failure than invest in potential? There are young people in the city with real ideas, real businesses, and real leaderships, but they are being told no until it's too late. So here's what we need. Youth centers open after schools and weekends. Paid jobs starting at 14. A youth innovation fund, real mentorship, mental health support, and transportation access. There are not unrealistic demands. They are necessary investments. And to my fellow youth, we also have responsibility. We must make better decisions and lead ourselves forward. But we are not asking for handouts. We are asking for a fair chance. This is shared accountability. Youth, parents, and leadership. Everybody has a role. And at the end of the day, this is our city. And if we want something different, we have to do something different. And I'm being honest and unapologetic because this moment demands truth, not comfort. The youth are watching, the youth are ready, the youth are capable. And the question is, will the system meet us halfway, or will we keep having the same conversation year after year and after every problem? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna ask a couple of questions. Oh no, I have Sinai. I'm sorry, Sinai Miles next.
To clarify, I'm not Sinai,
you're
but
not.
I am her peer who will be speaking for her.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Taylor Ridout.
Okay.
I am 16 years old and I'm a student at Anacostia High School. Today I'm here to speak about the current youth curfew in DC and why we need to focus on real alternatives that support young people instead of simply restricting them. Right now, DC is enforcing a youth curfew that prevents anyone under 18 from being outside between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m., with additional curfew zones that can start as early as 8 p.m. in certain areas. While this policy is meant to address safety concerns, it does not address the root causes of why young people are outside in the first place. Curfews are a temporary solution. Instead of investing in policing youth behavior, we should be investing in youth by expanding access to late night recreation, safe community spaces, and programs that give young people somewhere positive to go. We also need more mental health resources, mentorship, and job opportunities so young people feel supported and engaged. At the same time, you should have a real voice in these decisions. That is why the Youth Governing Council is so important. It ensures that young people can share their experiences and help shape solutions that actually work. If the goal is safety, then the solutions must include trust, investment, and collaboration with youth, not just restrictions. We cannot curfew our way out of challenges that require community-based solutions. I urge the council to prioritize our alternatives that empower young people rather than polices them. When you invest in youth, you invest in a safer and stronger DC. Before I finish, I would also like to ask why there's questioning about the erratic behavior of youth when you guys are cutting the funding for mental health resources. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you. Thank you. I just want to make sure I have your last name. What is your last name?
Right out.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. All right. I have two general questions. Feel free to jump in. One is around mental health. And so I'm going to pick up where you left off, Taylor. We hear that a lot, but what does that actually look like for young people? Where are there examples where you've seen mental health resources or individuals be able to reach young people successfully?
Yeah,
How is it working?
inside the schools, and I just generally speaking, I think a lot of times we make things more complicated than it has to be. Children are in school, we can go to school and support them there. But like me, I have a counselor or therapist that I meet with consistently, and she had pulled me out of class and helped me. And even though there's only about like 6 or 8 of people on what we call our wellness team, which are certified therapists, they do their job and span out to about 300 to 400 kids in my school. So being in school and supporting the existing frameworks that are there to fund for, like my school has 300 students. We should only have 8 people on the wellness team. I don't know if it's because our school is small or it's because of the funding issue, but if we're talking about providing mental health support, we need to meet them where they're at, which is at school.
Understood. Others?
I would like to second that. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I would like to second that thought. I feel like my school, Benjamin Banneker Academic High School, does a pretty good job at meeting us where we're at. My counselors, Ms. Henderson, Ms. Boone, Ms. Klein, Ms. Davis, and also our therapists like Ms. DeSen, they always checking in, always allowing us the space and opportunity to come to them. It's a safe environment. They helped me once before with something personal, and they're always checking in, always telling us, yeah, come to my lunch. And it's not like a come to my lunch and to say it, they mean it. And they're always emailing us different health resources and scholarships and all this type of stuff. So I feel like it all starts in school. And if we put more money towards DCPS, I know next year a lot of DCPS funding is getting cut. I feel like out of that funding, a lot should be going into the guidance counselors, because that's where a lot of teens feel comfortable, I feel like.
Really insightful. You wanted
Can
to?
I third that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Destiny Howard from Friendship Technology Preparatory Academy. I go to a small school too. It's only about 300, 200 students at most. And I feel like we only have I know I go see my therapist and she's always welcoming. And whenever I'm in a crisis, she's always there for me. Not only that, but if my therapist is not there, the teachers are another resource that are there for us. So even if we don't have enough counselors, the teachers are always there. They always put in effort to make sure that we're okay, because at the end of the day, it takes a village, it takes a community, and they always make us feel like we're not alone. Even if this person is not here one day, okay, you still have us. So I feel like it really do, like I piggyback on, it really do start the schools and stuff. Like if we don't have enough therapists or guidance counselors, we always have our teachers and principals who reach out and make sure that we're good. They make sure that
we have what we need to be successful, and they never set us up for failure. So we should look more into the schools and provide more money to the schools so they can better come up with better resources, more resources other than just the schoolhouse, because school ends at 3:30. Is not much that they can do in that time period.
Understood. Thank you. Rain, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree. There are, like, it does start at the schools, but then again, there are students who don't go to smaller schools and whose schools don't actually have, a lot of hands-on council members. And I feel like something that could be helpful with that are like more programs like the Went Center. That was something that I was involved in. And I feel like, yeah, there are programs, but it would be like more programs that are specific to youth mental health, like the Went Center, would be extremely helpful, because I feel it doesn't, it kind of, it's like, let me think, I'm sorry. It helps, but because like most programs, it's just like a specific thing that we're gonna do. And yeah, it may be helpful, but like I also have these other problems going on in the Went Center. I feel like it really helped with that,
And that's outside of school,
It's inside of school and outside of school.
but meaning you can access it even
Yeah.
outside of the traditional school day.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Trayon White if you have any questions.
Yes, thank you. I do. I don't have a question. I have a comment. I guess for me, I'm just extremely proud of our young people. Man, I've just been listening to them on all these different panels, and I feel overwhelmed with emotions that our youth are often stereotyped, ostracized, and just saying what they can't do, and this is a clear example of what they can do. And to those who are and being around them, encouraging them, uplifting them, giving them information, I think that's critical. And I just think that we have to not just listen, but implement what they're saying. It does no good for us to come to these meetings and hearings and listen, and then can't follow through on that. So it's on us as leaders to make sure they got a brighter future. They can become whatever they desire to be. A lot of these young people I know personally, so I see them in action. But I'm also concerned about those young people that are not as engaged, are in the hallways, maybe not in school getting those counselors, maybe don't have the parent at home to direct them or redirect them, that just need a little more guidance, a little more love, a little more direction. So I'm just in a listening mode. My staff is here taking notes. We want to make sure we circle back to all of our colleagues. I want to thank everyone who participated, even adults who have spoken. I saw Dominique here earlier, and though Tia, who runs Trigger Project, all those organizations that pour into our young people to ensure that they get what they need to be successful. And we have to put more into them so they can in turn put more into our young people. And
No, thank you for that. I do have one follow-up.
hold on, Zach, you cut me off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done, Councilmember. Go for it.
Nah. What I was gonna say is, as we think about the cuts to the medical insurance, Medicare, we think about our cuts to violence prevention programs, our cuts to mental health services, our cuts to our school budgets, our cuts to organizations that affect the parents and affect the household, which ultimately affects our young people. So all of it's intertwined, and all of it has we funded $90 million for the police department. So we sending a message about what we really care about. This is my hope, and I appreciate your leadership on this, Councilmember Parker, and all those who voted no on the bill for the truancy bill, curfew bill. But I think we have to go a step further to go make sure we have resources plugged in to make sure they have alternatives to doing stuff destructive. To make sure they can do stuff constructive for those who are not as engaged. I just want to say that. I want to thank you all for speaking today. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. And again, my apologies. I think there may have been a glitch there. I did want to ask one follow-up. I've been clear that I don't support the extension of the designated curfews, but I want to play devil's advocate and I want to get your response. There are some that would say if there is an incident 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, and we don't have this curfew, how can we respond to hundreds of young people descending on you name the area, let's say U Street or Navy Yard?
Can I ask a question to that?
Yes.
So is the problem the youth groups? Like, is it groups of young
Again,
people?
I'm playing devil's advocate, so this isn't me talking, but what I would imagine some people would say is, and we actually heard the mayor say this on national television, when you have hundreds of young people gathering, it creates a greater likelihood that something's going to happen, either between the young people themselves or young people and the police. And so it's safer if we can disband the young people from gathering. What would be your response for what we should be doing in the immediate sense outside of a curfew?
If no one's going to answer, I would like to answer, please.
Sure, jump in.
Okay. I would like to say that during protests, it's groups of people walking, and I feel like police are there to escort them. So I feel like maybe that's something we can do. If it's like the quote unquote teen takeovers, instead of instead of being there to like get the teens as soon as something go down, police can be there to just navigate the teens and still give them the space to hang out, because there aren't many third party spaces for teens to hang out anymore. So we have to go to these places and do what we have to do to hang out. So instead of being ready to attack and arrest, you can just help and nurture the space so that teens still feel safe, and that nothing is never going to happen, but less happens.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Can I add on too?
Let me go here in the room and then I'll come to you. Go for
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Yeah, Zach, I just want to give you some context of my experience at the council.
Councilmember Parker, respectfully. So we are going to still be in order. So
the last time I came to the council, I testified about the curfew.
Yes.
And I brought up a study that synthesized 7,000 instances of youth curfews across the country, and they all proved to be ineffective. If you look it up, any database.
I got it. So you're preaching to the choir, but there are still
I'm to you
people.
because you're pushing forward this rhetoric trying to play devil's advocate.
But the people out there is a pressure point. There are constituents that are demanding the city to do something. And what I'm asking you all is, what is the something? We know what we don't want, but what can we do in the immediate? And so what I heard today is, well, your ideas are good, Councilmember Parker. I appreciate that. But that's going to take time for us to do that. That's going to take months and years. And so again, the emphasis is on what can we do in the immediate sense outside of the curfew, which I agree is not the answer.
Like many people have stated, if there were better alternatives, especially positive spaces, then you wouldn't have a bunch of young people outside. I also think there needs to be better training with police of how to handle youth, because we don't have guns, or at least most of us don't, and we're not walking around with knives and mace and all of that like the police is. There's so much protection, yet there's this fear, and I'm wondering what this fear is coming from, because we aren't the ones that's threatening any harm. I also just want to say I don't understand why there's this big problem with hundreds of young people, but there isn't a problem with a bunch of adults. I mean, adults, we get these behaviors from them. They're the ones that's drinking and they're doing public indecency, and yet there seems to be more news coverage on what the youth are doing, and that's my issue.
No, thank you for that. Any last takers?
And also, I want to say what takes a long time about asking the rec centers to be open later. That was a direct thing that I requested here, and I you can let me know if I'm viewing this wrong, because I'm not a government official, but it feels like, hey, DPR, open this up later. Or is it not that simple? Because I gave you multiple layers of solvency from me and from things that I collected from young people, and this is what we want. You say that you don't know. You do know the immediate, because we all been in here saying it to you the entire hearing.
I agree that I
adults.
think those are immediate solutions. There is a
Let's get to it.
person cost, but what I'm asking the question for is to lift up for more of the naysayers. While this hearing is happening, we have other government officials, not the people in this room, other government officials
Nobody here.
that are
Council member,
not in
nobody
this,
here.
not in this room. listen to me, listen. There are other government officials, there are federal officials that want to criminalize you all. There are those of us that are standing in a gap to say, this is not the way to go. There are also residents and neighbors that are saying, well, we have to do something, because to do nothing is not satisfactory. And so I just want you all to know my team is taking notes of the ideas like extending rec hours. You say it may not be that simple. I agree. That comes with a cost, but I would argue that's a cost that the city should pay for and a cost that is worth expending. But your ideas are hopefully going to lead to a solution. I'll give you the last word.
Just wanted to mention, well, you said that doing something is better than doing nothing, but I feel like we have been doing nothing, at least when it comes to you guys. We've said multiple times the things we want, and even before everything has happened, we've constantly advocated, and yet you guys gave us no results.
That's fair. I think that's a very fair criticism.
I would like to say something really fast.
Okay.
You said like what other ideas would we have aside from the youth curfew, but like me and my peers here, because I know them, we've been here multiple times and we've done this many times over. And I feel like, I don't know, we've introduced different things besides a youth curfew, but it's just being ignored
That's very fair.
at this point.
Well, I will say a lot of what you all have highlighted, I shared a letter with the mayor, and I'll say this for those in the public. I shared a letter with the mayor with many of these recommendations, including extending rec hours. And so now I'm able to go back to say we had a hearing and we heard from dozens of young people to say, actually, this would help us. And let's actually match the dollars with those recommendations.
But shouldn't it have been a thing instead of us jumping to do something? Why jumping to do something and then a bunch of people expressing that they're not okay with this? Why isn't it that y'all couldn't like come to the youth first or come to anybody first before it was just decided, oh, let's make a youth curfew that we have seen is not effective, has not worked, has been very detrimental, but yes, this is a good idea, let's all do this.
I think that's a very fair question of government, and I think we need to create more spaces like this. For the sake of time, we're going to keep moving, but thank you all for your testimony. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. So I just want to check one more time. It's Sanai Miles is not here. She's not here. Okay. Naomi Bonilla or Bonilla, if I didn't say that right. I don't think she's here, but I'm going to call the name Samaya Best. Naya Barrow. I'm sorry, say that one more time. Naya Barrow. Denham Matthews. I am butchering names today. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. Jamila Summers. Are you Jamila? If you can come sit on the front, and then we'll get you on the next panel. All right. Naomi, you can begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Naomi Bonilla, and I attend McKinley Technology. I'm here to speak against the proposed youth curfew. While I understand that safety is a priority, a youth curfew is not a real solution to the issues our city is facing. Curfews assume that young people are the problem instead of addressing the root causes of crime, such as lack of resources, safe spaces, and opportunities for youth. Many of us are responsible, hardworking students who participate in extracurricular activities, jobs, and community programs that may take us to the evening. A curfew could unfairly target and criminalize youth, especially those who are simply trying to get home safely or spend time in their communities. It risks increasing unnecessary interactions between young people and law enforcement, which can create more harm than good. Instead of investing in policies that restrict youth, I urge the council to invest in us. We need more accessible programs, mental health resources, safe recreational spaces, and support systems that actually prevent crime and help youth people thrive. Please do not pass a policy that limits our freedom without addressing the deeper issues affecting our city. Thank you for your time and listening to my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't want to butcher it again. Naya, if you can push the microphone. There you go.
My name is Naye. I'm a junior at Bard High School Early College. This is my testimony. Turning 17 is supposed to feel exciting, but it's hard to feel that way when you're constantly worried about your safety. For many young people in DC, our reality is that the streets don't always feel safe. It's scary knowing that friends have been robbed, hearing about classmates being killed, and then watching everything go back to normal like it didn't happen. Over time, it starts to feel like we're getting used to violence, and that's not okay. It shouldn't be normal. We need more awareness. We need real solutions. What if we had more safe spaces, community centers that stay open later, programs that teach real usable skills, spaces where young people can grow, create, and just be kids without fear? I've experienced what that kind of support looks like. I've been part of a program where people genuinely care, where they don't give up on you. People like Ms. Leslie who goes above and beyond to help us find opportunities and believe in ourselves. We need more of that, more mentorship, more after-school activities that people actually will engage in, more spaces where we can express ourselves through art, creativity, and leadership, more resources that help us to build a future, not just survive the present. Because we are not the problem, we are the potential. And if you invest in us, we will show you what is possible. All it takes is one adult to make you feel heard and seen. Another thing is we don't need a curfew to be safe because stuff happens at any time of day. I feel like the government is scared and use DC residents and teens as an excuse for all the extra law enforcements. It's more of a political thing. Our president and other people seen as powerful put us in these predicaments outside of our communities and try to flip it on us. Just like in the 80s and 90s with the super predators narrative that demonized youth. We can't run from our reality. Our voices matter, yes, but has anybody thought to advertise the problems going on with the real world that will affect our education and our future, that will rob us of the opportunities to make it to college or even be motivated to get there?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Denham Matthews.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Denham Matthews. I go to Stuart Hobson Middle School in the 8th grade, and it's my testimony. Teen takeovers in the DMV don't just happen randomly. They often come from boredom, lack of safe spaces, and feeling unheard. One way to fix this is by investing in things teens actually care about, like late night rec centers, sport leagues, music programs, and creative spaces that give them somewhere to positive to go. Mentorship programs can also help by connecting teens with people who understand them and can guide them instead of only focusing on punishing them. Punishing communities should focus on giving young people real opportunities like jobs, internships, and skill building programs so they can build a future. When teens feel supported and have something meaningful to work toward, they're much less likely to get involved in risky situations and the whole community benefits.
Thank you for your testimony. If you hang out 1 second, we will have some questions. This is Jamila here. All right. What is your name? Are you Naomi? Okay, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Naomi Red, and I am testifying in the place of Samaya Best. I am a 17-year-old high school junior. Thank you for your time. You all as council members should be doing a better job at appealing to your youth audiences by giving us safe spaces to use as outlets. When you guys attempted to do so in the past, like the spring break events, they have been geared more towards youth in between the ages of 10 and 14. Whereas I'm a rising adult and oftentimes found these types of events boring. When youth are bored, they are more inclined to go outside and want to express themselves in ways that the council's decisions don't allow. Even if youth aren't bored, there still should be spaces made for youth in general. DC has a lack of youth spaces, more specifically for the young adult bracket of youth between ages 15 and 18. We need spaces to hang out and be kids. Now, I'd like to go more into outside and takeover culture. Not every teen is involved in these events, therefore, all youth shouldn't be punished for it. The constant curfews have proven to solve nothing and continuously proves to make DC a hostile environment for young people, oof, like myself. Every other weekend, I hear about people around my age that look like me being detained or locked up for trying to stimulate themselves. Even if youth aren't participating in takeovers, if they are caught in curfew zones, they are being treated poorly by police and other law enforcement agencies. DC has become an over-policed place that isn't a place for youth, knowing that you all still treat us as if we are what makes DC a dangerous place. How can you all set curfews and then not have team-specific spaces for us and then wonder why we are outside? As youth, we are tired of not having a place to go and not having anything to do. But on the same hand, I will hold my peers accountable for causing havoc and participating in illegal activities. But that does not give you all the green light to treat us all like criminals. Please invest more in youth and young adult spaces. Please don't take away the little support that is given to us. Once again, thank you for your time, council members.
Thank you for your testimony. And I believe that is it for this panel. I want to ask a question or a series of questions about accountability. That's a word that keeps getting thrown about. How do you all think we should hold young people accountable when things at these meetups go left or don't, there's a violent fight or something? What does effective accountability look like?
Well, I haven't participated in any of the meetups because sadly I prioritize other things. But I feel like as far as holding yourself accountable, I wouldn't go anywhere knowing that there's a possibility that it will lead to something else. Like, even though I understand because people, my little brother, my family members, other people do participate in these things. And taking accountability, more so my little brother, he was recording while some kids was fighting and stuff. And I told him, you shouldn't even have went. You shouldn't be recording. Like, even if you're not gonna hold yourself accountable, because I wasn't there to hold myself accountable, but I'm gonna hold him accountable. You shouldn't be a part of that crowd. You gotta separate yourself from that crowd. Not saying that you can't hang with these people because of that. But when things go left, you're gonna be put into this category. You're gonna be forgot the word, but it was a word. But basically, you want to be categorized as this type of person. You're going to be seen as you are what you hang around, even if you're not. And that's just the sad reality. So you don't have to be a part of it to be labeled as that. And that's where it goes left.
Understood. What does effective accountability look like for anybody? It could be for government, for parents, for young people. You want to say more?
Sorry, but it does mean change. When you're holding yourself accountable, you have to change. Because you can hold yourself accountable without saying it out loud. You know you need to be held accountable for something. So change is the first part.
Can I be honest with you all? I hear remarks from adults sometimes that make me uncomfortable. I hear things like, these kids are out of control. Young people are talked about in a way that I think is not productive and is not representative of the brilliance clearly on display. There is a disdain almost that some adults have when they are speaking about youth in the district.
What I will say is a lot of kids don't demonstrate their way in their self in that type of light. Like, when you get on a bus, like, and say if somebody say, hey, good afternoon, like, you're gonna think, oh, why is this lady talking to me? But other people engage in conversations because a lot of the people be stuck up, a lot of my peers, like, sometimes you give people a reason to think things about you, but then sometimes your silence also kills, like.
What about
Yeah.
others? It seems like you want to jump in.
I just wanted to say that these stereotypes come from adults like you with power that push these stereotypes onto these children like myself. and then come back and question us. But it doesn't make sense. And I want to understand where you're coming from.
I'm not saying I share that view, but I'm just being honest. I want us to have an honest conversation. What I'm saying is that is the perception that some adults have, or that we hear leaders having in the public about young people. I know you all are great and amazing and brilliant, and part of the conversation I'm hoping today, yes, is about advancing solutions, but it's also to better understand the motivations for some of the behavior that we're seeing. So on the last panel, I think I heard a young person say, young people are being provoked. Like when you put the curfew in place, it's provoking young people to show up and then act out. Is that something you would agree with?
I do agree with that statement. But the flip side of the coin is that why press for these curfews if it has continuously proven that it's not helping anything? People are still going out, the takeovers are still happening. Why are we still having curfews? And
I would agree with you. That's exactly what I said the last legislative meeting.
yeah, my question is, so what?
And then you know what happened on the news? The mayor, standing next to the U.S. attorney, spoke with, characterized young people in a way that I don't think is representative of what we're seeing here today. And so what I'm trying to get at in this conversation is help me help you. Help us protect young people in this district. And how do we move beyond, yes, curfew, no curfew? Like we need a separate conversation, which is what I'm trying to push us towards. But I appreciate your perspective. I haven't heard from these two. Either of you want to jump in?
I just want to say, summer is kind of coming up, and if we're already having events like this during the summertime, it's going to be more, and stuff is going to keep building up. But I know that the curfew, you guys may not listen. So I think that we should have programs that could train youth leaders to de-escalate situations, because sometimes teens tend to understand other teens. So some teens can be.
Can you elaborate on that? I totally get that and I agree with that. But how do we stand something like that up across the city in a short amount of time?
Honestly, I'll have to think about that, but it's already some programs like Black Swan. They kind of help us out. We have DC Girls Coalition, United for Freedom, Global Kids, and stuff like that. And those kind of help us understand how we could guide our other peers and help them out.
Awesome. Last word.
Okay, this is the last thing. When even the curfews, it is a problem, but then it's not, because when kids violence happen, kids die, like young deaths in the community, and there be other people in our community killing other people. So we can't just say that the curfew is just it's about fun and kids wanting to get out, because what happens when you do go have fun and then stuff that's already been happening before the curfew happened, because parents looked up on a finger at somebody, somebody got to account for their child dying basically, and they look to go point the finger. But with these curfews, it's I like my free will. I would like to do what I want to do, and I'm sure other kids do too. But also, it does I feel like we don't look at the bigger picture. We just look at, we want to have fun. But some kids don't get to be a kid anymore. You have to grow up faster. So it's although y'all want to prioritize y'all fun and stuff, but the safety been an issue, and it's still going to be an issue with these curfews. It's going to be more kids out, and some people are just ignorant. They like to start violence. They like to do this stuff for the fun, just for the fun of it. And putting these people all together, it just it makes them easier to start these things. It make it easier for these things to happen. Now, I do feel like kids need more opportunities. Some people are not going to make it.
Last thought.
I'm sorry. Some people are not going to make it educationally, so they need other ways. They need to know that they can make it, different trades and different things.
Well, thank you. And what you're getting at is this is complicated. It is a complicated situation, but your testimony is really insightful and important, and thank you for joining us today. We are going to start this next panel with Jamila, Micaiah King-Brooks, or Makai King-Brooks. Say that again. Sure. How do you say your name? Makai?
Makai.
Got it. And it's Gabriel. Is Stephen Cook here? Stephen Cook? Okay. Jamila, you can begin.
Okay, hello, okay. Good evening, Chairman, council members, and everyone present. My name is Jamila Summers, and I'm here today to speak about the proposed youth curfew change. I'm a resident of Ward 8. I'm 15 years old. I attend Washington Leadership Academy, and I'm here as a youth advocate for Never Black Down. I understand the purpose of curfews is to keep youth safe. I want to explain how moving the curfew earlier actually puts us as youth, in a more inconvenient position instead of the protection that's trying to be enforced. I am currently a sophomore high school student that also attends UDC and rely on public transportation to get home. Because of class schedules, bus schedules, and train delays, I'm constantly traveling after the proposed curfew time. Because I'm not causing trouble, but because I'm simply trying to get home safely after furthering my education. If this curfew is moved earlier, youth could be stopped, questioned, or even put in a stressful, dangerous, emotional, or mental situation while doing the right thing. Being outside after 9 p.m. does not automatically mean a young person is doing something wrong. As a young woman, I also worry about my safety while traveling. Public transportation is unpredictable. If I miss one bus or train, I may have to wait longer or even walk further. During that time, I am vulnerable of being approached by the wrong people, but I should not have to have fear of being ambushed, profiled, or treated like a criminal by the same authorities that are supposed to protect and keep me safe simply because I'm trying to make it home. Instead of stricter curfew, I believe the city should focus on creating safer solutions for youth, such as safer transportation options, more community programs, and safe spaces where young people can go if they are delayed. This could be done by aligning curfew policies with actual school and transit schedules, extending hours at recreation centers near major transit routes, and creating designated safe transit zones where youth can wait without fear of being stopped or questioned. If the goal is safety, then the solution should meet us where we actually are, not where people assume we are. I understand the question of ensuring all teens do right. I've heard it from other responses. They can't just create spaces, but they have to build trust with us. That means involving youth in the planning, hiring people we can relate to, and placing these spaces where we already are, like near transit stops and schools. If young people feel safe and they feel like they have a guide and not a therapist trying to fix something that's not broken but hurting, it's more likely to actually use those spaces. Please consider youth like me, students, workers, and young people with responsibilities before making decisions that affect our daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Makai.
So after the day I had today, I don't really have much of a rant testimony to speak up. It's just what I seen. So far what I seen and what I heard. You asking what the problem is. I feel like everybody needs to be held accountable at this point. Today was for the youth. We were supposed to be able to represent each other and represent ourselves. It should be no reason why right now it's 7:05 and it's still part of the youth still speaking. There's so many adults that already spoke. How can we receive an 8 p.m. curfew when we got people like us doing this out here right now? If we gotta go catch the metro home, we're not gonna make it home by 8 o'clock. We out here doing the right thing, and that's what we continue to do every day. I came out here to represent my people, and I'm gonna make sure I did that. When I came up here first, it was at least 6 people up here. It's 2 of y'all left up here, but I'm still here. I just want that to be known. So if I feel like, if anything, the reason why we here today is the reason why we don't deserve our curfew. Trey, you said he been there so many times. Have you seen the look in his eyes? He is tired. We are tired for fighting for our community. This is not the first time I seen none of these faces in this room, and that's crazy because the answers are in your face. We've been asking for years. We're not getting an answer. You guys are our council members. Trayon White, when Trayon White first came, he got most of his popularity. He was there every time in Ward 8. Every time something happened, he was there on the scene. He was there for the family. What's going on right now? Now we're taking away all of our places. All of our buildings are gone. All of our rights are gone. We still pay taxes too. We still work as minors sometimes when we are able to actually get that job. Once we make it that far, because you know it's really hard to find employment, especially as youth in DC. Once we make it that far, how is the curfew going to help us? We still got to balance school. My name is Makai King Brooks. I'm from Ward 8. I grew up in a 10th place Willow Road community. I go to Thurgood Marshall Academy, public charter high school with a 4.5 GPA. I love to represent my people. This is what I do. This is what I came out here to do, no matter how long I was gonna have to stay out here. Cause that's what I do. It's not enough of our people out here. Like I said, everybody in here, I seen them before inside of a different room. It's the same of us. Keep speaking about what we need and what we want done. And it's not happening. How many times do we got to say it? How many times do the cycle got to happen over and over and over again? We know it's people in the bad bunch. How many times do you have to hear the same story about the same trauma in the same neighborhoods? I just looked you up. You grew up in Chicago. You don't even know how it gets in DC. You don't know how it is going up from right here as from a minor. Like, I done seen a lot. I'm still young. It's still much more to see. I haven't seen anything yet, but I already been through a lot. I'm not trying to keep going through this. All this curfew, you can't stop us. Y'all already said there's thousands of us. We got to find better solutions out here. We're giving you guys solutions. We're giving you guys answers. Make it happen. Because no matter how much they try, we do not go in. I went throughout spring break. I went to a few of the takeovers just to see what it was like, because I was working. I was driving around the city. I was disengaged with the city. This spring break, I really engaged with my community. I met a lot of the party hosts at some of the quote unquote takeovers. They're not takeovers. They're youth gatherings at public locations. That's what they are. But that's not what the police want to hear. We out there chilling. We having water. Like, we playing outside in the sun and water, and the police is coming trying to tear us down and bring us apart. Like, no, that's not what it was. It was not one fight out there until the police came out there trying to fight with us. You can't send ICE on the other people and send the police against the natives. We're from here. This is Chocolate City. You're not taking it from us, not from the youth. Never. Nobody can ever. So I just want everybody to see this and know that's how I truly feel right now. I don't have much of a testimony to speak.
There's no need to apologize. I appreciate your testimony. Gabriel is next. But let me just say this about the adults testifying. I think that's fair criticism. The hearing was set to start at 3 o'clock today. What we knew is that 3 o'clock was before many young people got out of school. And so we set to have a handful of adults start the conversation while we worked with parents and advocates to get the young people here. What you may not know, and some people may not be aware of, we had technical difficulties that delayed us about 30 to 40 minutes. And we have been pivoting, trying to catch up in time. But I think it is a very fair criticism. But we welcomed advocates, parents, and folks working with young people to share their insights as well. But I want it to be clear, the point of today's hearing was to hear from our young people. And if I have to stay here to midnight, I'm happy to do that. And I do not pretend to know everything. I did not grow up in DC. I can tell you the challenges in Chicago are very real. They are having similar challenges. And what I would offer you to think about is that this isn't a DC problem. It is a systemic problem. It's a problem rooted in our country. So I appreciate the passion. Keep the passion. And what I'm offering you is that I want to work with you and your peers to come up with solutions. I get it. I really get it. I'm taking a lot of heat, but I get that that's because city leaders for too long have not listened to our young people. They're criminalizing you. They demean you when they talk about you. They are scared of a lot of our young people. And what I know to be true is that our young people are brilliant. So I'll get off my soapbox, but today's hearing is in fact to do what you encouraged us to do. So Gabriel, I'll give you the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman, and everyone present. My name is Gabriel Evans. I live in Ward 8, and I'm an attendant of Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter School. And I'm here today to speak on the curfew given to us youth as a community. I feel as though the curfew given us was meant to keep the community safe, but also puts innocent bystanders in the middle of danger. Addition to this, also gives the police department another reason to randomly stop us and check us all due to our skin colors or the way we dress or how many of us it is. For example, for all my athletes out there, how you think it feel when we randomly just get approached by police officers, the ones that are supposed to protect us, just come up to you and slap handcuffs on your wrist and throw you in the back of a cop car, all because you outside beyond your curfew. It just doesn't feel right. If they're here to protect us, why be the ones that try to put fear in the youth's heart? That's not something a role model should do. They should be leading us to safety, not danger. Also, as a speaker for the youth, I just wanted to state that I don't feel safe in my own city. Thank you for listening to my.
You have some more time. Can you elaborate on that last statement?
Yeah, I basically just want to say, like, It just don't make sense. Like, we was obviously born in the city. We growing up here. Everybody outside every day. Obviously, everybody know each other. We grew up with each other. We going to do dumb stuff. It's out of spite. We still young. We still grown. It doesn't give you that right to just put your foot down and try to end our growth, to like control our lifestyle. That's not how it works. We still gonna have to find our own path one way or
Can
another.
I ask who or like what entity? Are you talking about, like the police, or are you talking about
In
city
general,
leaders?
like in general, police department, or like the people with the power that could do something to control the situation.
Understood. Thank you for your testimony.
Mm.
Next, we have Stephen King. No, Stephen Cook. Sorry, Stephen Cook.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Stephen Cook. I'm a high school youth.
I'm sorry, if you can get a little closer to the microphone. There you go. There you go.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Stephen Cook. I'm a youth leader with Black Swan Academy. I attend H.G. Woodson. I'm in 9th grade. I live in Ward 7. Thank you for your time. Today, I'm here to talk about the youth curfew because Black and brown youth in DC deserve the right to stroll around after 1 p.m. or if they're leaving early, deserve the right to stroll around, deserve the right to move around 6. The youth curfew is connected to the youth well-being because it makes the youth feel confined, especially knowing it's a federal law that's being influenced by Trump's policies. Youth voices weren't considered in this decision. Youth voice were never heard. It is upsetting that youth voices were not involved in the process of an environmental change that is mostly supposed to affect them. My personal story on the youth curfew happened not too long ago when I was at a DPR party with my friends and the cops around the wreck all had pepper spray. They were also around Navy Yard. This affected me because why are they threatening the youth with pepper spray, which could possibly leave the people sprayed blind or cause temporary blindness. Today, I'm asking you to remove the curfew because it may affect some people's way home because they may get off work late after the supposed curfew time, which causes the youth to do what you guys don't want. Another thing I have to say is the youth is supposedly the problem, but you also call us the future. Thank you for listening to my testimony today.
Thank you for your testimony. Many of you touched on youth's interactions with police. Outside of just the curfew debate, how do we improve that dynamic? Obviously, as a government, we have work to do to better train our police force. How can we better support youths that we insulate you all or protect you all from interactions with police officers? Because what I hear from you in your testimony and what I know to be true is that a lot of those interactions, unfortunately, are negative.
We need more lawyers in the city. We need more
lawyers.
people representing our people. A lot of people don't know their rights. A lot of police like to take advantage of a lot of that in a lot of situations. So I feel like our people need to be more aware of what's going on. They need to see what's going on. They need people to tell them what's right, what's wrong. Like our people need help.
Like lawyers to help train and educate young people about here are your rights.
We pay, DC, our slogan is taxation without representation.
Yes.
We need more representation. Our people are still paying taxes day by day, but they don't know what's going on. Like, we are so left out in our own government, and that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, especially because of youth. Like, it's like the government is trying to find a way to punish the youth, but forgetting that we're the next generation. Once y'all are gone, who's supposed to take control? Y'all not going to do that when y'all are crushing y'all relationship with the youth at a young age. There's a lot of people that say they rule on me to be a politician, but when the government is stabbing me in the back every time I turn around, why do I want to be associated with the government?
No, that's real. I want to, again, about how do we protect youth from police interactions? How do we minimize youth and police interaction?
When our president is giving them the green light, what do we do? What do we do? I mean, that's what we want y'all help for. That's what we have council
One thing I heard in your testimony and the testimony of several of you all is this transportation support. What might that look like?
I mean, I never seen any of those vans outside that says truancy, curfew. Those are always filled with police officers. I never seen nobody I never seen nobody get into there unless there's a shooting in the neighborhood. Those are the only times I see them throwing people in the back of those vans. I'm just saying, everybody knows where the police did. Like everybody knows where their closest police station is. Even if you're transporting people from there to a station, that's still a safe route, place to place, whether you take the route or not. It's still provided. It's still there. It's still an option. That's just what came to my mind when they were saying like bring them somewhere familiar. I know where a lot of police stations are. I mean, I'm sure you
Can
know
I
where the
ask
police
this?
station is in your neighborhood.
What about jobs? You all didn't touch on jobs, but we've heard that a lot today. How do we expand access to employment, help young people get money and access to money?
How do you? Earlier this week, I could give you a story. Me and Gabe, we was actually walking around Savannah. We was just going outside the cool after school. We walking inside the Dunkin' Donuts on Alabama Avenue, just trying to see if they were hiring. I see a whole bunch of Mexican people in the hood. What is going on? We need to be in these places. Like this is our people. This is us.
I got you.
This is Chocolate City.
I got you. Gabriel, you seem like you wanted to jump in.
Now, I was just gonna say something like, I heard somebody else speaking on it like not too long ago, like younger ages, like 14 or probably 15 and up, instead of 16, 18. Cause like we gotta put more outlets out there for the youngest to stay out the streets and do more productive things with their life.
So you were saying like adjust the age range of some of the activities that we have. Okay. Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, it also goes back to what I was saying about guides. See, in this generation, we're growing around stuff that in other generations they didn't normally go through or see. So we mature at a more faster age than normal people. At 12, I knew a lot about things that I probably shouldn't have known until this age that I am right now. So when we say jobs, I mean like not knock it down to 12, 11-year-olds, but like 14, 13 is fine as long as we have a guide that teaches us what to do. Resumes and stuff, we probably don't have that stuff yet, but we can start now, start learning about it, maybe get programs in schools about it, maybe lead young Black women and men, all ages, like everything about it, and just start it. It grows really fast.
Really appreciate it. Stephen, I'll give you the last word.
I feel like for the youth to also be paying taxes, you know that little 35 cent you see come up whenever you're buying like a snack from the store. I feel like for youth to be paying taxes, there are not like enough opportunities for the youth to like at least like express themselves with like a job. Like maybe that's what they need. Maybe there's something going on at home that they need this funding for, and it's just not enough opportunities, or the opportunity they're taking isn't offering enough for what they need to buy. Like somebody could possibly have to buy medicine for their family, and the opportunities they're taking aren't offering them enough, or they need to help their little sibling get to school, or do something for themselves. They can't do that with no money, especially if their parents or their guardians or anybody around them isn't helping them with their proper funding.
No, thank you all for your testimony. Really insightful. One of the things that, again, is staying with me is, personally, I've heard jobs, access to money is one of the main things young people are saying they need and want in the city. And that kind of resonates with your experience at Dunkin' Donuts, going in, trying to look for a job. And so offline, if you would leave your information, what I will commit to doing, if you're up to it, is trying to see how we can help you secure a place to work.
Yes, please.
Andriana is over there. Andrea, if you could raise your hand, if you could just make sure she has your contact information, or somebody that's with you will follow up with you. All right, thank you all for your testimony. Next, we have Paris Burns. We're making progress, y'all. Troy Bibb. Siler Jamenti Mendoga. Taylor Rideout. I'm sorry, you did already go. Tyela Dawson. Renaya Williams. Tavon Stoney. Are you Tavon? Okay, great. Is Renaya here? Okay, she's no longer here with us. Tazaya Carr? Trinity Lee? Kingston Johnson? What's your name? Trinity. And Troy, we're gonna get started with you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Troy Bibb. I attend Phelps High School, and I'm a youth leader with Black Swan Academy and United Leaders for Freedom. I'm here to speak against the proposed youth curfew. I understand that safety is important, but I don't think a curfew will actually fix the problem between the youth and these curfews. It puts too much blame on young people instead of focusing on the real issues, like not having enough resources, safe spaces, or opportunities for youth. A lot of young people are doing the right thing. We go to school, work jobs, and join activities that sometimes end at night. A curfew would punish us just for being out late, doing positive things, or trying to get home safely. It could also lead to more unnecessary interactions with police, which might make things worse instead of better. Instead of a curfew, the council should invest in programs that support youth, more after school programs, better mental health support, and safer places to just be around for would help more in the long run. These approaches not only support youth development, but also contribute to the long-term community well-being. I ask that you don't pass a policy that limits us without fixing the real issues first. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Tayula?
Hello, my name is Tyler Dawson.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. My name is Tyler Dawson. I am 17 years old and I go to Anacostia High School. The juvenile curfew is not a solution, it is a punishment. How can you think youth act crazy at the teen takeovers, but they don't have any mental health resources to help them with their behavior? Youth can't navigate properly dealing with mental health issues and no resources. And how can you expect us to stay home when over 82,000 DC residents are unhoused? The real questions are youth fighting because they met up to do it? Or are youth fighting because they can't properly navigate their feelings because we don't have help? And are youth outside because they want to cause trouble? Or do they not have stable housing or nowhere to go at all? And the biggest question of all is, are crimes only committed at night in these specific areas? The answer is no. Ask a child like me who goes to a Ward A school like me. I've had friends be stabbed and shot after and before school, which are times earlier than the curfew. Regardless of the exceptions of coming from school, work, or handling an emergency, as stated in the bill, realistically, officers do not care to ask or consider these things. To think that criminalization of youth will be permanent is sickening. The permanent curfew is based on a quote emergency that took place on October 31st, which is only about 6 months ago. I personally think that it is not possible to make an adequate decision within such little time. Something over the course of only months should not change the future of DC forever. If there are plans for more teen centers, safe places, or more housing, prioritize the real emergencies in DC. The bills introduced by the council represent what the council truly cares about. And if you vote against the youth, it shows the truth.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Siler here? No. Renaya? Okay. Tavon?
Good evening. My name is Tavon Stoney from Bar High School, and I want to speak on how things are for the youth right now. From what I've seen, DPR events work because they bring people together in a safe place, structured way, but unstructured situations like the Navy Yard takeover can quickly get out of control. My fault. Even if most people are just trying to have fun. A big issue is that many youth don't have enough support Without guidance or programs, it's easier to make bad decisions or get caught up in the wrong things. It's not that we want to do wrong, we just need more opportunities and people helping us do better. That's why we need more year-round jobs and programs that teach real-life skills. I experienced this in a program called Motion Moguls with Growing Up Inc., where we learn financial literacy, business skills, and build confidence. We also need better interactions with police. Too often we feel judged instead of supported. If we want change, we need more structured programs, jobs, and safe places for youth. When we have support, we do better. Thank you.
What was the name of that program? The year-round jobs program?
Well, it's called Motion Moguls.
And who runs that program? Or I can follow.
Oh,
I can-
Growing Up Inc.
Growing Up
Inc. Yeah.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Tazaya Carr? Okay. I don't know who's who. Trinity. Yeah, okay, you're Trinity.
Good evening. My name is Trinity Lee. I'm a student at Bar DC High School and I'm a junior. I want to share how youth spaces and events affect us. From my personal experience, DPR events seem to work because they give young people structure, safe places to have fun, connect, and feel supported. Situations like the Teen Takeovers also bring the youth together, but without structure, things can easily get out of hand, even when most people are just trying to enjoy themselves. Us kids are going to gather together regardless. The question is whether we're given safe, organized spaces to do so. I also want to mention how interactions with law enforcement impact us. Being met with threats or treated like a danger doesn't make us feel safe. It makes us feel targeted. If we want better outcomes for youth, we should invest more in structured programs, supportive adults, and design spaces for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Kingston, you're next. If you can just pivot the microphone a little bit.
Good afternoon. My name is Kingston. I attend Phelps High School. My testimony. Today, youth are often portrayed in a negative light as if we are more of a problem than a generation full of potential. Instead of being motivated and supported, many of us feel harassed, misunderstood, and unfairly targeted. The narrative around Teen Takeover is a perfect example. While the media and some adults force only on isolated incidents of violence, they ignore the bigger picture. Many of these gatherings are simply young people coming together to socialize, have fun, and enjoy their time. Adults often say things, we used to stay outside till the street lights come on, suggesting previous generations had freedom to explore and connect. So what changed? Why is it that teens today gather in groups and it's immediately seen as a threat? The difference isn't behavior, it's the perception. Instead of trust, there's suspicion. Instead of guidance, there's control. The increased police presence has only made the tension worse. Rather than making us feel safe, it often makes us feel like we are being watched, judged, and criminalized for simply being young and Black. For example, I was once riding a bike with my friend late night around Noma Park, and we were stopped by the police, and we didn't know why, and they said curfew zone. And we were automatically like put in handcuffs, no question asked. And so like they used a lot of force. They had mace, just for us being out past 9 p.m. On our way home. Experiences like this don't build trust, they create fear and resentment. At the same time, the resources meant to support us are falling behind. Recreation centers, which should be a safe space for growth, connection, and opportunity, are outdated. Many no longer have working computers or modern programs that reflect our interests and needs. When these spaces are neglected, it sends messages that youth development is not a priority. Despite these challenges, young people continue to show that we can come together in positive, meaningful ways. Events organized by programs like DPR activities have been some of the most impactful and enjoyable experiences for youth. These events give us something to look uh, forward to and create environments where we feel seen and supported. Movements like the ICE walkout protest also demonstrates that we are capable of organizing, speaking up, and standing for something bigger than ourselves. The reality is that everything isn't about violence. There's a strong sense of community, creativity, and positivity among today's youth that often goes unnoticed. Instead of focusing solely on control and punishment, there should be more investment and opportunity that uplift and empower when given a chance. We don't just gather, we grow, we lead, and we inspire.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe I got to everyone on this panel. Kingston, I hate hearing that story of your encounter with the police, but I know it's not unique. And too many of our young people are having these interactions. When the officer stopped you in that scenario, if you are open to talking about it, if you don't want to talk about it, feel empowered to say you don't want to talk about it. But did they invite you to leave, or did they immediately put you in handcuffs?
We were just riding a bike. The police officer, like, he was also on the bike, and like he skirted in front of us, like almost hitting us off our bike, pushed us off, and immediately put us in handcuffs. And then he called for backup, which had mace and stuff like that.
Without asking what you were doing, why you were there,
We
or
didn't ask until like after, and like when we asked questions, they got more aggressive, stuff like that.
and how long was that interaction?
Like 2-3 minutes.
And then they ultimately let you go.
Mhm.
Okay. I think everybody that may be tuning into this, there just has to be a better way. And you can't tell me that interactions like this or what we saw on national TV with National Guardsmen or officers chasing young people is the solution. Like, you just can't convince me of that. So again, thank you for sharing that. And I hate that that happened to you. For the sake of time, I'm going to keep going so we can get to our other young people. But I took note, and one thing that stands out in a lot of your testimony was this idea of structured time and helping facilitate like structured places where young people can gather and hang out. I also noted the tensions between young people and police, and how curfews and other incidents are just increasing the odds that young people are going to have those run-ins with the police. So thank you all for your testimony. Brian Cousins. Kayasia Creighton. Brayon Priolo. Genevieve Thomas. Amaranta Crampton. Jalen Link. Sierra Craig. Jayla Spears. Kamari Odom. Kamari? Okay, awesome. And I'm sorry. Brian, you're Brian. What's your name? Kiasia. And you're Chloe in place of Bree. I got it. All right, Brian, you can give your testimony. And just make sure you hit the button so the light comes on.
Good evening. Good evening and good night to others. My speech is long. I won't take up most of your time. My name is Brian Cousins. I'm a senior and upcoming 3-year graduate at Calvin Coolidge Senior High School. Too often, young people are judged simply for going outside. Not every teen out at night is doing something wrong. Many are just spending time with friends, enjoying their freedom and learning independence. But curfew laws can treat all teens the same and create unfair assumptions about who they are and what they're doing. What's even more concerning is how situations where young people report being stopped, questioned, or treated in a harsh or disrespectful way just for being outside during curfew hours. Instead of feeling safe and protected, some teens feel targeted. Me personally, I've been stopped because of the way I look and the way I talk. I was starting with being put in handcuffs for wanting to be a big boy. I wish simply ask. I simply ask for them to not to shine. I simply ask for them not to shine a light in my face because I have astigmatism. When authorities, when authority is u- when authority is used without care or fairness, it creates the feeling that that power is being misused, especially towards young people who may not feel understood. That may not understand. I'm sorry, who may not fully understand their rights or how to respond in those manners. That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. And again, I regret to hear that story. I do have a follow-up question for you, so if you could hold on. Kiesia, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Tiaja. I'm in 11th grade, and today I'm speaking about why teens should not have strict curfews and why our generation deserves more trust, and how we can help stop violence among youth. Curfews are meant to protect us, but strict curfews don't actually teach responsibility. They teach obedience. There's a difference. Responsibility comes from making choices, learning from mistakes, and understanding consequences. If every decision is controlled for us, we don't develop those skills. There are late shifts, unexpected situations, and moments where judgment matters more than the clock. If teens aren't given the chance to practice independence now, we're being set up to struggle later.
Are you done?
Oh,
I feel like there may have been more on that page, but you just stopped. But thank you for your testimony. Chloe. And Chloe, do you mind sharing your last name?
Boyd.
Got it. And you can give your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Chloe and I'm from DC and I go to Phillips Ace High School and as a sophomore. Last Friday, I was coming home from the corner store and was with a friend. There was a police officer that stopped us and almost knocked us off our bike, literally into like a brick wall. He took us off the bike, slammed us into the wall, and tried to put cuffs on us about our curfew. If you're disrespecting the youth, how do you expect to gain respect from us? Instead of asking how to keep teens off the streets, we should be asking why they're there and what can we do to give them better options. If safety is the goal, then we need more than rules. We need support. We need safe places to stay. Oh, we need safe places that stay as open later, like youth programs. We need mentorships, job opportunities, and spaces where young people can feel welcomed and supported. We also have to think about the fairness. Curfews can sometimes lead to teens being stopped or judged by just being outside, even if they're not even doing nothing. That could damage trust instead of building it. I'm not saying that safety doesn't matter, but the real safety comes from giving the youth support, opportunities, and safe environments, not restrictions. Young people don't want to be seen as a problem. We just want to be a part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And then last but not least, Kamari.
Good evening. My name is Kamari Odom. I'm 19 years old. I'm a young person from this community, a participant with Growing Up Inc., and also a Safe Passage Ambassador. I help teach peer mediation in various schools, by the way. I want to be honest with you all today. I wasn't always the best at making good decisions. There was a time when I was part of the problem, getting into conflicts, reacting without thinking, and getting involved in situations that could have gone left any moment. I'm sorry about that. For a while, that just felt normal. Where I come from, a lot of us grow up feeling like we have to move a certain way just to protect ourselves. So instead of talking things out, we react. Instead of understanding each other, we escalate. So when people talk about youth curfews, I understand the intention. It's about safety. But from my experience, curfews don't really change what's going on inside of us. They don't teach us how to handle conflict. They don't give us guidance. They don't build relationships. What changed me was growing up Inc. Through their peer mediation program, I learned how to communicate, how to listen, and how to actually de-escalate situations instead of making them worse. I went from being someone who contributes to the conflict to someone who now helps resolve it. And now through my role with Safe Passage and teaching peer mediation in schools, I'm able to take what I learned and give it back, helping other young people handle situations differently before they turn into something larger. I've sat in mediations where I've helped other young people talk through issues that could have easily turned into fights. In those moments, I realized something. Most of us aren't trying to be the problems. We just don't always have the tools or support to handle situations the right way. I was also part of the Leaders of Tomorrow, which helped me build decision-making skills, confidence, and leadership. It taught me how to think before I act and how to move with purpose. And through Motion Mongols, I was able to learn about entrepreneurship and creativity, actually building ideas, working with others, and seeing that there are real opportunities out here for us beyond just surviving day to day. These programs show me a different path. So when we talk about solutions for our youth today, I just want to say this. Curfews might control where we are, but programs like Growing Up change how we think and how we act and who we become. If we really want safer communities, we have to invest in programs that build real relationship with young people, programs that meet us where we are, mentor us, and give us a reason to move differently. Because I'm standing here today as proof that when you invest in the youth the right way, we just don't stay out of trouble, we become part of the problem. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you for your testimony. Quick follow-up question. How many young people does Growing Up work with?
What do you mean by young people? How many young people?
Or like, in your testimony, you talk about how you're helping young people navigate handling conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an estimate of how many young people you're working with?
Well, with schools, I know there's a lot of people, so we be in schools, so I could say it.
Or how many schools are you working with?
Well, I can give you an example. Brooklyn, Dunbar High School, Kip College Preparatory, what else? McKinley Tech.
Yep. I'm familiar with your work.
Yes, sir.
I just didn't know if there was like a number, but if you're working in all those schools, we're talking about thousands of young people.
Yeah, like it varies, it's around, so.
I got it. Okay. We heard a lot today about alternative spaces, third spaces, rec centers, having them open later. Would you all agree that if we were to do more of that, that would minimize the need for these large-scale teen hangouts?
I would say yes and no, because some people would rather participate in activities that aren't supervised because they would rather do their own thing. But for those who want to be safe and like stay in an environment that's supervised and where everybody's kept in like an understanding and a protective space, yeah, that would be good. For the people who want to do them, they can do them. For the people who want to be outside and be in a place that they can be outside but be safe and where their parents know where they're at, yeah, you can keep the recreational open later.
And it seemed like you agreed or wanted to add to that? Yeah, jump in.
I wanted to add on to what he said. It's just like we just want to hang out with our friends more because we're always in school. We be testing like I don't know what. Like we test no phone. First of all, we ain't got no phones. We test mostly all the time. Every time we're in school, same thing. Everybody comes, starts problems, whatever. So we just want to leave school, be with our friends, then go home, repeat the cycle over and over again. But it's kind of hard knowing that the police can just do whatever they want to because they got the privileges to do it.
Yeah. I heard earlier today that a lot of these meetups are advertised on social media, not surprising. So like TikTok, Instagram, elsewhere. How have any of you all been to these like Teen Takeovers meetups?
I've been to a couple, yes.
You've been to a couple, okay. And I saw head nods. So just describe to me the appeal. Is it merely that you're gonna see your friends and here's an opportunity to do that?
I feel like you're always going to see your friends because everybody's going to know about it. And nobody wants to be at home. Like TikTok, all that, it's getting boring. We just want to vibe, you know, be with the friends, just chill. But it's kind of hard doing that, knowing.
It strikes me as the same motivations that everybody has. Young people share them, not surprising. So when the weather is nice, young people want to be outside too. When, when you've had a long, stressful week, you want to be with your friends or the
Yeah.
people, like, that's not that surprising. And I guess what I think I saw you all agree with is if there were more outlets for you all to do that in structured environments, that perhaps there wouldn't be such large scale meetups.
Yeah.
How do we organize that as a city?
Just like how y'all do the DPR, I feel like it's more to it. Y'all can take us places, you know, we can do fundraisers, stuff like that to add money together to go to little places, like go out of town for like a day, you know, just chill.
If there were like venues, let's say we rented out a place, whatever the place is, and said we're gonna have a party.
Okay.
Do you think young people would come if government were attached to that, or we have to go where folks have trust?
I mean, it's like we don't have trust. I mean, we have trust, but it's kind of hard trusting knowing that anything can happen to us. And
Understood.
we don't have that much protection because the police is coming to us, you know, with excessive force. You know, they're not really talking to us. It's like, just if they see us, automatically mace, paintball guns with mace balls in them. I don't know where they got that from, but like that's too much. That's too much.
That's great. All right, I'm gonna go here and then I'll give you the last word. Yes. Yeah. It just pushed the button of sort of like, oh, I thought you wanted to, when I was asking about third spaces, should government do that or should we outsource that to other people to do that?
It don't really matter, but like everywhere everybody go, they gotta keep their head on the swivel at all times. So like it wouldn't really fix anything.
So safety is a factor. And this, one quick follow-up there. So even when you're going to these meetups, I imagine that's still true, that you're aware that this could be an unsafe environment.
Yeah, it could be safe and unsafe because you'll know who going and who not going. So
And so, and even despite those concerns, wanting to hang out with friends is still worth risking what could happen.
That's not really the cause. It's just like we just want to chill with kids. We want to be with kids, but when we don't be kids, y'all like.
The microphone.
I feel like, I don't mean to cut you off, but when you say, why do they gather like that? I feel like it's the thing of being watched, being like, you're always like, I got to do this and do that. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you're at home, you already have your parents kind of dictating and, you know, saying what's right from wrong and you should do this and do that. And it's like, you know, people want freedom. You know, people are human at the end of the day, you know, so when people do go outside, they like to let loose.
But can we be, yeah, I totally take that to heart. If I'm being honest though, when I look at some of these flyers, it almost seems like a game now because some of the wording on the flyer says, we run the city, we're not scared, we're gonna do this.
That's all the young children. Yes, that's like middle schoolers, by the way.
Oh, okay.
And also, like, when you ask, like, have we ever been to the teen night? I work at the teen night. It was in Southwest. And it was a lot of young kids. Like it was.
You're talking about what DPR?
Yeah, DPR. It was, and that was my first time working at teen night. And when I seen that, my eyes like, I was like, oh my God, like I didn't know that, you know, kids can be this wild. And it's like they look like wild dogs off a leash because it's like they finally were free. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, it kind of depends, you know. I really feel like kind of.
We're gonna reframe that. Not wild dogs off a leash.
Not wild dogs.
I understand what you're trying to convey, which is they're really excited to have the freedom at that late night DPR event.
Yeah, really excited to be outside and have fun.
Understood. Understood. Any final words you want to offer?
And about the teen nights, like when we leave the teen nights, the police is already they're already on it.
We've heard that several times.
They're already on one. Like we can just walking down the street. It's happened to me before. I went to the teen night. I don't know. I think it was somewhere. I don't remember, but we walking down the street. Like I said, flashlights it's not like just the flashlight on, it's flashing like nonstop, just flashing in your face.
So you go from a welcoming, fun,
Yes.
free space where young people are glad to be, and then
Yeah.
immediately you're thrust into this aggressive, tense
Yes, and
standoff with the police outside.
And that's what makes the youth angry. That's what they get mad at each other because like everybody's just in the way. They just running, they just scramming everywhere. So like it's nowhere they can go. You can get bumped. And then they taking the line bikes and we could be riding a scooter. They just take it like. And then when we're riding the bikes, the people around they
Who's
just
taking? The police are taking
yes,
it.
police. When I was on the scooter and stuff, the police took it from me. They was like they're not 18 or older, but like I never knew like we always had it. So like I never knew that you actually needed to.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you all. This is really helpful. We are taking to heart your testimony and we'll follow up shortly. So thank you. Jordan Herring, Shannon Johnson, Chelsea Humphreys, and then online we have Aiden Cartledge, Caleb Franklin, Nahima Kanote, Christy Matthews Jones. Treasure. And then Gloria Hightower, is she still here? So Chelsea Humphreys is not here. All right, we're gonna actually have Aiden Cartledge go first, followed by Nahima, and then we'll take the people in the room.
Good evening, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. My name is Aiden Carlich. I am an 8th grade student at Friendship Southeast, also living in Ward 8. Thank you for listening to me. I want to talk about teen takeovers because I think they are causing problems in the communities, but I also think they are happening for a reason. A lot of times, young people just want somewhere to go. We want to hang out, play sports, and be with our friends. For me, I enjoy playing basketball and football outside with my friends, and I also like staying out of school for activities when they are available. The difference is when I am in an after school program, I have something to do. I have adults around, and I feel like I am in a safe space. But once the school day ends or on weekends, those options are always not there, or not always there. My fault. That is when people start looking for other places to go. But we need more than just one place. I think certain schools can be part of the solution too. Some schools are already safe spaces, and we can use them more for after school and weekend activities. That means having teachers, coaches, and staff support to run programs, open gyms, and clubs outside of regular school hours. I'm asking you to invest in more after school and weekend programs at schools and recreation centers, especially in Ward 8, and to make sure they're open during the times when teens actually need them. Because when we have something to do, we will go there. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your testimony. And if you hang around, I'll have questions after the panel. Nahima, you're next. And Nahima, if you're, okay, there you go. It looks like you were coming off, I can't see you, but if you can speak to give your testimony. Nahima, if you, there you go. We can't hear you if you're talking. Okay, Nahima, we're gonna come back to you in hopes that you can figure out the technology. Jordan Herring.
Good afternoon. I'm with Safe Passage growing up. My name is Jordan Heron. I'm with growing up. And for teenagers at curfew, I feel like it's unfair because you might think, hold on. You might think, why should I have a be home at a certain time if I'm responsible? And I'm not feeling, and that feeling is real. Independence matter. Growing up means learning how to make your own choices, but also understand that curfew are meant to provide guidance during a time when judgment is still developing. At the same time, we need to ask if they're actually working. We need more programs where the youth can really speak on what they're really going through and whether curfews are really helping or not. I'm speaking from my experience and I have from my own challenges, but through mentorships and programs that are designed around my interests and needs, I was able to grow up and move differently. And that shows something important, guidance and opportunity go farther than restrictions alone. So while curfews may have a place, they shouldn't be the only solution. We need to continue investing in membership programs and youth voices because that's what really create changes. Thank you.
No, thank you for your testimony. Next is Shannon Johnson. And Nahima, we can see you now. And so after I take Shannon, and after this panel, we'll come back to you. Sorry about that.
All right, how you doing?
Good.
Good afternoon, my name is Shannon Johnson. I'm a violent prevention specialist working for Growing Up, Safe Passage, and also a mother. I was once a youth in this city, and I also participated with Peaceaholics back in my prime. So I want to touch on a few different things. I want to touch bases on a few different things because this issue is bigger than just one area. One of my biggest concerns is that resources, activities, and updated spaces are not evenly distributed across the city. Certain areas like Navy Yard get attention with events, recreation, and safe spaces, but a lot of neighborhoods don't have those same opportunities. So what happens is young people travel to those areas looking for something to do. Now you have kids from all over the DMV coming together in one place, and sometimes those groups are already dealing with issues from school or from their neighborhoods. When that's mixed together without enough structure and guidance, situations can escalate quickly. That confusion and tension isn't random. It's a result of lack of access, lack of support, and lack of consistent programs across the entire city. We need more voices, more programs, and more safe activities in all neighborhoods, not just in certain areas. I'm also speaking as a mother. My son Kingston spoke today. I have two teenager sons, and both of them have been in serious situations. One was robbed for his shoes and phone, and the other was jumped at Noma Station. Gladly Safe Passage is stationed there. And the area we used to use to feel safe for our kids isn't anymore. But what made a difference in that moment was Safe Passage. they were able to step in and support my son, not just as enforcement, but as people who understood how to de-escalate and guide youth. As a mother, when I think about what a safe place really look like, it's not just police presence. A safe place is somewhere my children can go where they are trusted adults, structure and positive activities where they feel protected but also respected. A place where they are mentors and programs, not just enforcement. And a place where conflict are de-escalated, not escalated. I also worked the DPR event in Southwest, and I've seen firsthand how things can escalate. There were multiple fights, and in those moments, I saw how important it is to have the right people involved, such as safe passage. In some situations, it felt like police responses didn't come until things reached the highest level, and then the response involved more intense force. I also heard youth expressing that they didn't feel safe when they were being pushed into certain spaces or stations where conflict were already happening. That kind of response can sometimes increase tension instead of reducing it. Another concern I want to raise is the issues of e-bikes. They've been involved in numerous incidents, including robberies and young people get injured. This is something that needs more attention and prevention efforts as well. Through Growing Up Inc. meditation program, I've been personally involved in helping mediate conflict between youth, sitting them down, talking through issues and helping them resolve things instead of letting it turn into violence.
If you could wrap up with your final thought.
Okay, that showed me the difference, because when there are critical messages and meditation, we actually calm situations down, resolve them, just to react to them. But overall, we work on it firsthand, and we see and hear a lot of things that kids go through, and we need to listen to them more and get them more help.
Thank you for your testimony. Treasure, you're next.
Good afternoon. My name is Treasure, and I'm coming from the 5th Ward. Youth curfews are often present as to a way to keep teens safe, but in reality, they can do more harm than good. Instead of addressing the root of cause, issues, violence, or lack of opportunities, curfews simply push young people off the streets without giving them safe, positive spaces to go. This makes teens feel targeted rather than protected, especially when they're just spending time with their friends or heading home. On top of that, many teens experience unfair treatment from police during curfew enforcements. Being stopped, questioned, or assumed to be doing something wrong creates tension or mistrust. It sends the message that young people are a problem instead of part of a community. If the goal is safety, the focus should be on support like youth programs, mentorship, and safe spaces, not polices that make teens feel as though they're criminals for simply being outside.
Thank you for your testimony. And then we have Gloria Hightower.
Chair.
If you can push the button, there you go.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Zachary Parker. When I learned about this particular hearing, I found myself compelled to come down, because when I see these wonderful youth in this arena, I just become so overwhelmed with the necessity to think about bringing back the Friends of Carter Barron year-round performing arts program. But I want to piggyback, because my conversation is not with you all, but my conversation is for you all. I'm a person who know that it's important to put you first and to listen to what you got to say. So I want to commend you on that. But let me talk about what the real issues are today. I'm supposed to be at the Howard Theater celebrating the taste, but I think my Black youth are so important, and I'm probably everybody's grandmother who are younger, okay? Not everybody's, but some people mothers, okay? But, and that's because I'm a proud 69-year-old Black woman, okay? I'm proud, baby, and look good on top of it. But on top of that, oh yes, I don't play. As it relates to the Friends of Carter Burn, I am the founder of that nonprofit, and I'm the president. And in our mission statement that's in the United States Library of Congress is twofold. One, to reopen the Carter Burn, but the second one is to preserve our performing arts youth workforce initiatives. And that's why I want to talk to you, and so that your fellow colleagues can understand. I stopped dealing with youth in 2016 because of the bad, poor management of youth programs in DC. Number one, it is the per participant cost. We got more agencies in the District of Columbia that creates positions overlapping one another. And that needs to be investigated, because that money can be used for youth programs that these youth need. And to have that diversity. When I kicked off from President William Jeff Clinton, the workforce federal mandate, Mayor Anthony Williams was running that. It took my organization from servicing youth in the summer to year round. And these are youth who were inspired to acquire careers in the performing arts industry. So I went under the Department of Employment Services. I was able to get the kind of staffing at Howard University, the University of the District of Columbia, who not only talked about their skills, but still was able to make a young man like him, who may have been interested in visual arts or cosmetology or dancing or singing or acting, with a real learning experience, because the methodology is three: academic enhancement, work readiness enhancement, and career enhancement. And it has been nothing but failures to me after Anthony Williams. I don't care who like it, but it's a fact. These youth have a
And if you
right.
can give your last thought, just because of the clock.
Okay, sure. But these youth have a right, and you really need to investigate for all agencies like DPR, DOES, as well as OST. And they should be here at this hearing to listen to these youth express what they need, why they need it, and to make sure that the contractors who are nonprofit, like the Friends of Carter Burn, can really get paid, besides of paying these agency heads six-figure salaries, and our own council members are not getting the payments that they need.
Thank
I have a real issue with that. The last thing, and I just want to say, one of the things about the workforce program, so that you know, it evaluates pre,
Thank you. I got it.
and post
I just want to
exams.
make sure we can get to the youth voices. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
I just want to say that because, you know, hopefully the new administration will make it better so that we can come back in and
Understood.
serve our youth who are interested in the performing arts. God bless you.
Thank you.
And God bless America.
Thank you. Nahima, you're next.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. When making decisions concerning youth, it is imperative that young people in DC are included in this decision-making process. Good evening, council members and everyone present. My name is Naima Kanate, and I am a 10th grader at Jackson Reed High School, a community member, and a DC Girls Coalition representative. The teen curfews that have been imposed on youth in DC have not been productive or helpful. Curfews lead to increased police interaction with young people of color, restrict youth freedom in their own communities, criminalize normal behavior, and impact more vulnerable teens. This also ignores the root causes of why teen takeovers are happening. If this council and others across DC looked at why teen takeovers occur, they would see that teens ages 13 through 18 simply do not have spaces that are dedicated to them. DC teens simply want to have fun and be young. Others think that imposing teen curfews will prevent things from happening like takeovers, and using this approach criminalizes Black and brown youth, creating more resentment within the community of young people in DC. Teen takeovers are a direct result to the mistreatment and negligence that some DC youth face from adults around them. And teen takeovers are a symptom of this and not a cause. It's important to recognize that. Alternatives to teen takeovers would be giving youth third spaces, but also making sure they have safe first spaces and second spaces, because some youth don't always have safe spaces at home and around their neighborhoods. Having more recreation centers with actual activities that everyone enjoys, especially in marginalized communities and wards that don't have as much funding. Year-round mentorship and internship programs with increased pay, because being paid $7 an hour and other minuscule amounts doesn't actually help youth around DC, especially if they're helping support their family. And pop-up events for youth that happen regularly, as well as using surveys and going to places that youth regularly frequents to learn what other things will help youth feel supported in DC throughout all of the 8 wards. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Nahima, I appreciated you touching on the access to jobs, but also the level of pay that young people need and want. I think that's important. And then Shannon, I just wanted to quickly follow up. You work with the Safe Passage team, it sounds like. And so if you could push the microphone, it sounds like you're recommending for those Safe Passage teams to be a part of these team meetups to better facilitate versus the police.
Yes, because they actually talk to us hands-on. Like, they say our approach is a lot better, because I had to actually talk to police officers. Like, them 2 groups was just fighting. Why are you pushing them to the same station? They trying to fight away, not go there. They don't want to fight no more. So it's like they don't care. The police, they don't care if they was fighting each other or how the conflict started or how it's going to end, if they're going to follow each other home. All they just want is that area clear so they can leave.
No, that's an interesting perspective in terms of the Safe Passage workers.
Yeah.
Because this idea of finding alternatives or adults that have relationships with the young people and can help facilitate more productively has been talked about. And I think you pointing to the Safe Passage workers is a pool of people we already have that we could leverage in different ways.
Yep, and being as though we already at the schools, our face and our vests were familiar to them. So it's like, the school I work at, most of the students came to me and was like, could you walk me to the opposite corner? Like, ask the police, could you take me this way? Because the problem for me is that way. So we had to go through a little struggle to get the police to let us to take one group to the following station the opposite way. But 9 times out of 10, they tell us no. They say they doing their job, and then they got the little army people, what's them out there, just National Guards. They just going with whatever that the police say. They don't know what to do. They just like extra bodies outside.
Understood. Well, thank you. And then Treasure, I wanted to come to you. I think you said you live in Ward 5.
Yes.
Do you feel as though you have enough outlets or places to go in the community?
I would say it would be some, but I feel like if most outlets is like for adults or like little kids, because mostly, yeah, it's just like little outlets for little kids. And
How old are you?
I'm in middle school. I'm 13 years old.
Okay, so when you say little kids, you're talking
Like,
younger than 13.
Yeah, like
I got it. So thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. And we're going to move to the next panel. I believe Naomi Tony is here. And I'm going to do an all call for all remaining youth in the room. If I have not called your name, but you are here wanting to testify, substituting for somebody, if you could please walk up here and share your name with me. All right, Naomi, you may be our last youth for the day. Yes, come join us, come join us, come join us. Thank you for your testimony.
The next to me. I'm gonna read from
All
my
right,
phone. like I did.
Yana. Is Irene Jacobs here? Is Nike? Kwanzaa Billy? And then Nicole Newman? She left, okay. Ashley Williams? Silva Walker? Michael Campbell? Nathan Luking? Jahar Abraham? Tandani Mopobusi? Okay, Kayla Cook? Stanley Edman? Ange Perko? Frederick Artis? Andrew Barbaz? If you could join us up here. Are you Andrew? Okay, yes, if you could join us up here at the dais. And then I see Ayumende is online. Is Alex Stein here? Left. All right, so this is our final panel. So I just want to make sure I have your names. Naomi, Ayana. I'm sorry? Samaya Lane. Okay, Samaya, what I'll do, because space is limited, I'll get you when this panel is finished. Okay? Anybody else we did not get? All right. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna let Naomi go first, and then I'm gonna go to Ayumindi, and then I'll go for the rest of the panel. And so,
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Naomi Tony, here representing Black Swan Academy, and thank you for your time. Sorry. The youth curfew is not an answer for public safety, and it's definitely not going to set us young people on the path for greatness. Rather, this seems to me like we're painting over the issue. And that issue is lack of representation, resources, mentorship, and opportunities for you. I think the idea of proposing a youth curfew, which begins at 8 p.m., is ludicrous. 8 p.m. is not a viable time for most teenagers. Although I've never personally engaged in these quote-unquote takeovers, I am sure I'm more often than not outside past the proposed youth curfew time. I believe that accountability is important, whether it's accountability on the youth engaging in the activities, the parents, or the authorities. It's fair to hold our youth accountable for bad behavior. However, this bad behavior should not be countered against with like assault, pepper spray, and violent language. As someone who's been a DC resident since elementary school, I've noticed the growing criminalization of youth in DC, and it is something I feel is not talked about enough. And it's the over-policing areas meant for youth, for example, schools, the bell-to-bell cell phone ban, heavy security in schools, and the youth curfew. We are constantly being oppressed and criminalized in order to treat normal teenage behavior like being outside at night or using your phone in school. These policies being put into place will do nothing but push our youth closer to the justice system and target minorities. But yet again, the decisions that directly impact young people are being made without them. Black Swan Academy's high school cohort has been working very hard on our campaign for a youth governing council. The youth governing council, the amended legislation is complete, and we're looking for council members to sponsor. But in the meantime, you all who hold the power to make the policies that will shape our futures need to be investing in us. And I have questions, but I'll leave that for the end.
you have questions? Awesome, I love that. You have questions of me, I have questions of you. I'll be sure to get your questions when we get to the question round. Ayumende.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to go again. Good afternoon. My name is
Absolutely.
Ayomide.
I'm sorry, I was gonna ask you to pronounce your name, but I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt.
Oh, my bad. It's Ayamende Miller. Good afternoon. My name is Ayamende Miller. I am a 17-year-old and I am a United Leader. I'm a youth leader for Youth for Justice and United Leaders for Freedom. I attend Phelps Ace High School. I am a senior and I live in Ward 8. Thank you for your time. Today, I'm here to talk about teen takeovers and youth curfew because in many places in DC, many of the youth are displaced at the school with nowhere else to go. Additionally, many youth after school play sports, go to tutoring, or even try to just go out to just enjoy the summer after school and can't because of the recent curfew that is about to be enforced. The teen takeovers and youth curfew are connected to youth well-being because youth don't have any places to go after school. This is important because if youth are actually given proper programs that are well adequately funded academically or sports, they will not have to be confined to places where they don't want to go. My personal experience with this issue is after the last year curfews that was successful. Many of the youth that met up at U Street or Navy Yard just went to Gallery Place, Chinatown, or other popular places in DC where the curfew wasn't really enforced. Some solutions that I think that are important to do is to fund after-school programs, sports, academical programs, or recreational centers. From my experience growing up in DC, I have been a part of all of these different types of programs. Though after COVID, there has been a decline in funding in these programs, yet an increase on MPD policing. I'm asking you to stop addressing the stems of the problem, like where youth are going, and to start creating places that are singularly for youth and are properly funded to sustain the amount of youth that you want out of certain locations. How will you truly get youth out of certain places and put them within a good environment if we defund things that are actually helping the community? My name is Ayamende Miller. Thank you for listening to my testimony today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Ayana. And make sure you, yep, there you go.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. My name is Ayana Ford. My pronouns are she and Faye, as in Frank, Adam, Edward. I'm an 8th generation native Washingtonian, born and bred in Ward 8. In 2012, I founded the Future Foundation, the only trauma-informed youth center specifically serving Ward 8 youth. Please note the date that we were founded and have a look in some of the other emerging youth organizations. It's important when we have this conversation that we talk about the credentials and the approach when working with youth. At that time, Oprah had spoke nothing about social emotional approaches. At that time, we did not have a dean of social emotional approaches. And at that time, that's why we were being told we wouldn't be funded to do our work. Since that time to this day, we still haven't gotten any government support, but we still remained in our community and beyond offering 3 hot meals. Nevertheless, we still offered Super Smart, which was an acronym for science, math, art, reading, and technology. We still offered Harry Potter in the Hood, which was held the first time at WEAC Radio's building. And at that time, we had Marcus Batchelor to be Dumbledore because he was our rep for a Board of Education. We also did the Super Parent Support Circle, which would later become the Community Parent Support Circle because we had to extend the definition of parent. What I'm saying is the things that folks have asked for here, we've done. DPR got the idea for late night hype because we did late night lit lounge. Receipts exist. Late night lit lounge predated late night hype, and we were open up until the time of the end of curfew, and then we drove children home. We were open in Ward 8, where I lived in my office because we lived in a townhome where youth were able to wash their clothes, were able to wash their bodies, and were able to prepare for school. We never had catered meals. I had to prepare all 3 meals because, again, we did 3 hot meals in a day because we lived in a food desert. Maka Taylor, who was just seated over there, was a witness, and her entire family, though her family was, we did a drop-in program because you need to allow youth to be able to drop in so that they're able to self-select because, again, that's trauma-informed. We had Shakespeare on the South Side where our youth were able to recite Shakespeare to you and then disseminate that information in layman's terms. Again, I at that time, I did not have a scholarship from American University, but I do now. Moving on, personally, I'm certified in youth mental health first aid, adult mental health first aid. I'm a QPR suicide prevention training instructor, which means I can teach it to other people. I'm a Stewards of Children SA prevention instructor, which I got from our partnership with Safe Shores. Again, we've existed since 2012 and I've never gotten a government dollar. And I don't have t-shirts with gentrifiers that just shake community service hours. We give community service hours to our youth. Once they earn that, they receive the same trainings I get. They then get $25 an hour to come and work with their own peers. They receive that $25 an hour on that day where they are then getting it from Cash App. Also, background checks. None of our kids can serve their community without passing the background. We continue to serve our kids as prey to predators, and that is a problem. We have government employees that should not be serving the government in any capacity. They've shot kids as DPR employees. They've had sex with children as government employees. We've had this happen and we know it. Also in DC, the age of consent is 16. That's for anybody under any age identity. So that puts our children consistently at risk for being 16 years old and being underdeveloped, but making overdeveloped decisions. So those who are not trained to know these things are not in a position to protect our youth. So for people with a learning curve, they can't be youth workers. And so you need to start funding people and forcing people who don't have those learning curves and who've been doing this for free or underpaid to be able to get the positions, the funding, and the facts together. And I don't care whose shirt and whose gentrifier is in the space, community service and such is not addressing the trauma that exists. Adverse childhood experiences and adverse childhood environments are what is causing the problem.
Thank you for your
Additionally,
testimony.
parents are not just
Give me
you,
your
it's
last thought.
community. Sorry.
No, I gave you a little extra time. You were on a roll, so
Just wanted to add, siblings are the ones who are raising the home. And so what we're seeing is stair-step youth who are the parents. They're not loitering. They're watching out for their middle school youth. They're watching out for the parents that their parents are missing in action for. And so we need to give them subsidies and support in the same way we do for grandparents. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Kwanzaa Billy is not here. No, you are. I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
Thank you. Good evening, Councilmember Parker and Youth Affairs Committee. My name is Kwanzaa Billy. I'm the Senior Manager for Youth Advocacy and Engagement at DC Action, and I'm here today representing the Youth Power and Safety Collective, a network of youth-serving organizations, trusted adults, and community partners working together to advance youth safety, youth voice, and access to safe spaces across the district. I'm here to speak about youth curfew, youth-centered spaces, and the need to invest in real alternatives to youth takeovers. I want to be clear that young people deserve safe spaces and communities deserve to feel safe, but safety cannot be built through restrictions, policing, or telling young people where they can and cannot be. Safety must be built by investing in where young people can go and who they can trust and what support is available for them when they need it. Curfews may sound like a simple solution, but they are not addressing the deeper issues which you have mentioned in your public testimony as well. Many young people are gathering in public spaces because they are looking for connection, safety, joy, food, support, and something meaningful to do. Some young people are not safe at home. Some are navigating housing instability, community violence, stress, disconnecting from adults and adult systems. Some simply want to go out and have joy in the city. We are responding to young people's presence in public spaces with curfew and police contact, sending the message that youth are the problem, but young people are not the problem. The lack of investment in youth-centered spaces, trusted adults, and community-based supports are the problems. So since July, the Youth Power and Safety Collective has supported safe spaces twice a week, one at one DC Black Workers and Wellness Center on Thursday, and the other at Berry Farms Rec Center on Fridays from 3 to 9 p.m. With we started with an average of 5 young people trickling into each site and grew to 100 young people per week across the 2 sites. We serve young people who are 10 to 17 years old. And again, these are drop-in centers. drop-in site. So safe and joyful spaces were born out of a series of conversations with young people, primarily around the federal occupation of DC, and we're committed to youth safety and inclusive spaces, encouraging young people to be able to engage in healthy, normal adolescent behavior, building relationships and community amongst their peers, and fostering a culture of safety and prevention, reducing physical and emotional harm that youth may experience with police interactions, especially for Black and Brown youth. I'm going to submit this because I know my time is going, but I'm going to scroll to the bottom to just give you some reflections on the DPR events that have been coming. What we've seen, DPR teen nights matter, but the city can do a better job of maintaining those spaces. So designated areas for parents and adult meetups, charging stations so that youth can communicate and navigate safely, include an orientation that starts with how to get home safely, stronger coordination at let-outs to reduce confusion and crowding, clear exit instructions, community-based organizations present to provide know your rights information and trusted support, alignment with WMATA and other agencies on logistics, not the paddy wagons, ending practices like cutting wristbands, which disrupt safety planning. So these are just a few things that we saw when we went to check it out. But the district can move quickly to expand curfew. The district should be able to move quickly to fund safe spaces, late night programming, and community-based alternatives. So today my ask is do not rely on curfews as the main response to youth safety. Invest in physical spaces, community-based organizations, and trusted adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you submitted
I
your?
can submit it right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I really appreciated those action steps for DPR, and those sound like very practical things that we could be doing tomorrow that would have a big payoff. So thank you for that. Nike, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Nike Savain, and I'm the co-executive director of the Black Swan Academy. The district has been having this debate around youth curfews for years, and youth have made their needs and their desires clear. Today, and at every opportunity, young people have shown up to share their experiences and their ideas, including advocating for trauma-informed, accessible, and reliable mental health services, expanded rec center hours in each ward to provide safe recreational spaces on nights and weekends, year-round meaningful job opportunities that would give young people safe places to build skills, connections, and income, and real power through a youth advisory body within the council, as Naomi mentioned. This council promised the curfew expansion would be temporary while a comprehensive plan was developed. Yet here we are again, facing a permanent curfew expansion with no plan and a proposed budget that guts services that support youth and families and inflates the budgets of the very systems that harm them. You already know that there is no conclusive evidence that curfews are effective at improving public safety, that third spaces have disappeared, that interactions between police and Black youth often put the safety and sometimes the lives of youth at risk, and that the best resourced, not the most policed communities are the safest. You also know that this curfew expansion actually creates the conditions for more Black youth to become trapped in a cycle of criminal system involvement. In fact, the committee report for this bill quotes a 2020 study finding that Black young adults are 11 times more likely to be arrested by the age of 20 if they had an initial encounter with law enforcement in their early teens than Black youth who don't have that first contact. That should be a deal breaker, but apparently it isn't. As a resident of Navy Yard, I've routinely seen Black youth harassed, threatened with pepper spray, and put in handcuffs on weekends when we've had curfew zones. All of these youth are now 11 times more likely to be arrested by age 20 than their peers who haven't had those interactions. It should be a non-starter, but this committee's only recommendations for protecting youth from police is more training on how to make sure some interactions are positive. This is deeply unserious. I urge you to implement a plan that makes policing the last rather than the first resort when it comes to addressing youth, and I urge you to develop that plan in deep and meaningful collaboration with young people. We cannot keep having listening sessions followed by inaction and stalled efforts. So how will this council actually take action and ensure young people aren't wasting their efforts and their breath today? How will the district meaningfully protect Black youth against the racist targeting that we know is entrenched in policing and hold the various policing agencies, not just individual officers, accountable for the harms inflicted on our youth while enforcing these policies? How will the district stop the hemorrhaging of resources from communities that are already barely hanging on for survival? How will the district ensure that the youth most likely to experience the consequences of these policies have real power in decision-making? And how will this council hold its members accountable to the promises it has made to all of us and to our youth in particular? Black Swan Academy continues to offer ourselves as partners to building a proactive, youth-led plan to ensure our young people have what they need to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Andrew. Yes, and if you could just speak right here into this microphone.
Hello? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity for me to be here. Thank you for holding this meeting. I've learned a lot. Please bear with me. This is my first time attending a meeting like this. So I'm a skate instructor and I operate a skate school in the district. I've got a team of certified instructors. We're trained to work with kids and everything like that. I've got a van full of skates, protective gear, and all that type of stuff. We operate at several locations in DC. We can come out to any additional location, and we've got a kids program. And basically, I'm here to say, put me in the game, coach. So that's what I got for a testimony.
I love that. What's the name of your organization?
Skateinstruction.com.
Skateinstruction.com. Thank you for that. And I imagine you're working with district youth already.
I'm working. Yes.
Okay. Hold it. Let me ask a round of questions. Actually, I'm going to ask you all a round of questions, then we're going to end. There's just not enough space here, so we'll end with you next. Again, I really appreciate the concrete recommendations for DPR. I think, again, what I've heard overwhelmingly from our young people is that those DPR events are really impactful. They're well attended. They should keep happening. And that was a question I had, like, are these even things that our young people want? And resoundingly today, what we heard was absolutely. So that is a positive. What I haven't heard as clearly is about the mental health. We hear it tossed around, that phrase, mental health support, mental health resources. I've even said it and I believe in it. What I heard from young people today is that the mental health resources that they benefit greatly from happen during the school day. What I'm not as clear about is how our young people are accessing, if they're accessing resources out of school. And so I guess my question for our two young people, and then I'll come to the adults and advocates, like, what resources or where could you go to talk to someone, to seek help if you're having a rough moment, conflict, or needing mental health support?
Okay. I don't want it to be like repetitive, but I do think that since young people spend most of their time in schools, that's like the main place to go, or that's where it should be. If not schools, I'm not too familiar with, I seek therapy inside my school, but when I was not, and I was seeking it outside of school, I was with Canara. They were not too helpful for me. No shade to them or anything, but I think that like at my school, I go to Eastern, we have TVs like all around the schools. I think that, and there's like weekly announcements, there are like community service opportunities. I think that if schools advertised like the options we have, cause I'm not aware of them. I didn't even know my school had like a therapist there. So I was like struggling for a while up until now. Yeah, I think just like to advertise it, I think that would be
Making
helpful.
young people more aware that those resources exist.
Yes, and may I ask you one question before, because I know
Yes.
we're trying to wrap it up. I wanted to ask, this is about like the teen takeovers though.
Yeah.
Where do we like, because I'm not like, I have like, I get the gist of it, but I'm not too familiar with like everything. Where do we like draw the line when it comes to like law enforcement stopping like teens on the street? Like, how are they supposed to know like whether they're just walking outside or like, you know, coming from school, job, after school activities or hanging with friends, or like if they're actually trying to do something dangerous? Like, how are they supposed to know, and like, are they going to take our word for it? Like, how does that work? Or
That is a great question, and it's an insightful question. The law that the council passed was that these designated curfews that the police chief can set, young people in groups of 9 or more are prohibited. So what I heard today was that 2 young people were stopped, 1 young person was stopped. The law says it should be 9 or more.
All right.
So, but I'm clear, that's what the law says. What I heard today is that's not how young people are experiencing it play out with law enforcement.
No. They are being very violent. I know like this youth curfew is supposed to be a way to like help, but they're going about it in a very like punitive way. I don't know, and it's just not helpful. Like the language and the assault, it's just too much. That's it though. Thank you.
No, that's really helpful. Thank you for that. Ayamende, I wanted to give you a chance to weigh in about mental health if you had anything.
My experience was I could talk to my counselors, teachers, and even if you don't feel safe enough to do that, or if you can't talk to a parent to get a therapist, they have resources in DCPS to set you up with programs, places, or even people necessary to talk to. But many of these things are getting cut financially because of the new budget. And that's a big issue on trying to solve this mental health issue, because now many more youth are talking about it and the funding to help it is being cut for MPD and youth curfew.
Thank you for that. And I'm reminded what we heard is that, you know, young people also need to know that these programs and resources exist for them. So I'll open it up to the adults on the panel. There is a lot of talk about adults and parents. It's parents' responsibility. Get your kids. How do we productively engage as a government with parents to create these third spaces, to lead our young people in more productive outlets?
Well, I sent the recommendations in writing so you all could read them. But
Okay.
I want to lean in to, by requiring a trauma-informed lens for your youth programs, you are expanding the way that we look at mental wellness, right? By getting away from like just mental health, we're embracing mental wellness for everyone, right? And so one thing I just want to lay is the 4 R's of trauma-informed are that we realize the widespread impact of trauma, we recognize the signs and symptoms of trauma, we respond by integrating knowledge into practice, and we resist re-traumatization. By SAMHSA, which is federal, right? And we don't have statehood. If a program does those 4 R's, those are the 4 pillars of trauma-informed practice. And so that's not saying, oh, I'm about to become a psychiatrist. And to be honest, because I've been doing this since 2012, I was able to get a scholarship from Headspace to become a mental health coach, because the disparity is, one, a lot of our youth, because DC acknowledges youth up until 24, they're not getting to school. The trauma is not allowing them to get to school to see the coach. Then we just had a school of 300 with 8 coaches. So what we're doing is we're re-traumatizing our educators, right? You were re-traumatized today. You ain't from DC. You don't know what we're going through. Some of these kids were
I wouldn't classify that as trauma.
It is, but from a trauma-informed lens, it is actually considered tertiary trauma. And so you wouldn't consider it that because you don't sit and study trauma since 2012. But because I have, I know what it is. I know what I sat and looked at today.
And so there are people who all we do is this now because we've been doing it for so long.
And those 4 R's, you would argue, I'm taking that as
Are
we,
acknowledged by CDC.
but as we invest in youth programs, that type of training would be a requirement attached to the funding.
That and the 6 pillars of trauma-informed care. If you're not doing those 4 R's and those 6 pillars in everything you do. So at the Future Foundation, we have a super support program for siblings. It used to be the community parent program. And the siblings said, hey, we're not parents. So we got to expand how we look at community parenting. They did community patrol before we had the safety. That's where the idea came from, because they were like, remember the orange hats? So my parents were in safety jackets, like literal capes, because that's all we could afford. In one MLK parade, you will see my family's in capes because that's how they were recognized, making sure their kids were safe from one block to the other.
I will say thank you for doing this work. I know there are so many unsung heroes out there that are in the trenches doing the work, that have the trust of our young people. And I agree, we should be lifting them up and empowering them to support. I wanted to give you all space to jump in here about how do we productively engage parents, or sharing. Any last words?
So I just wanted to share a couple of things, a couple of resources in terms of the mental health services outside of schools that you had asked about.
Yes.
So one partnership that the Black Swan Academy works with is the DC Consortium for Mental Wellness and Behavioral Health in Schools. And although DC Combs is focused on schools, one of the benefits that we got out of that was a training for our youth to do peer support. So that kind of training for young people to support one another, which I know came up with other youth earlier today, that like transcends school walls, right? Like that crosses school walls. That can happen in community as well. Once those young people have those skills, they can work on de-escalation with one another. They can work on all kinds of mental health services and supports with each other and build that trust. And another resource that was mentioned by one of our young people, Rain, was the Went Center. But for years, they've had a long wait list that makes it really inaccessible. And so thinking about how do you either scale up programs like that are effective, that young people want to return to, have been on wait lists forever. And the Went Center sees adults and youth. So because—
And that came up, yes, that came up today too. Yes.
Specifically mentioned the Went Center as a positive experience for them, but it's so inaccessible to so many young people and it's time limited. So thinking about how do you expand the programs like that actually already work and that can work with young people and adults. And because the parents of our young people are just as stressed as our youth themselves. And so they're dealing with the same stressors, challenges, and need similar supports.
I got it. Well, thank you all for your testimony, and we will be sure to follow up. Last but not least, we have one more witness, Samaya Lane. If there is anybody here left to testify, now is your moment. I truly want to thank everybody for their patience today, their engagement, all of our young people that came out. It's been truly insightful. And whenever you're ready, you could push the button and begin.
So now I can finish off the rest of the night. Good evening. My name is Samaya Lane, and I have a nonprofit organization that is currently involved in trying to get programming at the Navy Yard. My organization is called System Supports for Social Stability, but I recently changed the structure to System Supports Business Improvement Developer. And I did that because of the work that I'm currently doing in the Navy Yard. I have formed a partnership with DPR to be a friend of the Diamond Teak Park. And so I did put in my programming or request for programming at the park since February to have programs that would benefit the youth and to be an answer to, or I would say, a highlight to answer the problem with these teen get-togethers. But I have been met with obstacles from DPR, and I have been unable to get my programming approved. So what I did was I went around DPR and I asked the businesses in that area if they would support my programming. And I was able to get the services or the event venue of Dacha. That is, they have a covered area that's a picnic area. And so I currently have a program that they allowed me to take place. It's adjacent to the Diamond Teak Park. I was supposed to have an appointment to talk with DPR in reference to my programming that I am trying to move forward with, that addresses this youth issue. Unfortunately, I had been in touch with DPR for a month to arrange this particular appointment. When I got down to DPR, I was turned away because they said that I did not have an appointment, which was not true. And I said, well, you know what? I'm coming down to testify today, and I've been here since 3:30. And I said, I don't care how long it's going to take. I want you to understand that here it is. I'm a concerned citizen. I have all my appropriate licenses, permits. I'm legit to put on programs for the youth, and I'm treated with obstinance. I really didn't appreciate that. But another thing that I wanted to also bring to you, Councilmember Zachary Parker, is that the Diamond Teak Park was dedicated to this young man who lost his life through gun violence. And I became aware of the park back in 2019 when Earth Conservation Corps was renting it out. I was supposed to have an art show, but COVID happened, blah, blah, blah. So after signing the agreement to be a friend of the Diamond Teak Park, I asked for support to bring more attention. Right now, the park is being used as a dumping ground. It's got porta potties. People are using it as a dog park. It's in horrible disarray. And to me, that is a message to our young people that the district government doesn't give a damn about teenagers who have gotten their lives together, who at that time got a 4.0 grade average. He was very popular, a very positive example in the community. He was about to leave the day before that he was supposed to leave on a fully paid scholarship to play basketball. Someone came up on his porch and shot him in the head. And so here it is, you have an example that Mayor Fenty put an order to dedicate this park to this young man to be an example. And then you have DPR who refuses to give the attention that it needs to our young people to say, you know what, you are noticed. We see your.
Sorry to jump in. I gave you a little extra time. If you could just give your last thought, but I have a offer for you.
So I did write a position paper to support Bill B 26-0132 to expand hours for DPR and DPS schools to expand the hours. But I also wanted to suggest thinking about putting together a commission that would take some of the management and programming responsibilities away from DPR so that we could have more hands-on and have this commission for youth to have more hands-on in the programming.
I don't think that's a bad idea at all. Well, I want to say thank you for your patience. I know you've been here for a while. That's why I gave you about 3 extra minutes.
I appreciate that.
And what I'm willing to offer you is that My team will get your contact information. I'll be sure that we help navigate the relationship with DPR so that you can meet with someone, the appropriate someone, to get an answer about next steps. I regret that that's been your experience, but we will help try to get you an answer.
But if I could say one more thing.
Last word.
Dacha is an excellent venue. It has picnic tables, it has trees, and it is someplace that the youth could come, enjoy, have movies, talk, and it is the perfect community space for interaction. And Dacha is willing to support that.
Okay. Thank you for that. My team is taking note of that. And I have no further questions, but if you can again give Adriana on my team your contact information, we'll be sure to follow up with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we will bring this roundtable to a close. I think we heard a lot and we learned a lot today. I certainly did. And I thought the conversation was really insightful. I want to thank everybody that took time out of their day to testify. I know it's a strange time, and we set the hearing at 3 o'clock in part because that's when we had access to the room. We were navigating young people getting out of school, trying to get down here to the building. Some young people were swapping with other young people. And so I also just want to thank people for their flexibility and grace, and to the brilliant young people that shared their lived experiences, their hopes, their frustrations, their passions. All of it is welcome. And we ought to do more of it as a government. Just some of the things that resonated with me today. The DPR programming is essential. I think I heard that very clearly, that the late night events and the need for extended hours at DPR is very real. And it is something we as a government should be working towards. Young people want to do what everybody else wants to do. They want to enjoy the city. They want to enjoy their city. They want to be outside. They want to gather with their friends. And so in addition to those DPR events, there needs to be more recreational or third spaces for our young people. We heard about mental health resources being beneficial in our schools. That was a question mark for me, and I heard pretty resoundingly for the young people who attended schools where it was working well, that it was in fact helpful. We also heard from some young people that it's not as helpful because either they don't have them or the resources just aren't accessible. Unfortunately, we heard pretty clearly the tensions that exist between young people, namely our young Black men, and the police. And the stories, I think, only scratched the surface today, where there were stories of police rough handling them and pushing them off of bikes and pushing them into walls, perhaps detaining them even when they were by themselves or with one other person, which is not the law. And so it is a reminder that as government, we have a responsibility to minimize these interactions and run-ins between our young people and police. And then the last thing I would just say that came through pretty clearly is that there are any number of organizations, trusted advocates, and adults that are doing this work, often without praise and fanfare, often without being funded, that we should be thinking about how do we leverage them and their relationships and the trust that they've built to help us get this situation under control. There's more notes that I've taken, but those are just some of the thoughts that I'm leaving today's roundtable with. The record for today's roundtable will remain open until 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, May 14th, 2026. Anyone interested in submitting additional testimony and or your written testimony after today's hearing, you can email abailey, that is ABAILEY, at dccouncil.gov. And with that, this concludes the business before the Committee on Youth Affairs. The time is now 9 o'clock p.m. And this roundtable is adjourned.